How's everybody doing tonight? For those who tune in on stream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my show on TikToks under APCS895. How's everybody doing this evening? Tonight is Bruja Lechuza Friday. That's what we're going to be talking. Well, yesterday we talking a little bit about it, but we can talk more in depth of certain things that I guess that happened yesterday on the show that we might talk about it today and get a little bit more in depth dealing with this Lechuza Bruja activity, warlock or demon activity. Is what we're going to talk about here tonight on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Let me share this live to the groups that I share with real quick. How you doing? How you doing, Amy Creel? How you doing? How you doing, Wendy? Who do we got here? I doing this. Yeah, yesterday I had done real MMA. Yesterday we had almost a 6 hour show last night. Well, there was open mic night. Today just Bruja Lechuza Friday. That sounds pretty good. Bruja, Bre- Brechuza. That's a mixture of witch and a lechuza, which is basically the same thing, a manifestation that they take. When you think about lechuzas, is supposedly a giant owl, or a manifestation of something that looks like a giant owl, but lechuzas, uh, they were back in the day when the Watchers slept with women. They created the Nephilim, who were the offspring of the Watchers, but they slept with the women. The women that they slept with, they became harpies and sirens. So those right there, the harpies and sirens. The harpies is like owl, lechuza. Then you got the sirens that are basically what I'm saying. The sirens and the harpies are sisters. So because they created the Nephilim, so they they're considered themselves sisters, even though one lives in the land and the other one lives in the ocean. So, is there witches in the ocean? Well, there's witches in the land that are in the manifestation of an owl. So there's got to be witches in the ocean that are in the manifestation of a siren, mermaid, whatever you want to call them, right? They exist and they live in the ocean. Do they live in the ocean or along the coastline? So they can turn into either, right? If they're sisters, maybe they have the capabilities of turning into both, into an owl or a siren. How you doing, Dickie Richards? I'm gonna call you Dickie from now on. Dickie Richards. Remember the pants from back in the day, the Dickies? So how's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. So let me see. I think I'm gonna have a picture of a lechuza or a descript a somewhere around here. Let me see. I can find it. How you doing, brother Jaime Alanis? Yeah, I got that photo right there off the internet. It's kind of like a mask, you know. They tried to make it look. I guess that's when it's a mid manifestation where it's changing form or whatever. But when it takes a full manifestation, the only thing you can see is the face of the woman, but the body of of the owl or the lechuza form. There's just a. Let me see if I can find another different picture to show you what I'm talking about. Uh, I'll leave that one on there for right now. Yeah, lechuzas look different than this. I mean, when you see them or they're looking at you, they really look like a face of a woman. Uh, but the body is not a woman. The body is of a like a bird. Owls have feathers. Well, they have black feathers. And they're pretty huge. So they could be walking around your home, in the owl form. But when you look at the face, if you're looking out the window, uh, let me see. You know what, Andres? I mean, who's the one that's from the valley here? Jaime. Yeah, maybe a drop. I'm gonna, yeah, because I can talk about it, but it's good to have somebody else so we can discuss. So I'm dropping the link to see if Jaime or wants to pop on, or so we can talk about this. I believe he's from the valley also. Um, so imagine you're. Well, I'll wait for Jaime to jump on. See if he wants to jump on. If he's available. If not, I'll continue. So basically, you'll be hearing noises outside your home. Like for example, women whispering, like they're literally whispering. That's what you'll be hearing, like, and it sounds pretty loud. It sounds so loud of the whisper that it affects your eardrums. That's how bad of a sound that they can make, like whispering sound, that it affects your eardrums. And I believe what they're actually doing is trying to affect your spiritual senses. Uh, so that's one of the things that they can do. They have the ability to mess with your ears in that manner. Even though they might not be nearby, they might be outside. They make this chanting or this whispering sound that's so low pitch that it'll hurt your eardrums. I don't know, brother Dick Richards, what's up with you and Restream, but it's about everybody else that's jumped on here. They really don't have no problems. They jump on and stuff. Uh, I mean, it's like when you jump on here, we can hear you, we can see you, and we can hear you, but you can't see us for some reason. So I don't know. I think who's the one that's from the valley? I think it's Jaime. Jaime or Andres, one of the two, is from the Rio Grande Valley. So they have those abilities to mess with your ears, and that's one of them, which is a whispering, and it's kind of like they make like a low vibration sound, either uh, the whispering or flapping of wings, something that they do, they just aggravates the hell out of you, aggravates your ears, and while all that's happening, there's a lot of noise outside. Besides them doing that, uh, they try to keep you busy, right? Try to keep you busy, as in throw you off. There's Simon right there. They try to throw you off, right, by keeping you busy, in which there's other noises that can happen while they're doing this. Another noise that they like to make, las brujas or lechuzas, is while they're making that, they're hurting your ears. They start making scratching sounds with their talons or the claws, and it just and imagine if there's six of them doing that at the same time. Plus, the thing in the ears is just it feels like they're just it's like everything is closing up on you, right? This some of the things, and then you're like trying to find out where they're at, right? So you're inside your house is lit it up, and all outside the house is dark. So you go try to peek out the window, and all of a sudden you see a woman looking at you from outside your window, and it's the face of a woman, but the body of an owl, and it's looking at you, and then you're like you close the blind, because you're like the lechuza's over here. There's a lechuza over here. Then you start hearing tapping sounds like on the windows. You're thinking it's a beak. It could be a claw. They start tapping on the windows. I'm not talking about one window in your home. I'm talking about all the windows, because they come in numbers. You hear the tapping sounds, and it goes from the tapping sounds. So you got the whispering. You got the vibration of something. The thing with the claws. There you could see there was somebody outside looking at you that looked like a woman. Uh, then you hear poundings where you're standing underneath the house. Like our house was on pillars because of it always floods down in the valley. So you hear poundings where you're standing. Everywhere you move, something pounds underneath you. So that's something that's demonic that's doing that, because how does it know where you're standing, right? So that starts happening. And then another thing that starts happening is bangings, like loud bangings on the by the windows, by the doors, on the wall starts vibrating the the hard banging, like boom, boom, boom. And you're in a circle because you're praying. This happened when I was a kid. You're praying, and your mom's in prayer. We're praying. We have the holy palm crosses from Palm Sunday on the doorway, on the windows, and all these activities happen at once. And then you start hearing jiggling and wiggling of the door. You will get the door locked. Somebody's trying to come in, and you just keep on in prayer. And then they start laughing. They're laughing, like making fun of you, and all this is happening at once. And then you start hearing activity inside your home, running, like our house was long, so we could hear somebody running from the back room all the way to the front. And as they're running, they would stop right there by the first room, but they wouldn't come in the first room because we're in prayer. So we just hear running back and forth, back and forth. This all this is happening at once. And then another addition to that will be the flying of dishes flying, knives flying in the kitchen. They're elevated in the air. They're not moving, and then you move, and there's stuff flying around. It looks like people. It looks like a food fight in the kitchen where the dishes and glasses are flying around, breaking all over the place. Till when my father will show up, is when all that activity will stop. But it will happen every Saturday for about from when I came back from Mexico all the way till I was around about 11 years old. That's when it stopped. When I finally make this the spiritual stance that I talk about. But yeah, man, that was hectic. We could be playing outside. Me and my brother be playing outside, and then we see them flying in the air, and they're looking down at us. You can see the woman's face looking. No, you won't know how an owl looks, but I'm talking about a woman's face looking at us, and then it makes that screeching sound. They start circling around. It's like they found their point where they're supposed to be at, and then when it's whistling, another one will come, and there'll be two, and they make that sound. I'll make it because certain people are not here. That they make that sound, and they start coming. Like there's two, three, four, five, and they're like, man, there's another one coming over there. My brother would take a run inside the house. They start ascending down to the tree line that's by our house, and by then I go inside the house. That's when all the activity will happen. I'm just giving you a giving you a well, not giving an example. It's the truth. I'm just letting you know of what happened. From 3 to 11, it will happen every. And sometimes I would see the witches outside. Sometimes they would make their way inside the house, and we have to pray, and they'll be laughing in the kitchen. So yeah, it was crazy, man. This is in the 70s. What do you think about that, Jaime? I don't know how you were in the 70s. I can't hear you, brother. I can't hear you. Let me see. Hey, brother Jaime, I cannot hear you. Uh, let me refresh the link and drop another
Okay.
link because I can't hear anything you're
Okay.
saying, brother.
All right. Let's. Okay. All right.
It's like breaking out.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you can't. No, you sound like
Can you
I
hear?
can't even hear you.
Oh man. Okay. Let me go inside then. Maybe it's too far away from. Hold on. Let me go inside. Yo, kitty. Okay. You know what, Abe? Let me change my phone. I got another phone.
Okay,
Let,
just use
let,
the same link.
yeah. I'll go. I'm gonna get off and I'll get back on the other phone.
All right. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna get off and I'm gonna get on the other phone.
All righty, brother.
All right. All right, Abe. Hold on.
Let me catch up with the comments, brothers and sisters. But that right there is just a mask that somebody created, but they look different. Uh, some look ugly, and then the some they look like just like regular women. Their faces they look like women. Some look pretty, as a matter of fact, but that's just they look pretty, but then their body is hideous because it's in the owl form. I think there's another. Let me take that one off for right now. There's another photo that to me seemed like it was pretty accurate when I seen it because it's what I would see. Let me see if I can find it real quick and I'll share it with you all. Or let me wait for Andres to come back on here, or I mean Jaime. We wait for Jaime to come back on. I'll drop the same link again. Anybody got any questions? It's like every Saturday night, man. You know, your kid Saturday mornings you could see cartoons and all that, but every Saturday night was the same thing for me and my brothers and sisters. This witches will come mess with us on Saturday nights, and there'll be a bunch of them. Uh, I'm waiting for. Let me look for this photo, and you can wait for me in the lobby. Let me. I think I had a picture here. One besides that picture. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think it's right here. Okay, let me see if it's. Let's see if Jaime is back here or not. I don't see him yet. I'm trying to see the one that man, where is it? Okay. Because Saturday is a real Sabbath day. It's Saturday, not Sunday. Saturday is a real Sabbath day, not Sunday. Still waiting for Jaime to come back on. How you doing, Sister Edna? There he is. How you doing, Jaime? Hello, hello. Can I hear you, brother? Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Uh, I don't know what's going on, but his mic, that one wasn't able to hear nothing. Yeah, he's at the house. He's home now, but he's still recuperating. He's got to go through therapy and all kinds of stuff. Uh, I told him whenever he feels like up to it, but he's still got to do a lot of rehab and stuff to recuperate to get better. Uh, so I'm giving him his time and space. You know, he needs to heal. He needs to do rehab and all kinds of things to get better. I know he can do it. It's very hard, especially when you have something like that happen, because that's very hard to come back from. But I know he can do it. So, we just have to continue to keep him in prayer. What I'm gonna do on that is drop a different link. Let me refresh this and drop a different link. I mean, who was it? Jaime, right? Let me refresh this link. How you doing, brother Scott Baker? Let me see how I can put that photo. Find it real quick so I can put it up. There's Andres. How you doing, Andres? Well, let me see. There's Andres. How you doing, Andres?
Oh, hey Gabe, I just wanted to see if I tried to link to see if it was working for like anybody else or just like if it's affecting Jamie. Well, it seems you can
Yeah,
hear me just fine.
yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, I'm doing this off my phone, so I'm not sure what the issues the other Jamie's having. So I just hopped
Yeah,
on to see if it's working.
yeah, it's working. Yeah, I know it's. I just sent a fresh link. Um, yeah, I was debating whether tomorrow I won't be doing the live because I'm going to go take my wife dancing tomorrow night. But that's why I wanted to do the live tonight. Tonight, and early Saturday, so, because Saturday I won't be doing live. I think brother Josh Turner, uh, Paranormal Tabloids are going to be live. So I'm gonna take the night off that day, and we're gonna go do some ballroom dancing. Gonna try
Okay.
to. Haven't gone that. We went dancing last time, but it's you know uh, they're gonna have like two or three bands there or something like that tomorrow night. So we're gonna try to get there early so we can have some fun.
All right, that sounds nice. You can think. Make sure you and that you're gonna bust a move. Just make sure don't any break any hips or something.
Yeah, you was here last night, wasn't you?
Yeah, it
Uh,
was. I but
when
I'm not from the
when
valley,
Yizzy
but I
Missile
did
popped
talk.
up.
Hmm?
Like, were you here late night when Yizzy Missile popped up in here?
Yeah, it was.
Still a lot of crazy stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. How you doing, Jaime? We still can hear him.
Something's up with his mic on his end, maybe.
We uh we can hear you.
No sound, man.
We can
No.
hear him.
Is he using headphones? No. Doesn't look like he's using headphones.
No, no. I don't know what's going on. Let me make sure he's not muted on my end. No. We can't hear you, brother Jaime.
No sound, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's the matter with this. Is can't communicate. Thank you, Sister Brenda. Will do. I don't know if he's got the mic in mute, but we can't hear him.
Looks like he put in the headphones, but I'm not sure why it's still not working.
Yeah, he might have to probably step out and come back in.
I would do that and just restart my phone.
No, well, yours is working, but
Yep.
he's not.
I'm not having any technical issues on my end, so it's just
No,
working.
no, it's just him. That's weird. He might have been on the old link. Let me drop this link again. I'll pin it up there for him. Have you ever had any encounters with any lechuzas or brujas, Andres?
Not personally, I haven't, but aside from the time my mother went to get a reading, on my tarot card reading, I wasn't there personally, but my mom didn't want me and my sister to go with her. We both stayed in the car for like a few minutes while she went to go get a reading.
Mm-hmm.
That's the closest I ever got to one. If I did encounter one, I didn't know it.
Sister Never's Angel said there's something wrong with his mic. Yes, thank you, Sister Brenda, for keeping him in prayer. You're still going through a lot. The process of healing or recuperating from something like that is hard.
Can you hear me, Abe?
There's Scott Baker. How you doing, brother Scott?
Hey,
Yes,
Scott.
thank you, Sister. Is it not working? Is it not working?
Scott, we can't really see you. Your screen got black. Oh, now we can
Uh,
see it.
Yeah, I got
Yes,
it.
Brother Scott
Yeah, I
is
had the
in.
screen. I had the.
Abe, can you hear me?
Okay,
Yeah,
I
you're
now
can
it's
hear
black.
you
working
now.
for you, Jaime.
Yeah. Okay, I'm on then. Okay, you can hear me. All right, cool. I had to go
You
back
got the
and turn.
okay.
All right, I got it. I got it now. It was had to go back and turn the mute back off. Turn the mute on. I guess I hit that button or something. Anyways, we're good now. You can hear me now and you can see me. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Um,
All right. Well, Abe,
let me
I
go.
want to hop off because the stars are on. So
Okay,
I
brother.
just. All right. Well, see. I'll be watching it and in the chat.
All right, appreciate it.
Mm.
Whew, okay. Okay, where were we at? um. Anyway, hey, hello Scott. How you doing? It's good to see you.
Hey, what's happening?
Good to see you, sir.
Yeah,
Yesterday was a
you got some stories?
yeah. I got a few stories to back up, Abe. Uh, I got some info. I got an opinion. I got some, something to say about it. Yesterday was a good broadcast. Yesterday, everybody was there. Was with you guys had everybody on. It was really good. I was watching it a while ago. Uh, I should have got on. There was something I wanted to say too, but I shouldn't. I didn't get on, so um, I just watched. But it was good. You had the whole everybody. Everybody was there, man. It was cool.
Yeah, so sometimes when you share a story of what your experience and stuff, it's like people are like, "Is it this really happened, man? I wish you would have been there," but at the same time, I wish you wouldn't be there
Hmm.
because you probably freak out with all the activity. And if you imagine yourself as a kid going through this between the age of 3 to all the way to 11 years old for
Hmm.
that many years, and then you think the things are going to stop. Nah, things still continued in different ways. But yeah, something that I've been dealing all throughout my life. You seen the video where I catch the big one that's standing there looking at me and it turns its head and it's like
Hmm.
about 50 foot tall, 60 foot tall looking at me.
Yeah.
And I think if it's even making a noise in the video.
Hmm. Abe. I just, man, it's just, I can't believe, man. So you've been through so much. That's like uh, I don't wish that on nobody, man. What you went through. It's, uh, yours wasn't just ghosts, man. Yours was, you know,
Spiritually targeted, spiritually attacked. I
the
mean,
negro, man, the black, el diablo, los brujas, shape shifting witches and demonios. I mean, I wouldn't wish that on nobody, man. That's you're tough, man. You're strong, Ralph. I mean, Abe, you're really strong, brother. I'm amazed. Like you didn't. Some people get traumatized and they would never. It would affect them for life. I just you're a strong person, man. You're just really strong, brother. What was I gonna say? Oh, getting back to the La Lechuza, you were saying, Abe, about their faces would appear. I mean, there would be on a woman's face on a bird's
well,
body. I mean, that's
yeah.
crazy, man. I mean,
When I would open the blinds, you could see the face of the woman looking at me. I think my brother had an incident where the witch manifested, right? And
hmm
it took his face, the form of his face, and
hmm
it
oh
was
yeah,
like when you looked at it, it was his face looking at his face,
yeah.
but it was the witches that took the manifestation of him.
That's their power, Abe. That's the power they have. Yeah, that was Jack, huh? Jack made a
Yeah,
good point. I mean, the way he put it, man, it just uh, I heard it from you, but then the way he put it is like it just 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 undeniable, man. I mean, that's frightening. That's terrifying. Really, that's for anybody to see that. That's just the witch's power. you know, and those are real witches. Those are not no
Dark
uh,
witches.
trick or
No,
treaters. You know,
no
those are real.
wannabe witches. I think the witches just because they're dressed in black and they're
Hmm.
they're 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 surrounded by several women that they call themselves witches. No,
Yeah.
I deal with dark witches, the ones that
Mhm.
sacrifice children and kill animals and real evil people.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
You
they're
know,
that
Abe.
they're doing the evil deeds like a demon would do because they've already made a blood deal. You know.
Yeah. You know what, Abe? I wouldn't be surprised if Satan himself shows up to them, their house, man. I wouldn't be surprised if demons just manifested right in front of them and have a little chit chat. You know, hell yeah, man. I mean, that kind of that's that kind of power comes with a cost. You know, their souls are. I know they gave something up for that. I mean, they're gonna pay, man. Later, they're gonna pay. Um,
Because there's people that are in cults, just do people that just follow the flock. You know, they're people that are in cults and stuff like that. They're
yeah,
following the flock. They're like, oh, we're just playing dress up. We look like druids. We put on
yeah,
our mask. We're killing this. We're doing that. But there is things that are waiting for them. They just don't know that their fate is already sealed
yeah,
because of the things that they're doing.
yeah,
They're doing things that are against God, and their fate is sealed. Can't
yeah.
escape from it. You know, I think I shared
Yeah.
a story yesterday about the woman that saying that the devil was there to collect her soul because she was a witch. You
Hmm.
know, she had to ask God for forgiveness and repent for her sins, but she was a witch most of her life. The
Yeah.
devil was waiting for her. You know, and
Hmm.
my parents were in a prayer group. They went to go pray for her. They surrounded this. You know, I think I shared the story where I snuck in the station wagon. My mom found me, told me to stay there, and they
Hmm.
were praying by this White House, and there was a yard. You know, the link things. You could see the house and everything, and the people
Yeah.
standing in front of the yard. And I was
Hmm.
walking. I walked, and I entered opened the gate. I couldn't see nothing, but when I stepped in the property,
Yeah.
that's when I entered the bubble. I entered the
Yeah.
bubble of what was making all the ruckus, and I was
Hmm.
able to see this
Yeah.
giant serpent wrapped around the tree with red eyes, speaking
Yeah.
to the people, the ones that were praying,
Holy.
saying that the her soul belonged to it, that it was a devil.
Yeah.
So
Holy.
when it looked at me and I looked at it, he had like red eyes. It disappeared,
Yeah.
and there was like white smoke, smelled like sulfur.
Uh huh.
Uh, when that happened, I left. You know, ran to my vehicle because my mom had told me to stay at the vehicle. So when
Yeah.
they got there, they were like, "Yeah, we defeated the devil," blah blah blah, and all this stuff. But I believe it had to do with me there because angels. I always believe in Jesus Christ, so I
Yeah.
felt that the angels were around me. And whatever manifestation it was up there, it took off. It disappeared and took off.
Yeah.
But yes, I've seen what I'm talking about dark witches, evil
Yeah.
witches.
Yeah. The real, the real deal. Abe, that demon in the snake form said she's mine. Did he say that? She's
Yeah,
mine.
she said
Yeah.
her soul belongs to me. I'm
Yeah.
here to collect. That's what he
Yeah.
said.
Yeah. There was a battle going on, Abe. The people were praying, right? There was people praying.
Yeah,
Yeah. There was a battle, Abe. It was a battle for her soul. Yeah, it was. They're trying to save her. Uh, and he was there to collect because she's already was in debt with him. And that could have been.
yeah.
Yeah, that
He
was a
kept on
demon.
saying something about that a deal's a deal,
Yeah.
and we prayed. So that day he didn't take her, but like 2 weeks later or a week later, she passed away.
Yeah. Man, who knows? Who knows, Abe? If let it. God took her, or the evil one did. Who knows? Um.
Uh,
Wow. That is.
there was angel said her mom had a Bruja spell put on her. She was diagnosed with cancer. The doctor gave her 3 months to live. She was too faithful and lived 22 years more. So yeah, God is stronger than the Brujas.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He has
Cancer,
so,
cancer and brujas run together. That's one of the things that happens. Cancer is
yeah.
I don't know
What
how many brujas that I ran into in the past that had cancer. You
yeah.
know, sometimes when you wish bad upon somebody, the things that are the ailments that are bad here on earth get casted upon them by their own doing. You know, so cancer is one
Hmm.
of the worst ones, right? And
Oh yeah.
sometimes that's what happens to the witches. They do a spell against somebody, but the person is being protected spiritually, so something bad goes back to them, and they wind up getting sick by their own doings.
Yeah. Well, Abe, those evil spirits, man, they have power to cause sicknesses. They 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 do that. They cause sicknesses, and they can put it on people. For whatever reason. If they're cursed or they're possessed or trying to get free. They do that. They have the power to do that, and that's why sometimes they're relieved. Over prayer and fasting and getting closer to God. It goes all of a sudden overnight. It's gone. The sickness. You know, and they can cause those things. They have the power to do that. Not they're not all powerful, but they have abilities. Um, just the other day we have a friend over. Just the other day we had a friend over, and he's not doing too good. He's kind of halfway homeless, and he has problems. And I know the guy for a long time. He was swinging. He came by to visit my brother, and I just, hey, everything's cool. No, good to see you, whatever. And then he tells my brother later on. My brother tells me this. He goes, "Hey, Jaime, what's the name? Showed me that he saw a black shadow passing right in front of the yard." And he told me this. I was like, "Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, you know what? I go, it's not ours, man. That's his. That's you know,
He
like
had a negative attachment.
yeah, he had yeah. And usually, a lot of times, people that are not all people, but sometimes the homeless people or people are not doing so good, or they just can't get it right. And we all have that problem sometimes. Sometimes they just can't get it right, and sometimes it's an attachment, and they're just latched onto them. And I believe some homeless wind up like that. The attachment is too strong, and it's just, well, they just got to get closer to God. You know, um, yeah, because they love misery. You know, they love misery, and anytime they can make somebody miserable, they'll gladly do it. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, talking about curses. Jesse was it? Stephen. He was mentioning about the person who had a crazy person going to his house. Abe, just talking about yesterday.
Well, it
Remember?
wasn't his house; it was somebody's house.
Oh, okay, a friend's house.
He'll give us an update. I
Yeah.
felt well. I heard everything he had to say, but I felt that there was some negative attachment that was upon him.
Uh huh.
So I prayed for him because I could
Yeah.
feel it.
Yeah.
You know, but the way the flies and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it is
Yeah.
a ranch and stuff like that, but water
Yeah.
does attract flies. That's
Uh
another
huh.
thing. Uh, water does attract flies. If you drop water, like in the desert, when I was in
Uh
the
huh.
desert, drop
Yeah.
a little bit of water,
Yeah.
flies have come.
Uh huh.
From the water. So
Yeah.
sometimes there is a logical solution to things, but at the same
Yeah.
time, I've seen it spiritually where sometimes when flies come
Yeah.
and you're not just seeing the flies, you're sensing the negativity around you.
Yeah.
So that's when you know
Well,
there's something spiritual happening. Uh, so that's what he was feeling. There's something in the nature. That's why he said what he said because he was
yeah.
there to feel the presence of, you could say, something evil.
Yeah. Well, when it's around one person, I mean, and it's only him, there's something going on there. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, that don't look right. I mean, that's not, it's unnatural. Come here, kitty. Excuse me, Abe. Sorry, man. Come here, come here, come here. All right, I had to get the cat out of the room. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
Abe. Sometimes
you
it's
cat.
yeah.
It's
The cat was in the window trying to get out, and he was crying and stuff. I just wanted to let him out real quick. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, Abe. That is sometimes you know It's not natural for a person, a bunch of flies or flying, buzzing around somebody, and they're not even dirty. It's like, hey, uh-oh, you know, something ain't right here. It's unnatural. And a lot of flies do represent demonic in sometimes, besides somebody not taking a shower. But you know what I mean? It does manifest. That's one of the signs that manifests. Um, yes, that's something I would look into. I mean, what he explained, that the guy was leaving stuff there, an Egyptian pot with sticks. Oh man, that's a bad sign. I mean, somebody better go check on that. Because and burying, I heard that a burying, you don't want to bury those things in your yard. uh-uh Not in your property. No way. You want to get that thing out of there, out of your property. uh Even do a blessing on it, and then evoke it with a prayer, and then take it out, have somebody, a priest, take it out, or take it out some way, but not but don't bury it in your yard, in your property. No way. That thing,
Get it out of your property.
you get it off of your property. Don't even bury it in your yard, man. That's what they want. That's one way. That's one of the curses that people have used on witches have used on people. They bury items in their yard. Um, you hide them, a gift, food, a gift, drink, all kinds of ways. Even a little toy, man, could be cursed, and they hide it in your property. They throw it in your yard. It could be any
Yeah,
man, all kinds of ways they do
I've
it.
seen that where they would get the little dolls and put needles all in on it,
Mm-hmm.
needles, and it'll be like like a little doll of you, or a little doll that looks like a little boy, and like, what, where did this come from? And you find it like underneath your bed, or underneath your pillow. Like, how did it
Yeah,
get here? Well, witches, they can go into your home at nighttime
yeah,
and place them underneath there. I think
yeah.
there's lechuzas and brujas. If you go to sleep with a scissors open underneath your pillow, it'll keep
Mm-hmm.
them away.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
what
See,
I
that's
heard,
a
but
remedy. I haven't heard of that. If you find like a jar, Abe, with all kinds of junk in it, a picture with thread, wrapped with thread, or all kinds of disgusting
hair,
things. Yeah, yeah. Uh, the Mexican witchcraft, they do that a lot, man. They'll use jars, they'll put items in it that belong to you, especially if they got a piece of your property. If they got a piece of a sock of yours, anything that belongs to you, they'll use it against you. They'll put a curse on it, and they have a piece of you, or your hair, man, especially some of your hair, or your brush. They will use it and put a curse on it, and before you know it, you're hearing scratches in your house, noises, all kinds of things are happening. Dishes are moving around. uh, Bad luck. I mean, they happens has happened many times. Just like,
some people would probably say, "Oh, it's just superstitious stuff." No, we've seen that.
uh-uh.
And I've seen that kind of stuff when in the '70s. Man,
Yeah.
it's pretty bad in the '70s. But Scott Baker's been here longer than us
Uh-huh.
in this world, so I'm more sure he's seen a lot of things also,
Yeah. you,
Well,
especially in
yeah,
the
you guys,
music
I think
industry.
you guys being down in Texas, because I kind of grew up in Pennsylvania, and the climate, it's pretty harsh because you have winter that's like 6 months of the year, and you're kind of homebound,
Mhm.
and but you guys are down there in a climate that um, is without any really harsh weather. So you're you're out and about and observing a lot of things, and that may be something to do with the spiritual realm too. That there's a 50% more chance of things happening. Because you guys are in the forest or whatever. There's maybe it's environmental. The spiritual thing is something to do with environmental too.
Yeah.
It's a theory.
Like, oh, you mean like affecting the weather, Scott? Like,
No, no, no. Just where you live.
mm,
Like it's environmental. If you don't have harsh winters and, you're out and about, you're going out at night, and you're seeing orbs. Uh, I'll give you an example. I grew up in Pennsylvania in a city called Erie, and they called it dreary Erie, meaning that it was overcast all the time. Okay. And, the only time it was sunny was during January in the winter. So, anyways, moving to a state where I live now in Arizona, there is absolutely no dreariness overcast in Arizona. I mean, you have pollution, but there's no overcast. So I used to see, when I moved here, I used to see a lot of these things up in the sky, and I had binoculars, my camera, and took a lot of pictures. And, I had blue blocker sunglasses, which are, when you wear those blue blockers and you're looking at the blue sky, whatever's up there, if it's an orb or some kind of, I kind of identified it as, I use this acronym called ILAPS, interdimensional low altitude probes. And you would see stuff in the sky way up there, and you would never see it in Pennsylvania. No way. You just wouldn't see it because of the cloud cover, So like I'm saying, are these, these could be the principalities of the air. They could be something else. But, I've got some stories on that. I'd have to write them down and jot down some of the description of these things. But I was amazed at the skies in Arizona being, and at night too. You'd go out and you see the stars. You never see the stars I lived in Iowa. You never seen the stars unless you went out to city limits, but you never see the stars in Pennsylvania. I lived in Florida. I never saw the stars because it's like, the ground lighting. I think there's some states now that ban like light. I think it's in Florida now that they passed a law to something to do with lights. I don't know if it's Florida, one of those states. You can look it up. Like they ban all this lighting at night, so it's like really dark. I just read something about that a few weeks ago. But what I'm saying is that environment, you guys, lived in Texas, and I drove out here and I ran out of gas, outside Amarillo, and unfortunately, that's another story I think I shared here once before. But I looked up in the sky and I saw the Milky Way from east to west. Unbelievable. The stars. They were like right on you. And maybe in Amarillo or Fort Worth, you may not see that because of the lighting of the city. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of activity that's happening in the sky. And then when I lived where I grew up, dreary Erie, you never saw that stuff. So when you guys, Abe is saying, well, Scott, what about, or you, Jamie, saying, did you see, this paranormal activity or whatever? It depends on the state that you live in, I think, too.
Well, yeah.
So, pull that out, because I think that's true, because here in Arizona, there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
Scott, Arizona is it's the home of the woo. I know Arizona it's loaded. I mean, and especially the Navajo reservation. Oh man, they got everything there going on. You got skinwalkers.
Right now, and she said there's a lot of activity in Arizona.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She's been there. She moved there a couple of months ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. You're in Paranormal Central, Scott, right there. Oh, talking about orbs. Yeah, go ahead.
You just take binoculars at night, go out at midnight, get a lounge chair, and start looking up and just wait there. And the other thing Arizona doesn't have, they don't have mosquitoes, biting flies, deer flies, horse flies, bees, anything that will bother you You know, like, I mean, if you're in a state like Minnesota, I lived in, you go out at night, guess what? Those, you know, they call it their state bird is called the mosquito.
They're gonna eat you up.
They'll eat you alive. They'll eat you
Yeah.
alive in Minnesota. The mosquitoes. So Arizona, they don't have that. So you can go out and there is nothing biting you. You just got to be careful of the scorpions and the black widows, stuff like that on the ground. But in the air, you know, buzzing around,
Yeah.
you don't have that. So you know, you can stay out all night and look at the sky and see a lot of crazy stuff going on.
Well, I gotta. Yeah, Scott. Hey, yeah. Hello there, Steven. How you doing, man? I got a orb. All right, I got an orb story, Scott. Because I've been in I've lived in Coachella Valley. It's here in California. It's a desert. It's Indio, Palm Springs, 1,000 Palms, 29 Palms. They have a Marine base. It's similar to Arizona.
My brother lives out there now.
Yeah, it's similar to Arizona, the climate, the weather, the desert. One night, with my relatives, we went to visit our relatives up there, and it was a nice, you know, sunny. I mean, it was a beautiful day. It was in summer, and the sky is clear, man. I mean, the stars look close. I mean, it's just crystal clear. I mean, it's beautiful. You know, it's just desert, but the stars look like they're right there. They're really close because it's so clear. You can see the stars, and we're happy. We had a barbecue. We had, you know, lots of drink, and we had a good time. Me and my relatives, we all had a family get together. And then I'm inside. You know, I finished eating, and we had lots of drink. And then my cousin runs in the living room. He runs in. He goes, "Hey, come here, come outside." And I'm like, and I go, "Well, what's up? What's going on?" I thought there was a fight or something was going on, you know, in the street. And no, you know, I run outside, and he's looking up. He's looking towards the west. And there's hills. There's hills in the Cathedral City. That's next to Palm Springs. There's mountains. There's mountains. And I forgot what they're called. Anyways, the Cabazon Mountains, and there's hills. And here comes my cousin. Goes, what's going on? What are you looking at? What's up? He's looking up, and he goes, look. He looks up. We look towards the west, and there's an orange, yellow, orange, red orb coming over the hills, like it's not a balloon, it's not a drone. It's coming over. This flying. It's coming really slow. It's coming over the hills straight at us. And it's an orb. It's orange red. I don't know. It was probably the size of a basketball, probably twice the size of that. It had this rolling, this effect. It had this glow. It was strange, you know. It was an orb. It wasn't bouncing up and down. It wasn't. I didn't hear no propellers. I didn't hear no sound. And it's coming over the hills, coming straight at us. And me and my cousin, we're just standing there staring up at this orb, and it's coming straight at us. I'm like, what the hell is that? You know? And he's like, I don't know, man. What do you think? I'm like, and we're just in awe of this, because we've never seen something like that. You know, it may not be a big deal, but when you see an orb at night in a clear blue sky, it's orange and red, and it's under control. It's like it's not a balloon, it's not a drone, and it's coming straight at us, and it flies over. It steadily flies over our head, and we're just watching it go over our head, and I'm just like in awe. My mouth is like wide open. I'm like, hey, and I start walking down the street trying to follow it, and then the thing, it implodes. It shrinks down into nothing, and it disappears. And then a few yards farther down, it went. It fucking expanded. It opened. It went like this, and then it opened up. Like it came. I don't know what that was.
I had a story. I told Abe about that story too, but this thing was only, this was 500 feet away from me, and it did that.
Yeah.
That implosion.
That's something I want to say.
Deal. Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
So, number one, Beyond the Box, go watch last night's end of the show, the last 2 hours. Please go watch that. Number two, I have orb videos from Susie's Ranch. I looked at a few of them earlier today. I have footage that I could show here tonight of orbs that are in the sky. Multiple orbs that did exactly what Jaime's saying, with it
Mm,
going, just appearing out of nothing, moving, no
Yeah.
flashing lights, and then fading away.
mm,
And I was looking at it in higher resolution, zoomed in, and these things, it looked like they were like, here's the orb, right? It would flash over here for a frame, and then it would come back over here, and then it would also, instead of just moving in its trajectory, it would stop, move up a little bit, and then go back down and continue going. Stuff that a plane would not do,
yeah.
stuff that stars should not be doing. So I have video footage and evidence now of this stuff, and it's just from this past Monday night and Tuesday nights.
Yeah,
From Texas.
It's becoming more prevalent. I mean, I got tired of looking at this stuff flying around. I mean, it was kind of boring after a while. But what's interesting is when you have a trail of these objects that are like 15 of them in a row. And I saw one of this thing traveling up to one of my music gigs up in Sun City, and they call them the Chinese candle lights. This is one of the terminologies that they use. And I saw that twice, and that was way up northern. But yeah, it gets kind of boring after a while. You see these things. I've even flashed out these things with a 10,000 power flashlight, and they flash back. So kind of strange. But there's a lot of they're principalities of the air. That's all you can really refer to, because it's they appear in our dimension, then they disappear, or they'll implode and explode, doing crazy maneuvers, and they're not of this realm. So they're a spiritual principality of the air.
Yeah.
That's simple
It
fact.
could be.
Right.
Are you guys aware? Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Abe last night was discussing about how, after a certain amount of time with looking at these things, you can only go so far with this. They're very limited. They're not of this dimension, and they don't have as much power as we do. So that's why we see these bursts of energy of them just in the sky. And we could film this stuff all week in, week out, but we're not going to get answers we're looking for. We're just going to continue to see these anomalies in the sky, and that's about it.
Yeah.
In the higher resolution we go, it's still going to look like little balls of water that are just floating around out there at night. So as fascinating as it is, we hit a ceiling with what answers we can get, and we just need to be content with that we just know that the stuff's happening, but we also don't jump to the conclusions that they're other entities from outer space and they're coming here for peace. I'm way past all of that, the Hollywood sci-fi stuff. I'm done with it. It's just interdimensional beings. They're much less powerful than we are, and that's why they can only fade in, fade out, be here for a short amount of time. But ultimately, that's all I wanted to say. That we do hit a ceiling, and we're not going to really get the answers we're looking for, but it is fascinating.
Hola, pásale, Mike. Sí, ahí están. Oh, guys, fellas, did you know? You guys are aware of the metal orbs? They're like the one that fell in Colombia. They got custody of it. They have it in their hands. I believe there's two of them now. Juanito Juan, I told Abe about it. He had custody of one of them, and there's another one in Colombia, and the government has been trying to take it from them. I don't know if they're from aliens from outer space or what, but they actually got them on these orbs floating in the sky. The one from Colombia, they have it on video, floating in the sky, and it fell in the woods, in the forest, and they wouldn't pick it up. Did you see that, Steve? Did you see that?
I
anybody?
think so. Yeah, do they have the etchings on it, writing?
That's it. They look silver. They have etchings all over them, and I don't know what the hell that is about, but I've already heard all kinds of stories, like Juanito Juan, the Mexican the Mexican guy from Tamaulipas, he's already had visits from the government and the Men in Black. I mean, I'm not I don't advocate like, oh, UFOs are true or real. I'm not a, I'm just saying it's strange. I mean, how strange can it be? How strange it gets. This really gets pretty crazy, man. I mean, he already got a visit. They told him to stop talking about it, quit putting it on TV, quit going online and showing this. He has a lot of videos now. Juanito Juan, he found out he got abducted. I mean, I'm just saying what he says. I'm not saying I'm pro, whatever UFOs, but he's already realized that he's been abducted. He found out that he has a uh, what do you call it? Those little things they put in your body, the aliens, they call it uh,
Chip.
implant in his toe, in his left foot, his big toe. He has an implant. He got an X-ray and he found out it's inside his bone, a little tiny implant in his big toe. I mean, the shit gets strange, man. I mean, I don't know what. Sometimes you're like, whoa. It's just what else is going on. Besides the paranormal, we got this other things going on over here. I mean, sometimes it's like, whoa. Sometimes it's less, just a lot. It's too much. Sometimes it's like, I don't know what the hell's going on. But I still keep my mind on
Jamie,
Jesus. I just keep, you know, people.
Also, Jamie,
Yeah.
I want to also comment that you go to the doctor and get X-rays and MRIs and things like that. These doctors may be contacted saying like, if you have an implant or something, an anomaly in there, you keep your mouth shut, or you're going to lose your license.
Yeah.
Because we don't know. We don't know that all of us. I mean, including myself, I might be implanted with something, but I've had 2 hip replacements, a partial knee, stuff like that. And you never know that, they keep their mouth shut on things like that. So,
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I agree with that, Scott, because I think that's just part of the shadow government or the deep black.
yeah.
I don't want to be paranoid or uh, you know, everything's a conspiracy, but some things I believe there are conspiracies. Yeah, I think that's the shadow government, like Abe was mentioning, the deep black, what I call the deep black. Um, Man, they've done it before. I mean, there's people that swear up and down, they this happened to me. I got threatened. They stopped me. An example like Stan Romanek. Stan Romanek had a situation like that. I don't know if you know who he is. He had a UFO encounter, abduction, and the whole bit. He got stopped on the way to work on his bike by SUVs. 4 guys jump out and they just tell him straight out on the street, "Hey, you need to shut up," And he's like, "What? What are you talking about? I'm not. I didn't say nothing to you. I'm not talking to you. What's your problem?" "Yeah, you know what I mean. You need to shut up about the UFOs." And he told him, "No, I'm not going to shut up about the UFOs. I'm going to say whatever I want." Well, then right there, that's when the beat down starts. Right there, they attacked him, and he fought back. He got in a street fight with 4 government people, these G men, whatever you want to call them, deep black thugs. He got into it with him. He got a black eye. He has pictures. He showed us pictures of his black eye. He dropped him with his bike chain. He had a lock on it and he swung it. He used his bike chain and he dropped one of those guys. But they got him with a taser and they beat the shit out of him. Can you believe that? I mean, the shit gets deep, man. I mean, I don't know.
What was this?
Well, that GAO, the General Accounting Office, it's been on record that there's millions to multi-millions and maybe billions being unaccounted for. Where do you think that money's going?
Yeah.
Where do you think the money's going?
Secret projects.
Parallel government.
Yeah. Deep black, the secret project.
Yeah.
We just.
This stuff like that Men in Black movie is probably real.
Yeah. I think the Men in Black are real. I think they are real. I don't believe everything, but I think they are real, and they all that billions of dollars. Look at Michael Herrera, the Marine, who was in Indonesia when they had a hurricane and it killed a lot of people over there. him and his unit, they walked up on a UFO. I guess it was an American UFO. They were loading bodies onto it. So it was like two dishes. You know, the dish on the saucer on top was turning around, and it had a bottom part, and they just they were loading up bodies on this thing, and then it came together, and it took off. It took off with all these bodies they were loading up. They thought they were drugs or some other stuff, but they happened to turn out to be bodies, and they got threatened big time. The soldiers there, they were paramilitary. They were all dressed in like special forces, but they had no insignias, none. And these guys were like really professional. They were like, I don't know, compare them to like special forces. They knew exactly what they're doing. They disarmed them. They cleared their guns. They threatened them. I mean, they really like, they thought they were going to get killed. Michael Herrera and his unit, his Marine unit. And then to boot, when they get back to the home base, they find out that somebody with authority goes to their commander and gets full authority over all their lockers, and their lockers all got searched before they got there. Their cameras were missing, their film, any record just gone, and they had to go.
It's a big network.
Mhm. Yeah.
Armed force people, they're kind of the front of it all, but this secret stuff has been going on since Roswell, New Mexico business, to cover up all that. I mean, it's been going on for over 50 years and probably over 100 years. But they have,
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the president who said, "Be aware of the president"? He said, "Be aware of the military industrial complex." He goes, in other words, they're going to be a problem later. They're getting too much power. He mentioned the corporations and the military.
Within the Pentagon, there's so many NGOs, non-governmental, agencies, and everything has gone privatization. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was in that I got into that airline industry in, what was it, 88, 89, and the airline was a private airline company, but they were using all the colors of Northwest Airlines back then, all the tickets, everything, but it was a private airline, based out of Atlanta, Georgia, but they were, puddle jumpers and, turbos, turboprops and stuff. But, that's when I started to wake up, like, even on the privatization, because it's like I wanted to get into the major airline because of the union, and the privatization started. And I hear more and more jobs that I started to look into is this company that runs all the water, owns all the water rights in a city, like for example in Arizona, it's a private company based out of Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So this privatization is it's not what people but you have to learn about these things or be you walk into this stuff unsuspecting, like you didn't know that. And, so it's, privatization is meaning that it really reduce, for example, unions give, it's a power structure that unions originally were to keep their eyes on management. So management would get out of control. That was the original concept of this whole union, and that's what built this country. So once these privatization companies come in, there's no union, and they can do whatever they want financially. They can go Chapter 11. They can do whatever and start up a new name. And look what's happened to this country. It's becoming more of a NGO privatization. Yeah, and that was Eisenhower, the president, that meant that. But that's the surface what he's talking about. But it's what does Pentagon mean? Penta. What is that? That's pentagram. That's the star of Satan, right?
Yeah. You try to be You
You
want to
know?
be a good employee. You want to be like, I want to stay here and retire maybe and hopefully put my time in and retire. But then all of a sudden they sell the company. Oh, sorry, we're selling this company to another company, and you know, we're gonna just totally flip your world upside down. You know,
And then try to get a job when you're 55 years or older. Try to get a job.
yeah,
Overqualified, and you want too much money. You know, you are making $35 an hour, $50 an hour. They're not going to
mhm,
hire you. You
yeah,
know, and that you
yeah.
put. That's what happened to my dad. He put 25 years in for General Electric. They wouldn't hire him.
All right,
You know?
everyone. I have a clip here that I
Go for
did.
it.
What I did here was zoom in on my 4K footage and I did object tracking. This is the first time I've tried this with my editing program, but you do get to see the orb appear and then disappear. So we'll just watch this one clip. And the rest of these clips that I got from this week, I'll be showing on the Beyond the Box channel for Brenda next week. So just a heads up on that if you guys aren't subscribed to Beyond the Box yet. But this is like a 37-second clip. I'm going to start it now.
Cool.
There it is. And we saw this with our own eyes, as well as it appearing on video here. So it continues on, but it doesn't actually. I'm gonna replay it here. It continues on, but the tracking software on the editing program doesn't pick it up because it's too
Oh, I see
dark.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, holy moly!
And I'll replay it once more here.
That is
How's
flipping.
it compare, Steve? How's the size compared to a star as far as maybe distance?
It's about the same size. It's really about the same size. It really, and I can show one more clip just for comparison of like what this looked like in the sky. Let me prep that for you guys, and then I'll get that up here to the show. But we got multiple shots of this, and that was just one of many that we saw that night. They were all appearing and disappearing. Disappearing at like the same point, almost like it was traffic going to a portal. But it was like appearing and then disappearing. But when it disappeared, you could still see the outline of the object, but it was just black. But you could still track it with your eye, at least in the video. Once it disappeared in the sky with us looking at it, like we couldn't see where it was at. But they would also appear on and off, like they would disappear and then come back. And there were only a few of them that would go horizontally, like from upward to downward. And one in part, like I think it was Tuesday morning, Susie and I went outside and looked over the trees, and I think I said this last night. There were 4 of these objects out there, and it looked like stars at first. But the moment we saw them and looked at them, 3 of them started moving, like they were caught being seen, and then they started moving away, and then they slowly faded out and disappeared.
Wow. I mean, that was amazing. That was amazing. Just want to mention to Scott, Sedona, Arizona. You know about Sedona, Arizona, right? Scott, you got a lot of woo there.
I want to go there, man. I got strangled up there, man, at night.
Yeah, there's a lot of woo there. I mean, it goes without saying, but yeah, that was a pretty awesome video, Scott. That was amazing, man. That was amazing, Steve.
Steve, you mean?
Steve.
Yeah. Keep doing that because again, it's we have the technology, but also we have to think biblically that God has given you these eyes to see at that moment too. And getting you out there to look at the stuff and record it. To show us the people that are not aware of this. They're homebound all the time, so you're waking people up.
This one, it's going to look like a plane at first because it's blinking on and off, but this is a wider shot with the trees just below here. You can see there's some sort of outline of the trees here. There's 2 of them in the shot, but There, you'll see a lot of activity in this wide shot, and the work I'm doing for Brenda's show is we're going to show clips of these zoomed in, like the first one that we saw. But you'll see at the right side, at the left side, it's starting to come in here where my cursor is, just above it. Now this is it looks like it's a plane at first, but it's not. It's one of these orbs, and it has red lights, white lights, and there's going to be a few other objects that pop up as this gets closer to the center of the screen. But this clip in particular, it's like 17 minutes long, and there's a second one popping up right where my cursor is, right above it. And then there should be one above that as well soon. Yeah, see, and then it reappears down here, and then there's one right up here. You see, that's really bright. And they all were fading in and out, except for that middle one, which looks like it's a plane, but it's not a plane. And so also this one down here, it started moving in a different direction and then went down. Let me see if I can replay that. This one, like, backtracked on itself. If you just want to focus on that, it stops, it goes up, and then it starts going down on a slant. Yeah, you see that? It did like a circle, loop-the-loop.
Okay, I see it.
I'll do it one more time. It does a little circle. You see that?
There it is. Yeah, like it jumped. It looked like it jumped from.
Yeah, this right where my cursor's at. It's going to do it. It went up and then it went back down really fast and then continued on its trajectory. I don't understand what this is. But like Abe said, we're probably not meant to understand what these things are.
Yeah.
But the fact that I got video footage of this, I'm very blessed to have been able to do that, because it's very difficult just to get shots like that pulled off. I was messing around with settings and stuff.
It's clear skies, right? You know,
clear. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I lived in Pennsylvania. You'd never see this. You'd never see it. You only see this in January. But who goes out, 30 below zero, and sits in the snow and looks up, out in the country?
Yeah.
That's cold.
You ain't gonna do that.
That's cold. I mean, that's 30 below. Oh my God.
Also, the atmosphere, in a cold climate too, you'll look at stars and they're like vibrating, at different temperatures, in the atmosphere. You get a lot of distortion. But I think in Arizona, because that distortion is less here in Arizona, it's so hot, but it keeps that distortion down. So you're able to see without all this vibrating distortion stuff going on, as you would in a northern climate, for example. Because I noticed that in Iowa, like in the winter time, I'd go out and look, it'd be clear skies at night, and it's just like everything is just kind of like vibrating, and nothing's stable, because of it's the temperature of the air, the atmosphere in there. You can look that all up, because it's all, that's a scientific proof, about, the atmospheric. There's a word for that, atmospheric, I forget what it is, but yeah.
But Scott, I think Arizona is above sea level. I mean, you're pretty high up there. I mean, isn't it up there?
I mean, Flagstaff is like 7,000 feet, and then Phoenix is like 500 feet. It's flat, man. We're flat as a pancake down here, But I think it is. You have to look. I have to look it up. I haven't really done, but I know I was just in Flagstaff 3 weeks ago, and but if you do go up to a higher elevation too, at night I would suspect you would see a lot more anomalies, because the stars, are like you could touch them.
Yeah.
How close the stuff, and I think Arizona has, because of the dry climate, it seems like, is because when I moved here, man, I saw there's so much stuff, man. And,
Yeah,
you know,
those summer nights.
oh
Yes,
my
just like Palm Springs and
daytime.
Cathedral City.
I'm not just saying at night, even in the daytime, man. You put blue
Yeah,
blocker sunglasses on,
blue.
that blue
Yeah,
blocker, man. You see all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
I mean, yeah.
Because it'll turn the sky yellow, and then you see these anomalies, these white things that are coming out. Because it's almost the filter of those glasses are so clear that it takes that blue out, and you're looking through this yellow, but whatever you see these silver orbs and white orbs and different stuff, with those sunglasses on. So having a filter over your eyes to shine, to shield the sun, the blue sky, because it's still bright. The blue sky is like really bright, so you get some really ski glasses, whatever. But I used to use those blue blockers because that was a big fad in the 80s, I guess.
Well, wait a minute, Scott. I think Arizona, you guys are known for even seeing white orbs in the middle of the day. Did you mention
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
That's true
yeah.
because, yeah, that's right. Because I had, hold on, I got a video. Hold on. Oh man, I gotta see this. Let me turn this light on here real quick here. Here, look, Scott. Here's a video. And it's right up. It's Arizona. It's called Angel Aliens and UFO Encounters, and it's all on it's Arizona. Those orbs you're talking about, even in the broad daylight. This video right here, it's about that, And at the end of it, it's mostly Arizona, and the hieroglyphics and the Indian carvings and all that, and portals. That's Arizona. So there's this video right here. If anybody wants to look it up, it's pretty
Like,
cool. Yeah.
the veil. I think this is an ancient city. I don't know if you know this, but Phoenix is built on top of another city. And the thing of it is they don't build downtown because underneath the city of Phoenix is water. It's all water. Mm-hmm. So when they drive piles down to support these buildings, they have to go down. They don't do it. It's so far because of the water table is like there's like a lake under that city. So they build north. But when you look at Phoenix, if you go north on Phoenix, that's where the cities are. All the high rises are because you're going up a grade, and that's where they can support these high rises. But down in the city, it's a lake under there, and it's an old. I think they call it an ancient Egyptian city or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. This Phoenix has got it's an old ancient kind of thing down here.
Yeah. There's a lot of ancient paintings on the rocks over there of portals, spirals. Spirals and stuff like that, and figures that are carved. Yeah, go ahead, Abe.
You said like native paintings?
Yeah, native. Native Americans. Or they're hundreds of years, thousands of years old. I think they're painted into the rocks. They blew up a lot of it in the 30s when they're first creating national parks. They blew up a lot of it, but there's still some left. There's still a lot of it left. Rocks with the Native American, very ancient paintings and spirals and animals, strange animals with horns and giants. It looks like there's giants with horns and stuff. I mean, just very odd, things that are out there.
They have a lot of minerals over there in Phoenix, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the biggest mineral locations.
Yeah, there's a town called Quartzsite. I think it's in November coming up. I just listened to somebody saying, I think in November they
huge over there.
Yeah, Quartzsite, Arizona. It's out west on 10 towards LA, but they have a big conference coming out there about tell the truth or something. It's in November. You guys can look it up. I used to go to a lot of this stuff, but I don't do that much anymore. But it's but Flagstaff, it's high elevation up there. It's high. It's like 4,000 or 5,000 feet above sea level, and then you go up to the ski resort, which I was up there like 3 weeks ago, checking it out and stuff in the daytime, and that's like 7,000+. Where I think it's called the Snow Bowl up there, because I used to like skiing and stuff, and but yeah, this Arizona's got tremendous mountains, mountains and valleys and gorges and stuff, and it's a state that has not been explored, man. It has not been explored at all. It's wide open, man.
There's a mountain range over there too, a big mountain range, right? Or is it in New Mexico and Arizona? There's
Yeah.
a big mountain range that's there where they're saying
Yeah, and they got a monster. They got one of those monsters, the Mongolian. I don't know. It's a kind of a Bigfoot mix between a dogman and a Bigfoot or something like that.
It's making me want to go visit Arizona, and then
that's Sedona's. That's Sedona's. It's you just look that up on the internet, but it's like they had some major portals up there. But I had to be extremely careful. They have these guides that show you, but you never know if something comes out of this portal and follows you back. Follows you back home, and you could be living in another state. These things will follow you all the way home, man.
Oh, I have something to mention about. So it's not that exactly, but there was what looked like a star next to the moon. Like here's the moon, and there was a star like over on this side that was following the trajectory the entire time. It didn't like go past it or get further below it. It was keeping up with it the whole time near Texarkana at night. And when I was driving back home Thursday morning, when the moon came up, that star was not visible in the entirety of Arkansas and going into Missouri. So I'm not sure if that was a localized phenomenon, but it was something I saw in Texas that I didn't see in Arkansas and Missouri the next night. So just some note to add with that. There was something that Susie had said with like the crescent moon with a star over it in some of these national flags, that it may be related to it with like possibly projecting the moon or pulling the moon. And I'm open to all of those ideas at this point. But I just thought that was noteworthy to say on that.
Things are being revealed. The apocalypse. That's got the word God has given us. It's going to be a revealing. That's what the word means. Revealing. So what you guys are. What we're going to experience. We're going to see a lot more. A lot more, especially with these podcasts, 4K cameras, night vision, different stuff that people are taking, not just us, but, there's many, many people out there that are researching all this stuff, and they put it on TikTok, and, you can put that thing up, and it's really hard to snatch it off of TikTok that quick. So people will screenshot it or jump it onto another site and stuff, and it's this revealing is going to be pretty astonishing. The stuff that I see, well, not that I see, but I kind of recognize the temperature of when you watch the internet. All these things are starting to get more revealed about
Well, you're catching a lot more things with all that media, all this. Your phones is our camera. Your phone is a camera. It's a video recorder. You catch a lot more things now. Now everybody's catching things. Everything's on. They got their phone ready. Boom, they catch it.
It's ready. It's on, man. I mean, the camera's on, and people are like, these are novices, man. And I have to hand it to them. I'm going like, oh my God, Here I was using 1960s technology stuff, but now it's like
Mhm.
People have zoom lenses on their cameras, and they can zoom in 100, a mile away. You
Yeah.
know, and it's going to be pretty cool, man, to see this stuff. I'll tell you that
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, it's on. Everybody's ready to film. We're catching more and more. Well, there's even like a lot of videos the videos I see from Mexico with, they're like an hour long. They're catching fireballs flying in the air, which are witches. There's one video I seen. And I was watching it again. I was like, that's not fake. That can't be fake. These three fireballs are about 6 feet off the ground, flying. They're levitating. They're flying down this dirt road out there in the boonies in Mexico. And this one paranormal, this Mexican guy, his own paranormal channel. He caught this on video. And you see these fireballs. You don't see no rope, no string, or it's not no
of course.
setup. I'm like, how could that? It's like
Yeah.
what? And I did a little investigating on that. I found out what they were. Yeah, they are witches. I even find out their name. They're like ancient witches from the Aztec times. That knowledge is handed down from their bloodline, their daughter, the granddaughter, and they hand it down, and they go by the year when they were born, by the stars, and they decide whether they're going to be a witch or a warlock if it's a boy, and so on and so on. And that's what I found out with the name. There's a name even for them. So so I'm not surprised what happened with Abe in Texas. That's probably crossing the border, to Texas. So. And I digress. Anybody? Anybody else wants to add?
Well, speaking of
Another
Texas,
video? Yeah.
this is actually a still photo, but just for confirmation, you could see how distinct these dots are that are possibly stars, but you get the red, and we got a lot of red objects in these. But this is just one photo of what I got from my visit down to Texas. There's a lot of red objects in here, but for anybody that wants to possibly say there's motion in that's like squiggly lines, these did not have that effect on it. So I got a pretty good snapshot without any blurry movement or anything. This is a very static image. But tell me what all this is, because I don't know what I'm looking at. And it's similar to other photos that I got from Susie's Ranch as well. If this is motion blur, this would also be motion blur, but it's not.
Yeah. It's
So
solid
we're looking
red.
there's some that are completely red. Yes.
Yeah, that's solid red.
And I can zoom in a little bit more on it, but it's this is definitely in the sky, and it's not what we're seeing with our naked eyes here.
There's another one. Is that another one? Steve,
This
looks like
red
that's
here?
another one. Yeah, there's one. Is that right there? Another one. I see another one up there. Or the one
Yes.
over there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, this one's so
Wow.
distinct. I don't know what to say of it, because
Have you
it's
seen any laser beams shooting at each other at all, or anything like that?
nothing like that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it has
But-
happened before.
But look at the depth of the different objects. It's all different. It's like not one is the same, and there's no motion blur. These red dots are something of an anomaly. I don't know what we're looking at here.
It could be propulsion systems, different ones. They have ion, or they have. It's like a Star Trek, episode. But this could be a war, also. A war going on in heaven. We don't know.
Yeah. If what I theorize is that those, like, if that's a UFO, a craft, that glowing, Steve, is the energy, the power source that keeps it up there. That's the energy, that's the power source that propels these UFOs. Because when they glow and they move, that's their energy. I guess that's their. What we're trying to figure out, like, I know our government would love to figure it out. They probably already have, but I look at that when they glow, because that's their energy, the power source that surrounds the ship. I guess That's just my theory.
Yeah. Well, like
you
again,
know,
for anyone that wants to say this is motion blur, this one here does not have motion blur. So
mhm.
tell me what these objects are that have like it looks like rods coming out of it, really. If I go back further yet, like this one right here, what is this? Because we have stars that look like stars here. What is
Mhm.
this?
Remember those things, Steve, in
That
Star
is too
Trek? I
close.
mean, I'm not Star Trek, but Star Wars. Those things that were like they were like an H that were flying. That's what it kind of looks like if you zoom into
Mhm.
it.
Yeah,
Those. I never watched the movie, but I remember seeing clips of it. Not that thing, but the faint ones. I don't know the other ones you had. It almost looked like those H looking things, like in Star Wars.
yeah,
You
this
know,
one right here, I think is what you're talking about. It has
uh, I
like
saw.
wings almost. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a better one somewhere. It's those two right there. Those two right there.
Mhm.
Those two side by
Yes.
side. They
Yes.
look when you look at them. If you kind of look, not zoom in, but if you, just like there, you almost see that Star Wars fighters or whatever they were. And that I never
Mhm.
watched the movies, but I've seen the clips. But it kind of looks like that,
Mhm.
Yeah.
crazy.
And like keep in mind, this is just one picture of many that I got from this night, but I wanted to just give you all like a look at this because we're talking about orbs tonight. And this
Yeah,
is what I captured in the sky. You can't say that these are motion blur because over here, these are very distinct stars or whatever they are up there. So
You, you,
these
you,
being different really it confirms what I took of photos last year at the same location. That what we're seeing is not motion blur. These are actually what's in the sky, and I can't explain what we're looking at, especially this one in the middle here. It's like, what is it?
mhm. Steve, you wanna? Did you know you want to see the texture of one of those things? Do you have a star telescope?
No, I don't. I really should
Oh,
get one so that I
Steve,
can
you know
film
what?
with it.
You'll be able to see. You can see the moon. You can see like the texture of the moon. You can see the craters. You would be able to see probably through that glow and actually see what it is. You know, a solid a solid craft or something, because that's how far we have one. And man, we could see a jet that's 100 mile. I mean, way up there. We could see the type of the jet it is. When they're really way up there. They're real small, tiny. You can't see them with binoculars. You still can't see. You just see a line, that trail they make. Well, with one of
Yeah,
those star scopes, you could see the plane. Man, you can see it clearly. What kind of plane it is, you can see it close up. I bet with one of those telescopes, you'd be able to see what that is, Steve. You know what I mean? I'm
yeah.
pretty sure you probably see the outline, whatever, if it's a disc or if it's a triangle or whatever. Um,
These red ones we didn't see with our naked eye, and there's a
uh-huh.
lot of them in these photos. A lot more than what we got last time.
Hmm.
And even like looking at like I do need a telescope to do a better observation of all this. This one
well,
looks
Oh
like a black
man,
cube.
need
you'll see
more.
that
You need like
close.
you need a spotting scope. That's the
That looks like a
best.
ship.
You know,
Yeah,
Uh-huh. Yeah, Th- that looks like a ship to me. I can see, like, it looks like something, like, I don't know, like a triangle almost. It just has the glow around it. I could see like a little tail on that one. Yeah.
yeah, and again, you could see all like the little. I don't want to say this is pixelation in the sky. I actually think
Yeah.
we're looking at a lot of different energies that are moving around constantly, and we're just
Mhm.
kind of picking up the rest of these lights that we see in this photograph here.
Mhm. I mean, what is
But
in
it's
this
all
red?
over.
Yeah, solid red. That's there's no stars that are solid red. No,
Nope.
I mean, hmm,
And it's all over
man,
this picture. Like, look at
they
that.
could be.
It's all over.
Geez, who knows? They could be spirits or UFOs. Who knows? Uh,
well, the size of it's got to be, and the intensity and the size, it's got to be pretty big,
hmm.
being that
Yeah.
far away.
For it to
You know,
show up that clear, though, this is a
yeah,
4K camera. So we get a lot of resolution on this already. It is in focus. Everything's in focus here. It's just this is what the camera picked up. So I got a lot more clarity with these photographs. I'll even go to the bottom here to show you. But it just continues on and on. There's more and more red, even out in the distance, and you can see it's even here. This is not dead pixels on my sensor of my camera. These things even go. They're right in front of us too, as you can see. So it's not necessarily all in the sky. We have this
they're
stuff
not satellites.
No,
They're not
it's like
satellites.
I want to say these things are very local because you see that they're in front of the tree. These are not dead pixels on my camera because this would show up every time I take a nighttime photo. They're all different, and but you could see like here's one of Susie's horses. It's in focus. It's there. There's another horse that's in the photo, but it's like all of these aren't bugs either. These are not bugs, but all of this stuff I want, like I said before, it's all around us. It's not just something that's up in the sky. We're seeing little bits and pieces.
I got a question for you, Steve. So if you know, is that the sky a reflection to the ground? Like, I mean, have you looked at the pattern of those reds and see if it's the same pattern down in the trees, you know, down on the ground level, just to see if it's not, you know, if it's a reflection, like, you know, the sky is a mirror to the ground, you know, for some supernatural thing, you know, like look at those red. I mean, are they the same? If you
the red,
yeah.
So the red that's in the sky here, I want to say it's all local because it's also in front of the tree here.
But I mean, the same pattern, like on the ground, like, you know.
Yeah, I would say like all of these are like right within a few hundred feet of us. Like these all the red dots and white dots. But then as we look up here, you're still getting them. But then these ones I think are much higher up in the sky. Like the ones that look like really bizarre objects.
That's pretty. I haven't seen that. I mean, that's the first time I've seen these red dot things. That's pretty interesting.
That'll be. I wonder what you would see with a telescope, Steve.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
And I really would like to try that out.
Because I mean, that just even something far away, it would bring it up like really detailed. You'd be able to see the detail, like if it's solid, you know, or if it's just if it's a star, or the moon. It brings in the moon. You can see the moon. You really detail, you know, something like that. You'd be able to see it probably through the light, you know, through that glow, you know.
Are these red dots? Are they moving, Steve?
No, they actually don't even show up when we're looking at the sky and all of this. But like this is here, it's not moving. This isn't motion blur at all. So I don't know how to explain this away. But I would say that the red dots that we're seeing in the sky here are local. So it looks like it's in the sky, but it's much closer to us than these other big objects like on the corner here on the left. It's all over, it's all around us, all of these things. And I attribute it to just it being energy, but like this thing here. Look at this.
Yeah, that looks like a energy looks like something that's giving off energy, light. Energy light. You ever see like? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say this is one photograph. I'm gonna be showing the rest of them on Brenda's channel, but I wanted to give you all a taste of what I found because I'm excited to show this stuff. I could probably go 5 hours just going through all of this, but I just wanted to show everyone that this is part of what I captured. Over here's to the right side is the moon, and these two lights near the bottom of the tree. That's actually a radio tower. So that's why I didn't mention anything there. These lights go off all night in the footage that I got. I tried to crop it out when we were doing stuff. But the orbs that we saw were were between on the left side of this tree. Like they would all show up and then disappear before this tree started. So I was filming to the left of this image, the video footage that we saw a little earlier.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's that.
Yeah. That was pretty cool, man. That was pretty cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. I remember
I can't explain it.
Yeah,
They're
I
just
don't. I mean,
doing it,
I imagine a telescope with a telescope. That look at one of those red ones, see what it is. You might even see what it is. Actually, if it's a solid object, or is it just a reflection or anomaly? Who knows? You,
Yeah, I'd like to get a telescope where I'd be able to put this cam. This is the camera I shot all of that
Mhm.
footage on. By the way, it's this.
Mhm.
Was it the Sony A7 III? So it's very good for video, and but it's a very high end photography camera as well. If I could just put this up to the telescope and do video and photo that way, I think that would be the best approach.
Yeah,
But yeah,
well,
because
you get a
that's
spotting scope. You be able to mount that. Maybe because
yep.
they sell a lot of that stuff on Amazon now. These star spotting scopes and stuff.
Yep.
Because a telescope. I mean, I'm just thinking a telescope is a little more cumbersome to mount
Yeah.
something to it than today's modern equipment. People want this fast, taking pictures and stuff, zooming in and all that kind of stuff, so you probably check into all that anyway. So
Yeah, I had a list of different like attachments and stuff to put on Canon lens or Canon camera. I did that. This must be like 10 years ago now. So like I've been wanting to do this type of photography and video for a long time, and now I'm literally just getting my feet wet with all this. And I do want to get the different attachments for my Sony so that we could look at it with the telescope and all that. But I just haven't like I haven't had the time or the money to do that. So I was just working with what I had this week, but I got a lot more this week than I did last year. And like I said, I'm really just looking forward to dissecting more of it. But all we're gonna do is have more questions on what all of this is. But we're seeing more, which is a big difference from what we used to get before.
And with the right spotting scope, I think you'd probably catch more than you think. You probably, you know, see through the light and see if this is a solid object and it's round. You might stumble on something with the right spotting scope or telescope. I know the telescopes are cumbersome. They are, but a powerful spotting scope, man, that would be cool. That would be really cool.
I'm looking it up now.
they have used stuff too. You can buy something used.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, the technology has gotten to a point where you can get a really good secondhand lens or spotting scope, and it'll do the job for what we're looking to do. Since I don't think that many people are trying this type of photography and video right now. Everybody's doing the live streams and like getting up in the sky. It's difficult to take night photography, let alone night video. So I had to go and push the ISO up really high, and it was difficult to get any clear images beyond what I just showed here because just the limitations of the cameras. Now, if I had the Nikon D1000, like my uncle owns one of those, he didn't bring it with on the trip, but it's all right. Like it's there for future use if we need it. But that thing can zoom in on the moon and you can see all the craters and everything on it as long as you have it on a tripod. Yeah.
Like something like that. Yeah, you'll see something. You got to see. You'll be able to see something. You might find out it's not
you start capturing this stuff, you see these flying saucers off the moon and stuff. All of a sudden, there's a knock on your door. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, Steve. Man, they'll find. Hey, keep it to yourself. You better keep it to yourself.
It's worse if they're all in black. You know what I mean? It's like I crossed the line on this one.
Mr. Missile,
I got no fear. I got no fear here.
Some men in black show up at your door, or a colonel or somebody, military. What's going on, man? I'm not in the army. I'm not in the navy. Or Mr. Missile.
I'll tell them what I told the other secret agent. I'm just here to watch pro wrestling. 7-star FTR.
Yeah, come on with. Yeah, we know you've been taking some pictures on. We'd like you to. You know what? You better just keep that to yourself and whatever. We like those copies. We like those films. If you know what's good for you, we know everything about you. That's what we know. Where you're born. We know this, and that's how they do it too. We know where you.
I'll tell them to go sub to my channel. Go watch the rest of the stuff I got up there.
Yeah, sure. It's on my channel. Yeah, man, I tell you, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, like with all. Thankfully, I've not had that type of interaction, like being told to stop doing this stuff. I mean, I've had it for other things that I've covered, but I mean, it's my footage. If they want it, they can ask if they can buy it, but I'm going to tell them no. And I'm getting it all out there so that it's permanently up on the internet. So even if they try to take it down on one platform, it's going to be up on other platforms. So
yeah, shit, it has happened, Steve. It has happened. Even the cryptid, environment, the cryptid, thing it's happened to them too. Even people that see cryptids, when it gets out, here comes the SUVs, here comes the Department of Interior, and these guys are above the sheriffs, man. They come and they take over, and the sheriffs give them full cooperation, and they come out with their threats and you can't leave, buddy. We want to know, what did you see and what are you doing and what are you up to and what did you see, and you didn't see nothing, even that. Well, like there was what you guys yesterday you mentioned somebody was mentioning the SUVs. San Bernardino. Yeah, I've heard about that. In San Bernardino, a lot of homeless have been disappearing. Yeah. They've one was clocked. One dog man, supposedly dog man, was clocked running down a runway. There's a runway. I guess there's an old hangar where they used to store these airplanes in San Bernardino. The runway, there was a mechanic who witnessed one dog man running down the runway on the side, 80 miles an hour. He clocked it at 80 miles an hour.
Wow.
Who's going to give him a ticket?
Yeah.
Give him a ticket. Who's going to be the dog man ticket man?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that's true. I've read that too. I mean, I've heard about the speeds that these things move at, and I think still it's got a supernatural angle to it because something to move at that speed naturally. I mean, it's to me, and when you see the size of something like that moving, it's these are big beasts, and I mean, but again, it's something that is very mysterious. The speeds, and and then they disappear. You have to. That's the big question mark when you see something like that and it's running or it's physically and then it disappears. So that means that, is, a physical entity, if it's a physical blood and guts thing, how can something disappear?
Yeah. Well, you know,
You know,
there's
unless it's
there's
transported. You know,
lights have been seen, like these lights that they glow. I mean, pulsing lights, white lights have been seen before these dogmen appear. So I just figured those are portals. It's coming. They're coming through from somewhere else. You know, they're coming. Um, there's pictures online of dogman and Bigfoot coming out of a tree. You know, you can see them start manifesting out of a tree. So that's one man. His name is man of light. He has those pictures. Oh, he has one clear picture of a dog man in the woods, and it's just staring right at him. He's going through the woods, and he's just looking to the side, and there's that dog. There's a dog man right there staring right at him, but clear, you know, looking right at him,
yeah,
and just keep going. Um,
they're changing the physics of this nature that we live in. The physics is not of this plane
mhm.
of existence that we live on. The physics is not. So they're transporting, like you said, like there's no disregard. They can just they can appear inside a tree and walk out of the tree. You know,
Yeah.
so
Hmm.
that's not according. That's quantum physics or some
Yeah.
kind of different physics that we don't even know about.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, that's right, Scott. It's like it's against the laws, our laws of physics. I mean, it's like
yeah,
it don't make no sense. It's like impossible, but it is It is possible because it's happening. You know, in our time, in our time, it's happening. Um,
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
wow.
like right here in this picture, it's in Elms Grove. When I was walking, I was hearing whispers in my like little whispers coming from the right side. Then as I was hearing the whispers, I stopped and I snapped a picture where I was hearing the whispers, and I was able to catch. I couldn't see it with the naked eye, any kind of lights or anything. So I just took the picture towards the direction of the whispers, and I caught this activity. What
Hmm.
that activity is, as y'all know, I got the picture of the ferry. So I don't know if it's ferry activity or pixie activity, but apparently some kind of activity right there in the wool line. It was right beside me by the path. There's like several little energy or orb-like things, but it looks like they're made out of energy. That same energy, that's what I seen in my house inside my TV. It was moving around, and I could see wings and everything, like a body of a female, and it was moving around inside my, those projector TVs, and it was just moving around inside the TV, and I was like, am I? And I was looking through the window to see if there was a reflection hitting my TV, but there was nothing. So I'm looking and I'm looking. Then it comes out of the TV, flies on the ground, and goes out through a crack that was by the side of the doorway of of my mobile home. It took off, but it radiated energy, like light, like you see here. And I believe
Hmm.
this fairy uh, pixie activity in the trees.
I see two little eyes up there. I mean, that picture, Abe, on the
Yeah,
very
I
middle.
know.
On the top.
Seems like something else is in the background right there
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
beyond the trees. But I just wanted to show the activity of the fairy or pixie activity that's in those woods.
yeah. Those light bulbs,
And
those bulbs.
that's during the day. Look how
Yeah.
bright it looks.
Uh huh.
Wow.
Like
They're
very
called
bright.
in Spanish. They're called hadas. The fairies. They're called hadas, like HADADAS. Hadas.
Hottest.
Yeah, hadas. Yeah, they're real. I believe they're real. There's a video online of a fairy Abe with wings. You know, you see the wings flapping and the legs like hanging in front of this lady's her camera. You know, in front of her door. She sees this real fast. This little fairy. It's like she got scared. She ran inside her house. She closed the door. She went inside her house because this thing was like it just appeared all of a sudden in front of her face, and it's just moving around real quick, and you can see the wings flapping and the legs like two thin legs hanging, and then he goes, just takes off. Yeah, I believe it, man. They're not
But, you
just
know,
not
hummingbirds
just
and
myths.
dragonflies, they all move fast too. So,
Mhm.
things are real.
Yeah.
You just have to be in the right place at the right time. But the stuff that I've studied in this stuff, it's always a tranquil area where, nothing's really, it's a really quiet, kind of safe area that this
Mhm.
stuff appears, it's always in the forest. But yeah,
Mhm.
that's different. That, like you said, it came to the door. That's kind of unusual.
Yeah, yeah. There's a video online. And I watched it. I forgot where I found it, but I watched it. I was like, wow, you know, it just appeared real quick, and it was really bright. It was you could see the outline, but it was real bright. You know, and I know couldn't have been a dragonfly because the legs were hanging straight down. Straight down,
Yeah,
and
I see that.
the forest, man. The forest is their home. I guess it's for all, because that's where all the cryptids live. And
Well, it's their home. So you
yeah,
go in. They get pissed off when you walk in their bedroom.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They're like, here comes these
This
humans.
one that shapeshifter skinwalker or lycanthrope was pissed off at me that he came in my dream and he told me to meet him by the woods at a certain location in which he showed me in the dream. He said he was pissed off at me because I urinated where he slept. And I told him, well, you came urinate on my doors and on my vehicle, so I was just giving you payback.
Yeah.
Yeah, telepathically in my dream, he told me that he was mad with me because I pissed where he slept.
Hmm. Yeah. Really, for real,
That he
Wade?
had that he said that when he seen me, he was going to shred me to pieces.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah,
Wow. Yes.
I think I
But
have a close up of it that I took just now. Let me see. There we
yeah,
go.
I see two
Been a
eyes,
close
Abe,
up. Yeah, there's some
and a branch
activity
like
there.
behind a tree.
A lot of actually a lot of activity in there in the photo. If you really look at it, besides the little fair
Hmm.
energy of the fairies or whatever, there's other stuff in the background. I'm thinking that
Yeah.
might have been protecting me actually, man.
Uh,
Because of what's in the background.
yeah. Oh, okay.
If you look in the background, there looks something like here, kind of looks like a monkey or something like a gorilla.
Hmm.
Right here, there's something here standing in the background. Where you say you see some eyes, but there's looks like something standing there. But
Or
they're
black.
like they're yeah, the all black one, like they're blocking it. They're
Mhm.
protecting. Yeah.
You-
So,
Guardians.
uh, like, yeah, the Guardians of the Woods.
Hmm.
Then the big picture, you can see more activity. Probably maybe possible something here, the one I showed you right here, and then if possible over here. So there's a lot of activity in this photo. Besides this, I
Hmm.
just wish I had a better quality camera to be able to capture it even better. But this happened when the sun was setting. So
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know
those
if you
woods are
guys.
loaded, Dave.
yeah,
There was a channel I used to listen to, or watch. I don't see it anymore. And there's a terminology called scrubbing. They scrubbed the channel, and this guy, I don't know if you guys, I forget what his name is, but maybe you could look it up and find it. But it was very interesting that this was over in England, and he'd go out in this forest and capture these little people. They're like an
uh,
inch tall, and they had
Hmm.
like spears, and and Abe, it's the same thing. Like you got speared in the foot by one of those things,
Yeah.
but they're like,
I got
you know,
I
they're
think
like
I have
little
the video of
neighbors.
it. You
They're
seen
like
it?
an
On
inch big.
Here's a missile, the little thing that's got armor and shit.
Crazy,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this one had like like an outfit on, like made out of leaves or something, but they're only like, and they have a head, head, body, arms and legs.
Yeah, Ed
face.
showed.
They're only about an inch tall, and they have a spear. And this guy, he doesn't look at him. He just kind of like films it, with his camera, and then he leads, food out for him and stuff. And they're like, they're in these little dwellings and stuff, and it's somewhere in Britain or England. And I can't find that channel anymore because I don't know what happened to him. And I remember the last I saw it that he invited a woman with him to film too. And after that video, maybe she was a plant and she exposed it all and got him shut down. But I'm going to see if I can find that again. Maybe I can, but it's like, not gnomes. They're not, that terminology like, no, it's not that. These are like, if you could pitch in like a pygmy in Guinea or something, but these are like miniature, like they're like an inch tall.
Well,
crazy.
You know, Scott, I've seen that video. We call them. There's some that is in Mexico. They're known also. Well, they're called duendes and chinakes, the little people. And there's 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches. There's some that are like almost a foot,
Yeah, but these
and
guys are real
in South
small.
America, there's,
Well,
yeah.
they made me bigger ones because the climate in Britain, it's a little harsher than it would be in the southern hemisphere. So maybe they're bigger down there. But these are like little tiny. They're like an inch tall.
Yeah. There's 2 1 inches, 2 3 inches. You know what? They make their own little clothes. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
They wear little hats and little pants, and they make their own. They wear clothes.
Yeah.
They've been seen with their own clothes, pants and shirts.
I felt something. I thought a snake had bit me, right? So I used to watch that show that with that old man, and back in the day with his friend, that they were always exploring with animal. We show Omaha or something like that. I don't know you remember that show.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Animal Kingdom.
If a snake bites you, try to take a picture, either capture the snake or take a picture of it. So freaking, I felt something puncture my Achilles, so I turned around and snapped a picture, and that's what I caught in the picture, was that little thing right there.
Oh, that's it.
There was no snake, and not just that, I had the little spear stuck in my freaking Achilles.
Oh man.
So I grabbed that spear, and I threw it in the trash can because I had my nephews and nieces. My nephew and my niece were small. Everybody was young. My son, my nephews. So I got out of the house, even though I was bleeding all over the place. But I literally yanked it out, and then like about a week or 2 weeks later, is when I got the blood clot on my left leg. I'm thinking there was some poison here, man. And it killed me. I guess it was protecting the woods or something. I don't know.
You might have stepped on his. You might have stepped on his hut and smashed it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's him right there. That's it. That little sucker, man. He was green, wasn't he? Kind of green,
body and everything. You can see the armor that he's got on. He's got like
he has like a little full arm. He was like a little. Like the archer of like a little archer.
He's little, man. Look how small he is.
Mm-hmm.
The little fuck, he said he probably seen me and he said, "Ooh, that's a Nephilim. Let me bring him down to size."
The giant.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the right thing. I pulled my Achilles and it took me like 3 or 4 months for it to heal.
Little sucker. He just, wow, yeah, I believe it, Abe. That he's a little spirit or he's a flesh and blood. I don't know which one, man. But yeah, he just
The armor,
They're,
the armor that he's got on is either a armor of a wolf or a rat that he's got
mhm,
like on his chest. You know, it
mhm,
looks like some kind of beast on his chest. I
mhm.
don't know if it's a wolf or a freaking rat or something. You'll see it in the moment when it gets a close up. It's right on his
Yeah,
chest. You can see
I
the
see his
face of it.
head, his arm. Yeah, his
There you
legs.
go. Look,
What the
there.
hell?
No, what the hell it is?
Chin- A
I,
duende
I'm
or
gonna
a nazi?
text you if I can find him because I got a score to settle with his ass.
Yeah,
If I find him, I'm gonna stomp on him. But then
yeah,
there'll probably be more of them, and they all come after me.
yeah. They can. Oh yeah, man. I heard about that, Abe. They'll go and harass you, man. They'll like go in your house. They'll find a way in your house and do all kinds of mischief. That's what they're known for. The duendes. The duendes are
Yeah,
known for that, for causing all kinds of mischief.
there
Um,
was a neighbor. Well, it was a female that she was a stripper, and she would tell me, man, that she come off of work and that there was every time she comes to her house that everything is out of place, like somebody had broken into her home, but
mhm.
the doors was locked and everything. And then she said that there was pixies coming off a tree. There was a big old tree, and she said the pixies were coming from the tree into her home and being mischievous in there.
Yeah.
She said she would see them, and I was
Mhm.
like, I said to myself, man, this girl must have been doing some drugs, or she was a stripping or something.
He was just smoking some good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I was think, right?
Uh-huh.
And she was like, like letting me know, and it's like, man, she's kind of spaced out. I don't know. But then when that shit happened to me, that I got stabbed by the little fucker, excuse my
Hmm.
French,
Yeah.
and this
Yeah.
tree there was this tree where I would practice martial arts, and I
Uh-huh.
started hearing some some buzzing sound, and then it's like, and
Mhm.
it's like, man, time to get out of here. I don't know what it was that was making that sound, but it's when the fairy came to the house and it started hiding my silverware and it got into the TV. It's like, oh, I guess the tree that I was messing with belonged to them, so they came to my house to fuck. I mean, excuse my language, to mess with me. So I said, okay, I'm staying away from the trees. I'm not gonna go practice any martial arts or nothing. I'm just gonna leave the trees
Mhm.
alone.
You know what, Abe? That could have been his house. You know that?
I heard there was a
That could have been his house,
situation
Abe,
trying to find
because
the
they
fairies
would
mound or something like that.
especially the duendes. They make little houses out of logs. I mean, trees, dead trees with holes in them, man. They'll live inside those houses, or you'll see them, or in like a little cave, like a little hole in the side of a mountain. You know, you'll see like little holes, like looks like a
So,
rat's living, but
what do you
sometimes
think
they dust or
do you think they're
that's where they live.
mystical, or do you think
In
it's
Mexico, huh?
mystical beings, or do you think as at one point in time, with skies were bigger and everything, and you had dinosaurs and all that, and
Mhm.
Nephilim,
You know
that
what?
maybe they remain
My
small or something.
you know what, Abe? I think the duendes. I think they were also created during the time of Noah, man. The
Noah.
time of the yeah, because they were messing around with all the animals. You know, the mixing breeds, mixing species. I think they also, not only the giants were created, but I believe the duendes, the little people, were created too. Maybe that's just a theory, you know.
'Cause I do get a picture of the little fairy man. I mean,
Yeah.
I know y'all got the good eye, to be able to see, and I followed I followed because there was a low pitched noise that was messing up my hearing,
Mhm.
and I was following the low pitched noise. I didn't understand what it was saying, but I
Mhm.
followed it, and it was by the creek, coming out of the
Mhm.
creek. So I just snapped a picture, and I was able to catch the little
Mhm.
fairy. But
Yeah.
let me see if I can find her real quick. I know I was showing it before, but for the new viewers that are here, let me see if I can find her because she always hides from me, man. Every time I look for her on the show reels, I can't find her. But maybe I can find her real quick this time.
Yeah,
You know.
I've heard
Yeah. Go ahead. Go
I've
ahead,
heard
Steve.
that these little people, little entities, that they also live inside these boulders that you see in the forest. And I've heard other people talk about this too. But just in general, the smaller entities have these homes in like these caves or boulders, and also near water sources. So, like what Abe was saying with the stream, it all checks out. So,
Yeah.
just wanted to mention that.
Oh, you know what? I think there's a duendes. There's duendes in Arizona. I believe there is. Out there in the desert, they make little tunnels under the boulders, and they live under the boulders. Uh, they catch their own prey. That you can see people find their footprints, their little footprints, going around the boulders where they have dug little holes in the under the boulders. They make little caves. That's where they they live. Um, there's a man on YouTube who has videos of a boulder where he's digging under. He found coins. They like to steal. They like those when they go into houses or people are camping or asleep. They'll steal coins. They'll steal things that whatever they like. Coins or money. They find money buried under those rocks. And coins because they like to steal. So there's a legend. Some people get rich because duende was nice to them, and then they showed them where a treasure was. There's some legends out there that are.
This is a really great capture by Abe. And beyond the box, I wouldn't suggest befriending these little people because they're pretty vicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll probably abduct your dogs or something like that, not to scare you.
Yeah.
I've heard they kidnap people, and some of these missing people are because of these little entities.
Yeah. I think those are the bigger ones. Yeah, they braid horses' hair. Yeah. They'll make even little swings on their mane. They'll make little swings where they sit on them. People are asleep and they'll climb on top of a horse and start braiding their hair, or they'll make little swings. And the owners will wake up in the morning and find their hair, their manes braided. Like, who the hell did that? Duendes or little people. The Native Americans are aware of them. Yeah,
they're really
old. Know about them.
These entities are really, really old. So they look like they look cute that they're small and everything, but like they're a lot older than us. They're hundreds of years old.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, really great capture, Abe.
And that was just me using my instincts, man, because I heard her and then I'm by the creek and there's hardly any water. There's a little bit of water, and I heard it. I followed the sound, and it sounded louder, and I just snapped a picture because I couldn't visually see it. I just took a picture of where the sound was coming from, and I was able to capture her in there, sitting there where she was singing. I believe that's what she was doing was singing.
Oh,
I said yes, they are easily offended. All right, let me stop sharing this.
If it was up to Brenda, she'd bring home all of these baby Bigfoot and the little entities, have a little clan. In a perfect world, if they're all nice, that'd be cool to have. But not all of them are nice, unfortunately.
Well, the one at the nighttime is the ones that pretended to be little kids. It could be Faye, but I think this demonic. Where you hear the little kids laughing outside at nighttime, like at 3 a.m, 3 and 4.
Oh yeah, that's a Bigfoot predator type of luring where they use the little kid voices. They have woman cries for help. They have babies screaming. That's all the lure prey in because we're prey. They're predators, and as long as we leave them alone, we'll be okay. So, like I could have gone to Boggy Creek in Arkansas because it was really close to Texarkana, but I'm glad I didn't. I'm not looking to get involved with that stuff right now. I would like to go explore and look for some of this stuff, but the risk involved, it's way too high. I don't want to get lost and not come back. Like, it's a possibility. I don't want to find out.
Yeah.
What's up with that area, brother?
Well, Boggy Creek has
Oh, that's what the Buggy
yeah,
Creek Monster
the
supposedly
Boggy
is.
Creek
Right?
Monster. Yeah, and
I think I
it's
got a
like the
shirt.
it's the northwest
Shirt.
corner of Arkansas.
Well, maybe that's what I encountered. If it's in Arkansas, because I encountered something that looked like a Bigfoot from
Yeah,
the face. Well, I think I shared
Yep.
the story where I think it was like 7, 8 years old, working in the cotton field over there, and there was a creek, and I seen this blackberry tree, and I was picking the. I waited for lunch. I ate my tacos, and I was gonna go eat the blackberries for dessert, right? So I'm eating the blackberry trees that they're purple. We call them moras in Spanish, and I was eating them. And then my mom called,
Oh yeah.
and I turned around, and she said, "Hey, you need to get away from there because there could be a snake or something there." So when I turned back, I seen it looking at me. It's looking at me from the other side of the tree of the mora tree or blackberry tree. It's looking at me, and I'm looking at it, and it's like this, like he's grabbing a blackberry, and he pulls a blackberry, and then she says, "Get away from the tree." I turned around to look at her, and when I look back, it's gone.
Mhm.
But it was there, right there.
Hey,
It's pretty big, man. It was looking at me.
a big black. Hey, you
The
saw like the
the,
big. He
face,
was a big black
the
Bigfoot.
face was like grayish. It wasn't like regular skin. It was kind of like the skin of
Mhm.
the face of a gorilla. You know how it looked.
Like
yeah,
weathered.
Yeah, this is the way the face
Like
looked.
weathered. He was big and
Just
he was.
couldn't get a good look at the eyes because the leaves and
Yeah.
stuff. But I was able to see
Yeah.
some of the face, how it looked kind of like gorilla
Mhm.
like. I'm talking
Mhm.
about the texture, not that it looked like a gorilla, but I didn't get to see it look at the
Mhm.
face,
Yeah.
and I didn't tell my mom
Man.
anything because if I would have told her what I seen, I would have gotten my ass whooping, an ass whooping from her at work, and then had to go back to work. So I didn't tell her nothing because she kept on telling me, "Get out of there! You don't know what's there." And I think my brother was talking about that there was alligators there too in that creek because he was mentioning that.
Oh.
Uh, so that we were working in the fields, you could hear them
I,
uh, crawling in the grass in the woods from the creek.
I don't trust Bigfoots. I believe they're out there, but I don't trust them, man. I think we're on the menu. You
yeah.
know, that's what I believe. I believe we're on the menu. You know, and people disappearing. Sometimes they find people's bones out there. They find their skull or leg bones, and
Yeah, this one you see, these are like renditions of the Boggy Creek monster, and it's like what Abe was saying. The face is gray. It's like looks a little
hmm
bit leathery. Here's a really good close up one of it. I haven't really looked into the whole story. I know there's a movie on it back in the '70s, and there was a follow up in the early uh, about like 5 years ago. They had another follow up.
Beyond the box said she was at Elms Grove, and she was hearing giggles. You went to Elms Grove inside of Elms Grove. I think she's got a friend there that lives there. Yeah. Well, where I used to live down Blackberry. Imagine that, Blackberry. Oak Lane. That's by the road that goes by the office. I used to be Lot 49. If you sit on the picnic table, you're not going to hear giggles. You're going to hear somebody yell your name from the woods. They're going to say Brenda, and then they're going to laugh real loud.
Yeah.
You're going to be like, "Oh shit, time to get out of here."
So, what do
oh
you
yeah,
think's happening with these things? Are
yeah.
they reading our thoughts and hearing our loved ones, and then trying to replicate that? And like that's how they get our names to speak to try to lure us in.
Yeah, they mimic voices. They know her spirit. I believe they're unclean spirits, demonic spirits, so they know the spirit. And if they're skinwalkers, they have those abilities too because the dark magic or whatever. So they're able to read our
hmm
spirit. They know who we are. They know our family members, how they sound because we have that memory bank in us because we know how they sound. So they imitate what's in our thoughts.
Yeah. I believe that what Abe says is true. I kind of believe that there are some that are flesh and blood, but those they listen to people when they're outside their yard. People that live close to the woods, they have a wood
They
line.
mimic.
They listen to children. Yeah, they'll mimic your kids, the mother, the arguments, and then they'll use that same mimic to lure children in to the woods. So they can take them.
That's how the
They'll mimic the mother, father.
I
That's
believe that's how Masuk got
uh-huh.
lured in because they lured him and a friend's daughter in the woods.
Hmm.
So I think it was Jason in the chat here that said about John Yacht. I pulled up a photograph of one of his micros of the Fae. Really interesting stuff here. I'll have to look more into it. But this is the first photograph that came up. Never saw so many in one photograph, honestly.
Beyond the Buck said 3 months ago, Elms Cove is creepy. I won't live there. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend you live there, Sister Brenda. I've seen,
Hell no.
let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 neighbors died within 3 months. They all had one thing in common. They were all found asleep. Uh, they're all found dead in their bed. Every single one of them, except one. One was found dead on their recliner with a remote in their hand.
Oh, wow.
Oh man.
I believe
And
uh,
hey, remember the
they
story?
enter the
Yeah.
homes and drain the energy of the young ones and of the elderly. You know, they take and that's how I believe they died. A good name.
And hey, remember that soldier showed up at was it Elms Grove? He showed up there. Remember? You told me about that. You told us about that.
Oh
He didn't believe. He believed. He was calling you a liar. He goes, "Oh, you're a liar,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
There's nothing going
yeah.
on
Not just
here. You're just telling stories."
it was
And then he goes, "Well, he was drunk." He goes, "Yeah, go ahead."
yeah. There was some of the kids that would come visit my nephews or their friends, and I would tell them not to go to the side of the woods because the activity that was happening there that they wouldn't believe me. But then they stopped going there. I guess they had their own experience, but they never told nobody about it. But his brother was in the Iraqi war, and when he come back, the brothers I guess told him that I told him to stay out of there, and it's nighttime, like around 1:30. I'm sitting on my picnic table in front of my mobile home, and he's walking on the road, and he's drunk, and he yells, "Are you?" Said my name, and I say, "Yeah," and he's like, "Said you're a effing liar. I don't." I was like, "What are you talking about?" So he comes down the hill, and he's drunk off his ass, and he tells me that I'm a liar, that there's nothing over there, and all this stuff. And he says, "Take me over there right now." I said, "Man, you're drunk right now, dude. I don't. You haven't been here. You've been in combat. I've been in combat also, but coming from a combat environment and you're drunk, and right now it's not the time for you to go to that area. I'll take you to that area when you're sober, if you want to, but not right now because spiritual opening. He's been drinking." He's like, "You're a fucking liar. Fuck you. Blah blah blah." And he kept on insulting me. So okay,
Hmm.
you want to go? He says, "Let's go." I said. So we start walking. And I'm like, I'm already did the sign of the cross, and I'm praying to our Father because I already know the activity there. So I'm praying. I said, "Look, when we get to the swing set, I'm still in the swing set. I'll tell you where to go to." So we get by the swing set, and as he's standing there, and he says, "There's nothing there." Then he heard a woman laughing from inside the woods, and he looked. "I hear you." Then he turns around and he says, "You trying to set me up, ain't you?" I was like, "Bro, how can I set you up when I told I didn't want to bring you here, and I'm bringing you here, and you're hearing this, right?" So that's it. I said, I'm staying right here, man. I'm not going any further. You want to go? There's a path right there. You want to go in there? I'm not going any further than this. I'm staying right here." So I'm sitting down on the swing set, and I'm praying, and then you hear her laugh again in the woods, and you can hear movement in there. So he turns around and he said, "I'm not afraid of you." So he takes off his shirt, puts it on the ground. He takes off his pants and he's in his boxers. Takes off his shoes and he lifts his hands up like this and he says, "I'm going in." And I was like,
Oh man.
he started walking towards the edge of the wood line. So as he's by the edge of the wood line, you hear him going, ah, 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 ah. When he turns around, he's bleeding, man. He's bleeding from every jugular point, from the neck area, from the wrist, from the armpit, from behind his knees, on his ankles. He's bleeding. He runs, grabs his clothes, and takes off running. So as he takes off running, he's scared, running fast, man. I start praying, and I have to fight spiritually against what's there. And I say, hey, leave him alone. And I start saying, I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, blah blah. And I walk away from that area. I said, don't follow him. You're not allowed to follow him. You're not allowed to follow me home. So like a week passes by, and he comes knocks on my door. Like a week later, and he says, hey man, I'm very sorry for not believing you. I see it now that you were looking out for my brothers, and thank you. He said, whatever is in there is very evil. And I said, what would you say it's very evil? He says, because what's there knew something about me that nobody knew about. I said, well, what is that? It said all these areas
Come on.
that I was
Come on.
bleeding
Come on.
from. He said when I was up in
Come on.
combat and I was hearing all the
Get him.
booms and people were dying, I tried to take my life numerous times in this. I would cut myself from this areas, trying to take my life. So whatever's there knew what I had done to myself, and he said, "I'm leaving this park. I'm not gonna live here." And he took that was the last time I ever seen him. But he said he knew that's why it made him bleed in those areas. That he knew that he tried to commit suicide or take his life. So the only way you can know if it knows your spirit. There's the thing that's in the woods. It knows anything. If you have any kind of opening, any kind of unforgiveness, it just knows everything about you. The spirit knows the spirit. That's why Jesus Christ says, if you see something, put the spirit to the test. No matter what the manifestation is, you put the spirit to the test because you don't know if the spirit's unclean. You don't know the spirit is angelic. So you put the manifestation or whatever, put it to the test spiritually. But tie bind and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. But I never seen the guy again. You know, he made him bleed, man. From his
Yeah.
cuts opened up or whatever scars he had that opened up and they were bleeding.
Jesus. It like he lived it all over again, Abe.
Yeah,
When he tried to take
he
his
was
life,
scared. He freaked
he,
out
he
with that.
lived it
He
again.
was dramatized. He's
It-
lucky I was with him because if he would have been by himself, I'm more than sure he probably would have took him into the woods and he would have been never seen again. He's lucky I was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It made him. It had the power to make him relive it again, Abe. It, I mean, that's terrible. I mean, and he was a drunk in a rage, and it calmed him down real
Yeah, he
That's
quick.
like
had the
that.
opening because he was drunk. I
That's
didn't
like
want
that.
to
Hmm.
either. I feel bad the following day, but I mean, if somebody's insulting you and telling you all kinds of stuff, I said, all right, you want to see? Oh, let's
Hmm.
go. I'll take you. But I already know what to do because have been battling there for years. So I knew how to protect myself and fight spiritually. But this guy, he learned the hard way. He learned real, he
Yeah.
learned real
Yeah.
quick. You know,
Yeah. That's frightening, man. I mean, that's one reason I wouldn't want to go there. I mean, but Jesus on our side, but just for curiosity, I mean, I wouldn't want to even take a chance. Um, I mean, I would go there, but with Abe and a couple, with Abe and someone else, I wouldn't want to ever go there by
yeah, you
myself.
have to
No
be
way,
careful,
man.
man, because sometimes even during the day when
Hmm.
you go into the path, you were to stop, you'll hear somebody running around you in circles. You the
Mm-hmm.
footsteps on the leaves, where somebody's running around you in
Mm-hmm.
circles. Uh,
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll hear giggling, like Sister Brenda said. You'll hear whispers. You'll hear somebody talk. It's like they
Yeah.
want to make you think that it's a spirit living there, but it's a lot more than that. Just got to be careful. I'm just glad I left that area, but those things. I mean, I've been fighting spirits since I was 3, so it doesn't matter where I live. No matter where I live, something is always going to surface up. But that's why you got to
Yeah.
be spiritual ready at all times.
Yeah.
He
Wow.
was saying I'm bad, I'm this, I'm that, But the only reason I didn't want to take him because he was drunk. He didn't want to listen, so he learned the hard
Mm-hmm.
way. But there's definitely activity there.
Oh hell yeah. I just wonder if if there's a portal. Got to be a portal there, and somebody maybe opened it way back in the day. Maybe the Indians with their religion. Because there's all kinds of religions. The Indians had. Not all of them worship the same God. You never know. Could have been a skinwalker or an Indian witch who opened a portal, had a contact, and opened a portal there. You
Well,
never know.
I ran
Um,
into the literally during the day. I ran into the shapeshifter skinwalker in the manifestation of this Philippine lady's son. I didn't know at the time
mhm,
he was a shapeshifter skinwalker, uh, because she was gonna move, and I seen supposedly her son by the shed, but he was outside the shed, outside the fence, and I'm like, I
Come on,
said, "Who?" I said, "Are you her
come on,
son?"
Kitty, come on,
And he's just looking at me. He's
come on,
looking at me, and he's got like a
come
like a glare in his eyes. His eyes look kind of like yellowish. He's just looking at me,
on.
and he said, "Yes, I'm her son." And then she said, he pointed to the woods. So you see those woods right there? And he's looking at me, and I could see the yellowish in his eyes. Said, He said, "Do you know what a lycanthrope is?" And I said, "No." I said, "Do you know what he told me about a werewolf, I said, "Yeah, werewolf." I said, "Well, he said, "I'm a historian." I said, "And I'm a historian in Arizona." I said, "In those woods, a lycanthrope lives in there, and that's its territory." He said, "He lives in there, and you don't like anybody going in there. That's its territory." And then he's looking at me, so I would recommend, and he's telling me straight up, for you not to go there anymore. So I said, "All right, man. Well, thank you." And I start walking, but I feel something that I didn't turn my back, give him my back. I walked backwards, man, because just the way he was looking at me, his stance, like he was gonna try to bum rush me, or charge at me. So I left it alone. So I seen the mobile home get moved because the Philippine lady bought a home, and the only thing that was left was a shed. So like about 2 weeks later, I see a truck inside, because they had to down the fence by the shed, and I seen a guy loading up all kinds of tools in there. So I see the guy, and I said, "Hey man, how you doing?" He's looking at me. I said, "Remember last time when we spoke? They told me not to go into the woods because of a lycanthrope, not to go in there because he lives there." And he's just looking at me, standing there by his truck, looking at me, and he says, "I don't even know who you are, man." I said, "You told me you're a historian, dealing with the natives." He said, "No, man, I'm a mechanic. I don't know who you are. I've never met." He said, I never spoke to you before, sir." And I was like, and I'm like, "What the hell?" I said, "All right, well, sorry about the inconvenience. I thought you were somebody that spoke to me last time." And as I was walking away, I just looked towards the woods, like motherfucker. It was
Wow.
the skinwalker that took his appearance to
Yeah.
tell me not to go to those woods. You know, look just
Hey,
like
but you
him.
said his eyes were yellow. They were like
Yeah, he
yellow.
had like a yellowish
Yeah.
glare coming out of his eyes, kind of
Uh-huh.
like the yellowish glare from the picture that I have
Mm-hmm.
those yellow things, kind of like that kind of yellowish.
Mm-hmm. And
So
did you know
that guy,
that well, yeah,
you
go
know the
ahead. Go ahead,
difference
Abe.
between him and the guy that was by the truck was taller compared to the shapeshifter.
Mm-hmm.
Skinwalker was shorter. So her son was tall, like 6'2", but he had the same face. It manifested to look like him. It's
Wow.
crazy.
That's crazy. He took
And
his
she had
form.
warned me. Yeah, she had warned me. She had told me not to go into the woods. And I said, ma'am, I said, why are you telling me this? I just moved into this park. I haven't even been here a month, and you telling me not to go into those woods. And she told me, she's an old lady, like 70. She was 70 something at the time. I said, because there's something very evil in there. She said, don't go into those woods. I said, well, can you at least give me
Holy.
an explanation or what happened for you to say this? And she told me that she was in the other side of the woods picking flowers, daisies. And that out of those woods, this big, uh, dark black snake came out of the woods and he wrapped himself around her and he was looking at her, speaking to her. He had
Oh,
red eyes
oh
and
man.
something. And I asked her, what did it tell you? And she said, I cannot tell you. All I'm telling you is there's something evil in there. She never told me she was told,
Mm.
but she told me not to go in there. So don't keep the children away. She even told me keep the children away from the park in this area. You know. So and
Holy.
she lived there before when I got there. She had already been living there for about 25, 28 years, somewhere around there. So if somebody would know of the activity, will be her. And she lived right by the edge of that area.
Holy moly. You know
She was my
that most people. Oh, go ahead, Abe. Go ahead.
no, I'm just sharing this.
Yeah, that's a man. That's a crazy story. And most a lot of the sightings of dog man. Whether they're spirit or flesh and blood, most sightings people have mentioned that the eyes are yellow. Do you know that? That color, Abe, that color that you said, they noticed
And
that its
what
eyes were
pissed
like
me off
yellow.
is what
You
was
know.
pissed me off with the Chase Skinwalker is that he had a smile on his freaking face all the time I spoke to him, and he was just
Mhm.
looking at me.
The evil grin. Hmm.
Yeah, and he's just looking at me like a hunchback. But
Hmm.
he's
Yeah.
got the face of the guy. Took his appearance,
Yeah.
but he's telling
Hmm.
me that he lived there, that's his territory. So he
Uh-huh.
took the manifestation to tell me not to go in there. But the way he
Hmm.
was looking at me, he was ready to charge at me. And I just
Yeah.
walked away and he stayed right there by the fence looking at me, like just with a smile on his face and his yellowish eyes just looking at me. And I was like,
Hmm.
that was kind of, I thought, this is what I thought.
Oh, shit.
That the yellowish, I think there's a disease, right? When
Hmm.
uh, your eyes turn yellow. What is it called, Brother Scott Baker?
Hepatitis. Hepatitis.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Well, that's what I
Hepatitis.
thought.
Yeah.
Also, like your liver, if your liver's
Yeah.
damaged, you also get the yellow eyes.
So that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
That's right. Steven's right.
Th-
That's
That's,
it.
that's, that's what I thought.
I know. I
I,
have a friend who's his
when I
eyes
seen the
turn like that.
yellowish eyes, I thought that he had either hepatitis or something wrong with his eyes. That's why his eyes were looking yellow. When I
Hmm.
spoke to the other guy, his eyes were normal. You
Clear.
know, yeah,
Mm.
normal eyes. No glare, no yellow glare, yellowish eyes or nothing. Yeah,
And Abe, he
it's
was hunched. He was hunched like
yeah,
a little bit hunched, like forward.
yeah. You were like,
Uh,
let me see. You were like looking at me, like he had a smile, like
yeah,
in his eye,
an evil grin.
just looking straight at me, and he's telling
Yeah.
me that the Lycrothorpe lives in there, and he's like, Look at it. I'm like, what the hell, man? It's like,
Oh
and
shit.
I was like, I asked him, you deal with a lot of that his- as a historian? And he said yes, and he just got that smile on his face. The smile
Oh
would never
shit.
go away.
That's that's another thing. The people that see the dog, man, the sucker has grin at them while he's terrorizing them. They'll grin.
There
That's
you go. That's a
that's
word. I mean, that's
the
what I was
grin.
thinking. Jaundice. I thought that the person had jaundice. That's the word that I
Yeah.
was thinking of. Jaundice.
Wow.
Hey,
Yeah.
I wanted to. I did find that guy's channel. I sent you a private chat, Abe, and because I don't know how to post it, but the guy's name is Erwin, Erwin Saunders, Saunders, and
I'll
it's like
yeah, I'm putting it in
Erwin.
the chat.
Yeah,
Just
it's like
search that on the
Irwin.
YouTube, you'll find it.
Yeah, I remember. I remember his shows. I remember that guy.
yeah, it's like I looked at the last video. It was like 6 years ago plus. So yeah, it took me a while to find that, but take a look at those videos for everybody to. Oh my God,
Oh, I
that'll
remember him.
shake your reality a little bit.
Irvin
Man,
or
that
Yeah,
was
Irwin? Irwin.
real close to the shapeshifter
E
skinwalker, man. Like,
Erwin, and the
Okay.
last name is Saunders.
Oh, okay. Saunders. Okay. Is he? All right. I'm gonna look him up.
I'll
Did
say
he pass
even
away?
though some
Scott?
of
What's that?
Did he pass away?
uh,
Is he still around?
I don't
Irvin
know.
Saunders. Oh, okay.
I think the government got him or something.
he hasn't
Silenced him.
yeah, he hasn't posted for 2 years. I was gonna say, even though some of the footage looks to me like it's CGI, he is
yeah,
looking at caves that have intricate designs on it. So he is showing locations that are legit. It's just maybe he's doing reenactments of what could possibly be there.
I'll
So
be
if
right back,
anybody's
guys.
going to look at that, all right, Abe. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I
I
went
think I
silent
think
for a
I
moment.
God, I think I watched his videos before back in the day. It's been a while. Yeah, I haven't seen
Yeah,
him on YouTube
yeah,
anymore for a long time.
yeah. And yeah, it's been 2 or 3 years, But getting back to this dog man eye
Yeah.
color, I listen to a lot of this stuff, and you know, it's just not yellow. I mean, it's red eyes, black,
Hmm.
blue, yellowish orange. I mean, there's all different colors, and I was thinking that the different colors may. I mean, this is a theory again because we're always speculating and
Hmm.
hypothetically, about this. As I was always thinking about, it's either the entity's temperament or his or its hunger, meaning that if it's hungry, it's going to show that different color. Like
Hmm.
I'm just theorizing. Like if it's a blue color eyes, it doesn't need food, and it could be curious, or it could be in a neutral state of aggression. But red eyes. I mean, what does that tell you? Red eyes. I
Like
mean,
rage.
that's right away. Like this thing is going to attack, or
Yeah.
whatever, right? I mean, it's
Hmm.
pretty common sense. But that yellow, orange or yellow, they call it amber. Yeah, amber. It's kind of like a
Amber.
little.
Yeah.
It's the most common color in this entity's. I'm going to call it entity because I used to
Yeah.
think it was a flesh and blood creature, But when you try to shoot this with a 322 or which is bigger than a 308 or a bullet, and it doesn't bring it down. I mean, I don't know if you'd have to use an elephant gun to shoot, to bring these things down, but these things walk away with a lot of bullet holes in them. And so we don't know, if they even have a tracking device and they're alien related. Maybe they have, for example, like, all our pets now are tagged, right? They put a tracking device on the animals, and they can track if they get loose or whatever, where they end up. So we don't know if these aliens have created these things that they're tracking, and that's how they disappear. I mean, that's another theory about the concept of these disappearing. Even Bigfoot the same way, because I when I read that story about the Bigfoot in the snow walking, and then all of a sudden his footprints disappeared, that means that thing was teleported out, or it teleported itself out on some kind of mechanism that he can either cloak himself, whatever. I mean, it's very supernatural. But these things, the eyes are that yellowish color, is the most prominent, but I don't know. These
went
seems
through
to
a
be,
portal.
So
Maybe he went through a portal. You hear stories about the dog man. You hear okay, they take bullets, they don't go down, and then you hear stories about they've seen tracking tags on them on their ear, when they attack people. And then you hear a story, just one about the truck driver. I forgot his name, but one was running next to him, next to his door on his his shotgun side. It's just about 10 foot tall dog man. He had a 45. The man shot him in the head, shot it right in the head, and he dropped it and killed it. And he came back around. He was in a semi. He was going uphill. He wasn't going fast enough to get away, but it was right running next to him, and his head was above the door, the door, and it would peak was his head when he was leaning down. He killed it. So okay, who knows? I mean, okay, is it flesh and blood? Is it supernatural? I mean, just you hear these different stories, and then he went back around and it was gone, and then here comes the secret. I don't know, Men in Black or whatever. Then that's a whole nother story right there. But you hear about them going down, then you hear about them disappearing, then you hear about them taking it round after round, and they just walk away. I mean, it just who knows? I'm just saying. Who knows?
Also, there could be a hybridization program going on where they're taking the supernatural entity of this werewolf and and creating their own version, and doing experimentation on that, and hence these can be killed. We don't know. We really don't know, because but I think with more video coming out, and sooner or later we'll get to the bottom of it. But still, these are created by the Nephilim in the days of just like the little people. I agree with you, Jamie. I totally agree with you. These things were created, and they're a lot of these things live for X amount of years, or they procreate, or they live underground. And just like ants, when you had an ant farm, right? You saw the ants on top of the ant farm. You used to get as a kid, but then when you look down the glass, you saw all those tunnels, of the ants, making all their. That's where they lived, under the ground.
They're even in the history. They're even in certain histories. I think Magellan came across them. He came across giants. Magellan, the navigator, the Portuguese navigator, he came across the giants for sure. But I'm not sure about the. There was one Catholic priest who was a navigator. Also, he came across the dogmen, the dog-headed people. There's a history of that too, and even in India, there's a history of in the mountains, the Indian mountains in India. that there was a clans of dog-headed men there too. So they're they've been, I think they've been around. Yeah, they could be descendants from way back, You know, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, but they're running
Yeah.
loose all over
Yeah.
the
It's
country.
right here by
Yeah.
the tree.
Mm-hmm.
It opens.
Oh,
It
I
opens.
remember this one.
It opens and closes its jaw.
They get
Showing
your
his teeth
scent.
right
They
there.
follow you home. You know.
It's pissed off right there, showing his teeth. Opens his mouth. It looks like he's got freaking horns, man. Whatever
Yeah,
that
yeah, that's
is.
the one with the horns. Yeah, that was
I think it's
that
got
one
his
is
tongue
creepy,
sticking
man.
out. There it is. It was looking
He
at
got
me.
long
I
horns
believe
like that.
I just pushed play. See, it was pissed because I was in his territory. Let me go back so you can see how pissed off it was.
You're getting tired.
Hey,
Right
that
there.
was
Look,
like 11 feet
I
tall.
was looking at me, man. Showing all his teeth right there
Wow.
because he's pissed off. Look, and he's gonna turn his head, goes down, turns, and takes off. I think I have another video, the full video of it. So that was just a close up. Yeah.
You know what's
See the
wild?
face, the ears, the teeth. Opens his jaw, shows his teeth. And you know what? I believe when it opened his mouth, he might have said something because I need to get to that video and debunk it more. Not now that I got AirPods. There's a part where it says he calls me marranito.
Mm-hmm.
Marranito in Spanish means little pig. That's what he calls me, marranito. But in the original video, you could see that he's way taller than me, man. Let me see if I can find the original video, and I'll share it with y'all.
Yeah, these things are evil. I mean,
Yeah.
I listen to a lot of stories, and you don't want to see these things. You don't want to see it at all.
Yeah.
People become so curious. Even myself, I admit it, but then I read the ramifications of, first of all, the scent, and it can follow you home, and it can mess with your head. A lot of people,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and you can't talk to anybody about it, because there's no medical industry that's gonna, so these people give they have these PSDD, it's a trauma. It's a trauma
Yeah.
for people. And I,
Um.
even if I saw one, I don't know, I can say I might not be affected, but I could, it could scare me to death that,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
that because this is a demonic
Yeah.
creature that was created to just destroy. I mean, this thing is not an animal. It's not a, deer, a black bear. I mean, yeah, a grizzly can chase you, but this animal stalks. This
Here you go.
animal,
Yeah, he was
it
stalking me.
hunts you.
Look, here's the
It
regular footage
hunts.
right here. The regular footage of the video. See, he was stalking me right there. Look how tall it is. He's looking from on top of the trees. That's the regular footage.
We're talking about
Oh
the
man.
yellow eyes. There's also the red eyes, and
Yes.
there's these creatures in Chicago, all the way up to Milwaukee in some instances. It was been referred to as the Chicago Mothman. There used to be a
Mm-hmm.
map of all of these sightings, And Lon Strickler, one of these researchers, he has a website called Phantoms and Monsters. It's down right now. I get a 404 on the page, but he had a book that was released that I bought in 2020. I gave it to a friend to borrow. I haven't gotten it back. And so I just ordered the book again because I saw that the site is down. So I was able to find a used copy on eBay. But they had such a like a comprehensive list of all of these different sightings of these creatures that all fit the same description. And it was like the winged humanoid type of thing. But the distinct thing with all of them were the red eyes, and it was being seen during the day and at night. And I never got a chance to read that original first print of the book that I gave away, but he did do a second release, and I just took a gamble on whether it's the first or second release. But I'm going to be getting that book again finally to add to my collection because, like, this information's out there. These researchers do this work, and then it just gets pulled off the internet, and then you're left with the physical copies. That's all you have left of this stuff.
Damn, I had a similar book and I gave it to my buddy, man. I like, man, why did I do that? But I gave it to my friend. And it was called, I think it was called Monsters and Demons, and it had every myth or every creature that we know of, like say the little people and the Nagual, the Llorona, the crying weeping woman. It had the Banshee. It had all of them and a description and like a sketch of them. It was a good book. It's like if you want to look up a Banshee, well, you'd find it there. If you want to look up little people, and it had like different names for them and it have the description. It was a good book. It was just like it was like a dictionary or like, but it was a good book, man. I kind of regret I gave it to him, but it's okay. I'll try to find another copy online later. But
I'll show you.
Raven Connor says there's an example of pareidolia.
I got an answer for him. So the stuff that Abe shows on this channel, it's not your typical sightings. What we're looking at, it's these entities that are taking the shapes of the trees and the leaves. They're using that as camouflage. A lot of what Abe is showing us, they're like in the movie Predator, like the things that use the cloaking. We're seeing a lot of that, and it could easily be dismissed as pareidolia. And we're aware of what that is, where we're like, oh yeah, it looks like a such and such in the shape in the cloud. That's not what we're dealing with here.
Open its mouth and close its mouth, turn its head.
Yeah,
pareidolia is going to stay stationary.
Like Abe has a lot of this, like the context to Abe's clips and stuff. I'm sorry if it's lacking in some respect, but Abe is presenting a lot of firsthand captures that he's done himself. And I'm not here to explain away what Abe is showing, but really you have to think we're not seeing with our own eyes what's being photographed. And earlier, like what I was showing with the orbs, a lot of those red lights were not showing up for us to see visually, but it was showing up on the camera, and it's not dead pixels.
Yeah.
I have a stack of Bigfoot books. I want to show you. I got all of these from this is based off of a guy in Pennsylvania, Timothy Renner. But there's a bunch of information in here going back to the 1800s. Where there's sightings where they were calling him Gorilla Man at one point, and this was when like the Americas didn't even have gorillas, but they were seeing this in the wild men too. They were being called, but it's a lot of great information from Timothy Renner.
I used to have a photo of a white Bigfoot, but freaking I put it on a Bigfoot group and they just freaking came at me harsh, man, but it was like real close to me. It was huge. And I had lost my phone. And when I went to try to go back to download the picture that I had posted there, they had kicked me out of the group. So I lost the picture. It was a white Bigfoot, and it was massive. It was my own girl from that area where the path is. And I was like, what is this white thing standing beside me? But it looked like the form of a Bigfoot. It was huge. It just they put me out, and I lost the picture because I had lost my phone, and it was on the picture was on my phone.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
kind of that's how these Bigfoot groups are. I mean, a lot of them are. Man, that's a whole nother deal, man. I mean, with these some of these Bigfoot. You know what, Steve? I got two Bigfoot books. I got one that's Monkeys in America. I think it's a smaller book, and I have David Paulides' book. I don't know if you if
Nice.
you know
Yeah.
about that one.
I
Yeah, I
know
have
of
that
Dave
book.
Pilates.
Yeah, I
Nice.
have that one. The recent one, the one latest one he put out. You know,
What
I
is
have
there?
I have
He has
two.
like, yeah, he has about 7 of them out, I think, or more
Mhm.
at this point. No, he does a really good job collecting all of these missing people reports in all the national parks. And then I
Yeah,
think the
oh
latest ones, he was focusing on hunters that have
yeah.
gone missing and disappeared, which is the one
Has
that you
anybody
got.
seen? Yeah. Has anybody
Is that
seen
the one?
Missing 411 UFO Connection? Has anybody seen that? Yeah, I think it was pretty good. The latest DVD he put out.
Oh,
Uh,
the video. No, I haven't seen that yet. No.
yeah, it's on YouTube. You can watch it for free. It's on YouTube. Missing 401, the UFO Connection. It's pretty cool, man. I got me a copy of it, but it's on YouTube for free. You can just punch it in, and you'll find the one that's the whole complete you know the movie, the whole thing, the documentary. It's on there. It's good. Um,
I'll add a link for what you can search. Just search for what I'm putting in, since we can't really share links in the chat here. I think it's a YouTube thing. But the first thing that comes up, it's from 4 months ago, and it's on the channel Global Documentary. It's an hour and 32 minutes long. I think that's the full movie. I'm going to be watching that soon, because I've been meaning to watch it. And I followed David Paulides for quite a long time. I've never picked up his
yeah,
books. I really should, because I think
yeah.
there's some real good gems in there. I know they were also talking about the predator-like creatures that were like, they're just sitting in trees, and you could see like that blurry outline of a humanoid.
hmm
A lot of
Yeah.
the times,
Oh
you're
yeah,
just
yeah.
watching them. Yeah,
It's like translucent. It looks like a
mhm,
predator. Um,
yeah,
what I've learned, I think some of the Bigfoots can do that. They have that ability, and that's scary, man. That's frightening because you won't even know it if you don't know what to look for. You're in the woods and you don't know what you're looking for, and then they got you. You just walk right by one, and that's it. Put
yeah.
hands on you,
And
and
I think most of the
you're
time
gone.
that's what people deal with that all the time. And I think, like, when we do go into the woods, especially these high activity areas, there's people that just don't see it. They can feel it. Abe feels it a lot, and then he captures
Mm-hmm.
it on his phones.
yeah.
And like, after seeing so many pictures showing the evidence of it here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, you start to get an idea of like all these pieces fitting together. But like Abe has said, like, there's only a certain point we can get to with like understanding and explaining all of this stuff. We're just being able to show whatever we're able to capture, and
And
then
Yeah.
go from there.
that area, I went through so many cell phones and even camcorders, man, where they would break the lens, blow up the battery. I mean, my batteries were ready to blow up out of my hand. The phone would blow up
What?
because of they have energy, so they didn't want me recording. So there I go to the store. It took on my AT&T phone. I said, well, maybe the AT&T phone was messed up about my cricket phone. He messed up my cricket phone. I said, screw it. Let me go buy this cheap cameras from the dollar tree, and they kept them blowing up, cracking the lenses, batteries blowing up, and what. And sometimes I'll come out of there real quick. I'll go real quick and come out. The lens will be cracked a little bit, but the battery still working, and I go see what I captured on the film. But yeah, man, I went through a lot of phones there, and
One thing I would really like to do, but I'd rather not quite yet. But at some point, I'd like to go uh, into these areas where I've gone before, like Bachelor's Grove, and bring a Bolex film camera, which it does do like motion picture film, but you have to hand crank it up,
oh yeah,
and it runs off of a spring. so that way there's no battery involved, but you're still capturing footage.
Okay.
And I wonder if that wouldn't get all messed up with like the battery situation, because I know like I've had instances where I've been in the middle of a forest in these areas where my fresh brand new batteries just dim out a flashlight. I would change the batteries and put another set of new ones in and turn it on, and then that light would dim out within a few seconds as well.
Mhm.
So, and I was explaining it away to being something to do with the landlines and the energy under the ground and all that.
I got my energy zapped in that area one day that I cut through this to go through the path I went to the store. As I was coming back with the groceries in my hand, I don't remember nothing. I'm waking up. This teenager was coming out of high school. I mean, yeah, he was coming from school, and he found me laid out in the woods. I tried to get up, but when I got up, I fell right back down, and he would help me up, and I would keep on falling down. I had no energy, man. Something zapped me. Then,
Mhm.
yeah, was it here? Right here in this, right behind my ears, I had two marks behind my ear, and it was bleeding. I had two marks in the back of my one right here. It's like this far apart behind my ear, and I didn't know where those marks came from. But uh, it took me about 45 minutes just to make it to the house because I kept on falling down. I had no energy, so I told my sister what happened, and the kid took me home, helped me home, and then went to the doctor because I said, well, I need to check to make sure I didn't have a heart attack or stroke or something, right? So they did some tests on me and they couldn't find nothing. But something zapped me there, took all my energy out of me. That's I think the only time that has ever happened to me there. To me personally, was that time that I don't remember how long I was laid out on that path. I don't know how long I was laid out there because I lost the track of time.
Yeah.
You know the researcher, he passed away already. Scott Carpenter, he was in the woods once, and he said it's kind of the same thing. He got zapped, and he when he went home, he was pissing urine. I mean, pissing blood in his urine when he was urinating. His blood mixed with his urine. I mean, I think
Yeah,
they could hurt you, man. I mean, they have powers. I believe they have a certain kind of power, that we don't understand. So, I mean, that's just frightening, draining your batteries and cracking your ends, and we really don't know
but I believe
everything. But I think we're pretty close.
even though it
Fellas,
zapped
I
me,
think we're pretty close, man.
I believe the Heavenly Father was protecting me. Because man, I was in the enemy's territory. I was in the location where the
Hmm.
old lady told me not to enter. Yeah, I remember why it said what it said because he had urinated on my doors, on the front door and the back door, and on my vehicle. It smelled like piss, strong piss, nasty. So I got pissed off. I went out there early in the morning. And I'm like, you should. I was pissed, and I was like, oh, you want to piss on my doorways? You want to piss on my vehicle? I got you. I started pissing all over the place, man, all over the place in them woods. That's why things got beef with me because they said
Hmm.
that I pissed where he sleeps.
Hmm.
I
that's that's,
mean,
man, that's
he pissed on my
crazy.
vehicle, on my doors, and on my
Yeah.
car first. I mean,
Hey, on that note, I'm gonna take off, you guys. I gotta use the restroom.
All right.
Oh,
No
okay.
pun
You'll be back.
intended.
You-
You
You'll be back,
alrighty,
guys.
brother.
Scott. Oh,
I gotta do
you-
some stuff in the morning. So that was a
oh,
thank you, and you guys have a good. That was a good show tonight, and
yeah.
I'll see you. So Abe, you're going ballroom dancing? Is that what you said?
Yes, tomorrow. So I'm
Okay.
not doing a show tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sunday,
Okay.
Sunday I'll do a show.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's
I
just pretty comfortable having
maybe
people
the
Good
talk to
next
one.
me
day. Yeah, I
instead of
got a
me just
story
being
about
here by
this.
myself.
Yeah, funny story about this ballroom dancing, but I'll talk to you next time about that. So, all right,
Yeah.
you guys
Alrighty.
have a good one. Thank you,
Okay.
everybody on the chat, and
All
you
right, brother.
guys have a good evening. And praise the Lord
You,
Jesus Christ.
you too.
He's the King
Amen.
of
You
all
too, Scott.
Amen.
Have a good one.
All right,
Have a good
guys.
night, Scott.
All right, see you
Have a
later.
good one.
Bye bye. All right, you too.
All right.
Bye bye.
Peace out, brother.
I want to mention in the chat, Bounty was talking about these ley lines always have water near it. The place where I had the batteries drain, where I think the ley lines are located, it has Tinley Creek that runs through it, and this is in it's in Upper Illinois, but it's south of Chicago. Just for anybody thinking about checking that out if you're in the area, the Bachelor's Grove Forest, which is across the street from the cemetery.
Yeah, the Graves guy. Who was in here? Graves. I don't think you've seen the video where it passes right beside me. I don't think you've seen that video where I'm sitting and it
Oh,
passes
yeah.
by me, or when I'm out there in the open and it passes in the open right beside me.
Yep.
I know. Was it Graves? If you're still here, Paradolias doesn't pass right in front of you in open space. I
Mm-mm.
got.
Well,
You can see my short wheels. He's
there
probably
was
new here.
one when. Go ahead.
What was that?
There's one where you're in your when you're at home. Abe, remember the one that passed right in front of you when you're sitting down in your house? Remember?
Oh,
There's another.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think I shared
That
that one
one.
yesterday. Let me share it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Share 'em.
Oh, you did. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can share it again. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So you can see it. Should I do the slow version or the regular? I'll do the regular speed. All right, here we go. So he can check it out. Yeah, they follow. They know where I live, man.
Yeah.
Okay, here we
Yeah.
go.
They know you, Abe.
Was daylight. I know y'all seen that. I just seen your health is staying physically active. You don't have to lift a lot of weights. You don't have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something. Oh, y'all seen that, brothers and sisters? Something's pissed off. So daylight. I
There
know
you go.
y'all seen that. I just
Yeah.
seen like a dark shadow figure pass right in front of me, and it went past me by the light. Your health is staying physically active. You don't have to lift a lot of weights. You don't have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something. Ooh. Oh, y'all seen that, brothers and sisters?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I make sure I shut it off. Last time I messed up, didn't shut it off, and it was interrupting on the chat.
Mm.
Yeah, there was people that came to investigate there one time, and they got attacked. I had to carry them out of the woods.
Oh
Literally
yeah.
had to carry them out of the woods.
Amen. There was a
On my
few,
shoulder.
Abe.
Oh man, yeah. My
Oh man.
friend's sister had joined the military at the age of 40. So she brought some military female soldiers to come and investigate. You know, it was Steven. Okay, here we go.
So I'm on Google Maps right now. Bounty was saying about looking this up on maps. This is the place where you can park to go to Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, which is just across the street here. And there's an old road that was cut off. That 143rd Street is now the new road for it. But you go right in here where my cursor's at, and here's the cemetery. Here's the it's a pond that's here, but there's also a creek that's running through here, and you can kind of see it here in the trees, but it's a pretty big creek, and there's other instances of it. It continues on up in the woods here, but this little marker here, this is where my batteries went out in the flashlight. So it's across the street and across another street, but there's also parking here. But when I went to this area, to this portion of the forest, everything was dark, and it was in the middle of the night that I went stupidly. But we went in here. There's a few openings. I'm not sure where. So we walked. We walked all the way across this corner area. We went through all the thick of the woods, and somewhere around here is where all my batteries just all went dead. And then we eventually came out into the clearing over here. But that's across the street from Bachelor's Grove, which is over here, and that has quite a lot of activity. I don't really see too much the last few times I've went, but it's been several years now. But it's an interesting place if you have the time to go. There's a snapping turtle that's in this pond, but right next to it, this is where the creek, Tinley Creek, is at. So wherever there's water, running water, there's also these anomalies happening.
Yep.
Steven, do you ever hear of cryptids being seen there? Is there any?
Well, here's the thing. There was a caretaker / researcher who took his life, unfortunately, in the woods there. But he was in communication with interdimensional beings there. He was very shy about talking about it on camera, but he was going to reveal more about it. And then we found out like a year after the fact that he took his own life there. I'm under the impression that these things were telling him to come join him and convinced him to do that. Yeah. But he was having instances where he would be in the cemetery, like right over here, and there would be people visiting the cemetery that walk in, and they're like, "Wait, we just saw you over at the entrance over by the road. How did you get over here so quickly?" So there were mimics. There were mimics there that were pretending to be him. Yeah. Or it's either that, or there was some time slip but he never remembers seeing those people before or after. Yeah. Only that first time when he was already standing in the cemetery, and they're like, "We just saw you at the entrance. How did you make it over here before us?" Yeah. And he said that the entities would be like light beings in a way. He had some videos in detail about it. There's a YouTube channel called Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. And he was running that channel for quite a long time, and he was sharing his stories there. But I did get to meet him once. He was a pretty cool individual, very very reserved, but he had a lot of knowledge, and I just wish he was able to share more of it before he left us. But yeah, this is the area. And I'll probably explore it again at some point, but right now I'm not prepared to. But when I feel the time's right, I think I will go back there. But, yeah.
Wow. Well, that same thing happened to Abe once. They even went to his door and asked him. Remember, Abe? Remember they saw you in the creek, or in the little creek, standing. You were calling. They said they saw you calling somebody, like, "Come over here," and then they went to your door and they asked you, "Hey, what were you doing over there? I haven't been over there." Remember? You remember that?
Oh yeah. When I did my first show with Vic Cundiff. Before I did the show, Vic Cundiff, he heard I talked to him on the phone. I tell him about the activity that was happening there. So he had a daytime guy and a nighttime guy that would go. The daytime would investigate during the day, and the nighttime guy will investigate during the night. The daytime guy came with him and his wife. His wife was supposedly like a medium or something. When the wife walked on the park, she got scared and she said that she didn't want to be there because she felt that there was something evil. So she stayed in the vehicle, and we went to go investigate. When we're coming back, she's telling them to hurry up, let's get out of here. So they left. So the daytime people left. Then one evening, I guess what he told me because it's Sunday morning and somebody's knocking on my door and he's telling me, I just want to know uh, one thing. He said, how can you be in two places at once? That's what he told
Yeah.
me.
Mm.
Says I'm a Vic Condon's night guy. So I came to investigate last night. I stopped by here by your home and I seen you inside your house. So I went to this location by the bridge over there where I cut the image of the shapeshifter that I mean the that opens his mouth and closes his mouth. Well, he parked right there because there's a
Mm-hmm.
creek right there where that is. There's a creek. He said he was parked there and he had his lights on and he said that he seen me all in black calling him calling him by his name, and I've
Uh-huh.
never met the guy before. You know, the only time that he introduced himself to me was that day we knocking on my door. He said his name was Armando. He said that I was calling him by his name, and then he says, "Wait a moment, I don't even know him. How did you know my name?" So he freaking freaked out. So he went
Mm-hmm.
back to the house. When he got there, he see me still inside the house. So he said, "I'm gonna tell Vic what happened to me out here. I don't think he's gonna believe me too much because he's more that this dogmen are flesh and blood creatures. But I'm thinking it's otherwise. There's something very evil here." I said, "I don't know what's gonna happen after I tell him this." So
Oh
as
man.
far as I know, he told them, and they had a fallout or something, and that's the last time that he did any work for him. Then, like
Uh-huh.
maybe like a year later, may he rest in peace. He
Yeah.
passed away.
Oh. Oh.
Brother Armando Salazar was a ex-military. He's a veteran.
Uh-huh.
He was in the infantry.
Uh-huh. Oh.
So I don't know. All I know, I went to his funeral because his funeral was in Killeen, which is not too far away from me.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go pay my regards to them because he helped me at the time where I was going through things, and he, took the time to come and investigate, and he told me what he seen. But then when they did the show with he cut all kinds of shit on the show that he only
Mm-hmm.
gave me like 35 minutes to say just a little bit, not
Mm-hmm.
everything that I spoke to him about. But then I see him let people say their stories for about 2 or 3 hours, but he only gave me 35 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? He didn't say everything that I told to him. He made it to the narrative of what he believes that they're
Mm.
flesh and blood creatures, and that's not what
Yeah.
I told him. I told him that I believe they're demonic. You know what? Especially when I was surrounded by those six in the wood, and
Yeah.
that I was saying the Our Father, and they kept on saying the Holy One, the Holy One. How can these creatures talk? They were saying the
Yeah.
Holy One, the Holy
Yeah.
One, Holy One, because I was saying the deliverance prayer, and they were acknowledging that prayer. But you
Yeah.
know, it's sad, man. I mean, like what happened to Brother Armando.
Wow. I mean, yeah, man. That's it.
But that happened to me,
it
man. When he told me, and I already knew this because there's times that I would hear my sister calling my name from the woods and the creek, and sometimes she would hear my voice calling her name to the creek or to the woods. So yeah, they
mm-hmm.
can mimic the voices. They can
Yeah.
mimic the voices. They can mimic the appearance. They can
Yeah.
manifest to look like us.
Yeah. Yeah. But like I say, they have power. They have powers. Hey, you ever tell them, like, your family, like, hey, if you ever hear me calling you from the woods, don't go, you know,
Yeah,
or
but
or,
what
or
I already know.
like, yeah, don't listen, just I'm not in the woods.
I think my dog wants to go outside to the restroom. Let me take him out real quick. I'll let y'all
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, sure.
take over. All right.
So I'm
Hey,
looking at another book.
Stephen,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead. Steve, did you know that according to when it comes to David Politis, some of the people that wind up missing, they find them in creeks face down, you know,
Yeah.
past dead. And you know what? I realized that David Politis mentioned this, that some of them people when they find them, they get to do autopsy. They find a drug. They've been a few cases already. They find the drug, choline, paralyzing drug. They it's a drug that paralyzes your body. You're breathing, you're awake, but you're totally uh, paralyzed. I mean, and they have to give it to you to your body weight. It has to be exact, or it could kill you. But it's a drug that paralyzes your body completely. You can't move. You're awake. You're breathing. You can't move your eyes. You're awake. You're just totally paralyzed. And now that when I think about that, it just gives me just makes me think, hey, our government must be involved, because that's a drug that only you know our doctors or whoever would um, medical field would use that drug, because that's the only reason people are disappearing, and then what are they paralyzing them for? For what? To take something from them? Because I always believed that they're taking something from the bodies, because when they find them, the ones they do find, they're complete and everything. And I always wonder if there's any blood loss, you know, and they find that drug in their body. So that's like somebody is aiding and abetting,
Well,
enabling that. They're just waiting to take
yeah,
somebody and then, you know what I mean, Steve? Uh,
I easily want to say
you
like
know,
half of this is military, half of this is interdimensional beings. And the
yeah,
ones that
okay,
like
yeah,
return, so like with like the cattle that had like I forget what it was called, but Lyndon Moulton Howe covered a lot of it in Colorado. But they found the cattle mutilations where all the blood would be
mhm,
drained from these cattle, and cattle have a lot of blood. Just keep in mind with that. But like
yeah,
organs,
yeah,
sexual organs, were like surgically laser cut out of the animals, and just like the genitalia,
hmm,
just certain organs inside, and they were
yeah,
removed in such a fashion where like this was done by an intelligent being, whether it be human, which would be part of the military, or if it would be
yeah,
interdimensional beings that have this agreement with the shadow government to do these sorts of things. I think there's truth
yeah,
in some of that.
yeah.
But I was going to mention.
Sometimes
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. I was
Okay,
gonna.
yeah,
I was thinking maybe they're working in cahoots together, Steve. That's what I get a
they most
feeling, man.
likely
They're
are.
working together. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? We collect them, we shoot them up. If you're frozen, I mean, if you're paralyzed and they put you in a river, they dump you in a creek, you're face down, you're gonna drown. You can't move.
yeah.
You know, you can't move. You're gonna drown. They put you face down because they find people face down. I mean, if they put you face up, you have a chance to,
And you're talking
when
about
it
with
wears off.
they put those drugs in their
Yeah,
system, and then like
yeah,
that way like the person's not quite dead, but they're underwater. They're basically being waterboarded because they can't move. They're
yeah,
paralyzed. That's like
yeah,
it's such a horrific way to go.
yeah,
But
yeah.
like I'm looking into the Great Lakes mystery disappearances of ships and everything, and I found
Yeah.
another book that I've been meaning to get for a few months. It's called The Salvager: The Life of Captain Tom Reed, and it was
Hmm.
published in 1958. And I'm about to purchase it right now because the
Hmm.
one that I was
Yeah.
looking at got pulled off of eBay. And there's a few
Uh-huh.
others that are up there, but I'm noticing these books are getting more and more scarce as the months go on, just this year alone.
Yeah.
So anything you want to do research wise, like whether if it's online, get it physically printed out. Because like Bounty
Hmm.
was saying, there's websites that are being pulled down. Phantomsandmonsters.com should not be down right now. Lon
Yeah.
Strickler's a very high profile researcher. His stuff shouldn't be off the internet right now, but it is.
Hmm.
So that's
Huh.
why tonight I got another copy ordered for Mothman Dynasty, and that's
Mhm.
covering all the Chicago sightings, whether it is Mothman or not. It's still these humanoid beings with the red eyes. And then
Yeah.
you have the Great Lakes, specifically Lake Superior. Lake Superior
Hmm.
has a lot of weird anomalies happening on it. And I have other shipwreck books that I'm going to be looking into that's on my shelf here. That I picked
Hmm.
up there was a Navy veteran that was, I guess they passed away and their house was up for sale. They were being remodeled. they had all of these maritime books that were all put together in the garage and put up on Craigslist for free. So I took a
Yeah.
trip from Chicago to Milwaukee to go pick up a lot of these books because
Mm-hmm.
there's stuff that I haven't seen anywhere else. And
Yeah.
I think I'm going to find a lot of good information in there. And really, if people have been following I know a few of you here in the chat have been following my channel, but I've been
Mm-hmm.
going into the Bermuda Triangle, the disappearances of planes and boats. And there's the same type of phenomenon happening on the Great Lakes. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be getting into that more as time goes on. Like by the end of summer, I should have started the Great Lakes Triangle stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But this book in particular, The Salvager, I think is going to be a part of that series that I'll be doing. And what I do on my channel, I've been reading like a few chapters at a time from these books and then giving my commentary on it. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting this information out to people because, like I said, the books are getting more and more scarce as time goes on. And the only way you're going to find some of this stuff is at estate sales of people who
Yeah.
have already collected all of this.
You
And
know, it just, Steve, say if a naval person were to keep a diary or make notes, his own private notes that, this and they, so and so day, we discovered this, or they, so and so day, we had an amazing phenomenon happen. And, I mean, maybe you even run across something like that, personal,
I
uh,
think, yeah, if I keep
note,
looking the way I do, I'm going to find some of that stuff.
you
And
know,
I'll share it on my channel when I do. Because,
like
yeah,
classified,
the
uh,
first-hand accounts are great to have.
mhm. Yeah. I mean, in their own hand, you never know. I mean, the Dogman report was found like that the Rangers headquarters. They was found up on a shelf, just there up on a shelf
Wow.
and full of dust, and it was a Dogman sighting, and it had a description. The Rangers took it down, and the witness and so and Dogman, in the Rangers report, and it was just like there, just abandoned, forgotten, something like that. You never know. Um, but I'm sure you probably find something, Steve, because I think you're looking in the right places, man. You know, um,
Yeah,
uh,
the more I research all this, I mean, I'm finding a lot of new information to me that I haven't heard anywhere else when I was researching this stuff before. So, I mean,
yeah,
I'm glad I'm finding it, and it's very valuable. It's so scarce though. I don't see
yeah,
people
yeah,
like it, there's like these YouTube channels that do these types of series just to get views and stuff, so they fluff it up a bit. Then you
yeah,
have channels here like Abe's where we're looking at firsthand accounts. We have
yeah,
captures that we've gotten ourselves, but also we're referring to other literature and books that are out of print,
yeah,
and it's just hard to get your hands on, and especially if they're very rare. You could be
yeah.
talking about 80 to $100 per book. So it's
Hmm.
not cheap to get this information. And then
Oh,
I'm here sharing it on the channel. Yeah,
I got a book I got to show you real quick. Hold on, I just remembered. Hold on.
yeah, go for it. Yeah, I'm doing this. I just purchased that Salvager book, so that'll be something I'll show on my channel soon enough. I went so after I got back from this trip to Texas, I had a little extra funds to get these books that I've been looking at for a few months. So I have just purchased about like 8 or 9 books over the past 24 hours, and I'm looking forward to getting into all of this content because it's really it's needed to get out there to everyone else who's interested in this stuff, and I want others to build upon what I'm putting out, and hopefully I inspire some of you to make some videos and cover these topics as well. Even if it's a
Okay.
few years from now people find it, I really don't mind. Like cuz it's supposed to be out there for perpetuity.
Okay.
Oh,
Check it out,
what
Steve.
you
I
got?
got the book of Enoch, the Lawrence version is the best, right? I got the book of Enoch. Now check this out. This book was printed out, came out like a couple of years ago. This is the book of the King Og. I don't know if you ever heard of this book. The
Here,
King
hold it.
Og,
I'll
the
load it. There you go.
100,000. 100,000 giant war. This
Who's the
is like
author on the bottom? Can
the
you
it's
hold it from the middle?
demon. Let me see. Yeah,
I'd
demon. That's
say it's
weird, huh?
Demon probably.
Demon.
Yeah, that's
This
funny.
was this book was from the Vatican Library. It was translated from, I don't know if it was translated by a father, by a couple of fathers that were educated in translation in a foreign ancient languages. Aramaic. I'm not sure if it was Aramaic. And there's a story when they translated this book from the ancient language from the Vatican Library. Uh, that's a whole nother story. A demon appeared while they were translating this book, and this book is a record of, that supposed to be King Og, and it's an ancient book, and this book gives you the overview of the way the world was when the giants were on the world in the earth, Steve. And this book is kind of this book is it's kind of evil. You hear it from Og's point of view. It's violent. It's evil. It's frightening because there's a lot of magic, a lot of black the dark ones. We were considered the smaller selves. To them, we're considered the smaller selves. That's what our name was. Cannibalism, eating. We were food, sacrifices, burnt offerings. I mean, it's a really, I don't know how to explain it. It's violent. It was evil. It's evil. Moses is in here. Moses, and it's fascinating. I mean, this book gives you an idea of the way the world was in the time of Noah, Steve. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Yeah,
it's not very big. I think you can still get a copy on eBay.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy, man. It was wild. A war between Nimrod. Nimrod and Og. Og had 100,000 giants on his side, and
Oh yeah,
and God,
it's a
and then
$20 book.
Nimrod.
Very good.
Yeah, Nimrod had more than that. So it was a war between them, and imagine two armies of Rephaim giants with axes and spears and clubs and swords
Wow.
and beasts, riding beasts and the flying beasts. I mean, it's all crazy. It's pretty crazy. The Gantiqua, I guess there were dragons in those days, and shape shifting in this book, giants shape shifting on the battlefield. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's just you got to read it yourself, Steve. Just want to mention that to you, buddy. That's one of the books that it was very fascinating.
I have
Gives
it
you
up
an idea.
on. I might buy it before this stream is over. I'm in a book
Yeah.
buying night tonight and last
Yeah.
night too.
Oh,
I want
it's
to
wild.
mention.
It's wild.
So the comments asked, Grave Encounters asked if I do topics about this on my lives. I do, and he said if you do, I'd be very interested in watching those. You seem to be very intelligent, and I believe we would have a lot that we could debate about. So I'm going to show you some of the. I've covered this entire book on my channel in the Bermuda Triangle Deep Dive series. I have it up as a playlist. I've gone through this entire book by Charles Berlitz.
Mhm.
I'm now on this second book, which is a follow up to that other one and this is by a different author, Gian J. Kassar. And this covers up to, I believe, 2014. And there's a part 2 of this book that I just ordered last night, which was released 3 years later in 2017. I'm covering everything on the Bermuda Triangle that I can with this, and I'm
Mhm.
doing it from sources that are very legitimate. These are the 2 books covering Bermuda Triangle from, I believe, 1984 through 2014. So you have a very good chunk of 30 years of coverage here going. It covers back to the 1800s with ships going.
1800. That's cool. I mean, when it goes that far back, you just. I mean, imagine the things you discovered that how these ships disappeared, and it was strange. Just like I guess just like the people that disappear in the woods. They just vanish. You know about that pilot, the one who flew from I don't know if he was flying from Puerto Rico to the Everglades. I mean, he went through a funnel. Did you ever hear that story? He went through a funnel and he was just like there, like that, over in a few seconds. He was just covered like 200 miles in an instant. He went through a funnel. I don't
Yes.
know if you ever
Yep.
heard that story.
Well,
Yeah.
I've heard similar stories to that. There's time and space displacement where like these military planes that have gone missing over the Bermuda Triangle,
Mhm.
their radio signals are picked up in New York, but they're supposed to be closer to Fort Lauderdale. The radio
Yeah.
signals wouldn't even reach New York from where they're at.
Yeah.
So there's a displacement that's happening for sure.
Uh, and it's funny because even on the in Arizona on the in the Navajo reservation, well, there's a road that goes right past it. One of the Navajo Rangers had like a situation like that. He was driving to work, and all of a sudden he was just like from here to he was there. Over on a trip that took him at least 30 minutes to an hour to get there. He was just there, like he just like what the hell happened? He just instantly when he was driving, he just all of a sudden he was already there. Just like he jumped from one part of the road to like 100 miles to his destination like that. He just like he had no explanation for it. I don't know if it's portals or uh, you know because I know a portal is something you could travel a long distance, in a blink of an eye, like opening a door. You're there, like Sedonia, Arizona. I guess your portal. I have a feeling that you could just travel. You're in one state, you open the door, and you're already in another state, like you know, 300 miles away. You're just there. It's weird. Oh, I have another story that happened to a friend of mine. I'll share that later, Steve. I have another story I just remembered. A friend of mine who kept going past the same freeway marker over and over again. He couldn't make any distance. He kept passing the same freeway marker because we just passed this marker and he's driving. He's like, "What the hell's going on?" He kept passing the same marker. It took him a long time to get home. It was like, and he said his ears were popping. And I remember he told me about this. He was with his brother. His ears were popping, and he just had a bad feeling. And he realized he wasn't making any traction. He was on the freeway, which he takes all many times to work. And for that day, he couldn't make any distance. He couldn't. He realized he kept passing the same marker and the same marker, and like, I'm like, what the hell? Something was going down. Something was going down. That's what I told him, man. Something was going to go on. You never know. Maybe from above. Maybe it was a portal. Who knows? But I got to remember still. There's more details to it, but I
No, you're
recall,
good.
man. You know what I'm saying? I still remember that when he told me that, and that's right here. It was close by, Northern California. He was on his way home, and I was like, "What?" Yeah, he was just he couldn't. He was like, "What the hell?" I thought he was getting panicked. He was starting to panic. He told me he was starting to panic. Like, "Hey, man, what's going on?" It's something like that would be. I understand you would get scared. Because you're like, "What the hell?" I thought we should be home by now. And he kept going by the same marker. He goes, "We just passed this marker," and he's driving, and then again, like he was going in circles, but he was
Oh,
on a straight freeway. He
I
was on
had
a
a
straight
weird
freeway.
thing that it might have been my own error, but I I went to a place to eat in Fort Worth with my uncle
Mhm.
this week when we were there. I think it was Sunday night. We went there after going to a Walmart. So we went to Walmart, then we grabbed food, and then we were supposed to go to our hotel. And or no, we grabbed the food, then we went to Walmart, then we were gonna go to a hotel. When we were supposed to be going on the way to the hotel, I thought we were going there the whole time, and we ended back up at the food place. And I'm like,
Mhm.
how did this happen? It was like we were in a loop, and I'm like, I hope we don't like just end up keep on going in circles here. I
Uh,
got a little concerned because of all the stories I've heard about that, where you do get stuck in a loop sometimes with this stuff. But Fort
yeah.
Worth area, I don't think that stuff happens. It very well could have been an error on
Hmm.
my part with the maps using that, but that did happen where I thought I
Hmm.
was going to one place and I ended up somewhere else, and I'm like, well, this is not
Hmm.
where we're supposed to be. But there was a gas station across from the food place where the gas station's the same exact one. It was called QT, and it's the same one that was in the Fort Worth area where our hotel was at. So it looked like it was the place where we were supposed to be going, but it was in a completely different part of town, which was kind of odd. But
Yeah.
yeah, I hope that doesn't ever happen. Like to
Yeah.
me, I'd
Yeah,
really
man.
rather not.
Yeah, my friend, he was telling me the story. And I was like, and my other buddy, it was three of us, and he was telling us all like, man, and I kept going, and his ears popped. He felt a pressure, and his ears popped, and his brother was with him, and he was like, hey, wake up, man, hey, he started to panic, like, what's going on, and like, oh man, I just told him, hey, something was going down, something was going down, and he knows they knew I was kind of more into this paranormal thing, but they asked me, what do you think, Jaime? I go, I don't know, man, maybe something from above you was going down, or you're going through a portal or something. But that's that's spooky. I mean, that was scared me, like, hey man, where am I going? It's like you're trapped, you're going in a circle, and they're on a freeway, they're going straight. There's no way they could have made a U-turn. They weren't making no U-turn, just straight. They took this route all the time. And for that afternoon, it was like, what the hell, something was going down, you know. Uh, he said, I just passed this landmark, and he kept passing it. Like, I thought we just passed it right now, and he kept going, and just, it bugged him. He got disturbed. It disturbed him. I remember when he shared that story with us. I was like, what? Oh shit! You never know, man.
We got
It could
a
have been.
comment.
Yeah.
Vader's various videos says, I need prayers sent to my sister's house to cast out a demon. Please, everyone, say a prayer. So I'll lead a prayer right now. We got 32 people watching right now, but
Okay.
I'll lead a prayer for Vader's various videos for their sister. So,
Okay.
Heavenly Father, Creator, please provide protection to their sister. Please help cast out the demons that may be present in their house. We tie, bind, and rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ. We offer and provide protection over their family, and that they find peace, and that they do cast out these negative entities. In
Amen.
your
Um,
Heavenly Father's name, amen.
Amen. I'm going to add one more. Just, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. We forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord,
Amen.
please put a shield around their Vader's sister. Repel any evil spirit or machination against them. Lord, deliver them, deliver your children, Lord. Protect them. Be a fortified tower against the enemy, Lord. And this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, bro.
Amen.
Amen.
Excellent. Yeah, we need to have protection here with all of our viewers, and those are here. We're a family here. We need to watch out for one another. And the prayers are very powerful. Asking
Yes.
Heavenly Father Creator for protection, they always listen.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it's great to be able to do that. We have a lot more power through our words and our actions than we are aware of most times. And the power of prayer trumps everything. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Abe has the special ability. He's able to like feel these negative entities reacting to his prayers. I don't feel that when I do prayers. It's more so like I'm projecting my energy out.
Mhm.
So most likely they're feeling what's happening here from me,
Yeah.
and I don't get the feedback loop back, thankfully.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but
Did
it's
you?
always a good thing to prayer up if you need it. We had another user here last night talking about a similar thing, and we did a prayer as well for them. So we're always trying to send as much positive energy towards those that need it.
Yeah. I remember I had a couple of. Well, I shared the stories of. I had a couple of prayers answered, and may the Lord answer my prayer for them. For them, just Stephen. May He do the same thing for them. You know.
Excellent. Yeah, it works. It's tried and true.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they don't even like the name to even hear the name Jesus. They don't
No,
even want. They don't even. They can't. They don't even want to hear it. They
some of
can't stand it.
these UFO encounters where
Mm-hmm.
they're like these people are taken upon ships and have tests under them. I've read about like the ones where the people speak Jesus Christ's name while they're aboard these ships, and the entities just kind of look at each other like, did they just say that? Like it was almost like a barrier that's all of a sudden set up from just
Mm-hmm.
speaking those words, and they
Mm-hmm.
stop all of their experimentations. They let the people go after that.
Yeah.
It's almost
Yeah.
like a safety, if you want to think of it
Yeah.
like a safety
Yeah. You
word,
know
like,
what I've
okay,
heard?
I tap out. I don't want to play this game anymore. Jesus Christ is my savior, and then you're
Yeah.
sent back home. So
Yeah. You know what? I have heard the same thing, Stephen. Yes, I've heard the same thing, and they stop right there. What they're doing,
mhm.
they just stop and take them back. Maybe we already had one invasion in the time of Noah. I don't know. Maybe this is the next invasion, Stephen. From up there, from they don't have no business here. I mean, sometimes I think they don't have no business with us because do you realize that they abduct people against your will, take you from your sleep, from your home, take you and do experiments on you, take fluids from you, from your body, from the women. I mean, they haven't had permission to do that. That's like kidnapping. I mean, don't you think? Isn't it like they're invading your life? That's like I mean, if a human being does that here, it's a crime. You see what I mean, Steve?
Yeah.
It's
And meanwhile, these things walk through walls. They
mm-hmm,
they paralyze people. They bring them up
mm-hmm,
into whatever place. I
yeah,
don't even think that some of these places where they say they wake up on a ship. I don't think they're on ships. Like
yeah,
you have to think of these because there's also other encounters, especially on military bases from veterans, that they've said that these ships that have like carvings on the outside, they walk in and it's like a Doctor Who police box where they walk
mm-hmm,
inside and it's bigger than what it looks like on the outside, like
yeah,
massive with like huge rooms with like vaulted ceilings and stuff.
yeah,
It's like I've heard it more than once that
yeah,
the whole like time and space, like they're
mm-hmm,
gone for hours that feel, and they're only gone for a few minutes. And
mm-hmm,
there's other instances where people feel like they've been gone for years and it's only been a few minutes.
yeah. Well, it could be all illusion. I mean,
Yeah.
uh, they it, I heard stories where they tap somebody on the back of the neck and they're out. They're just out and they just wake up at home. And then they have little dots on their neck or they have little scars or little holes, puncture holes or a three in threes. In threes.
Yeah.
You know, I think, well, what's going on? What's going on? It's kind of frightening because they have the power to just take you. You just wake you up and they take you and I don't know. I just hope it never happens to us, man.
Yeah. Well,
Just
it also, you need to make sure you don't have those spiritual openings where you're vulnerable. And I mean, we're pretty prayed up here as it is. I don't think I've ever had instances of being abducted, and
yeah,
I'm
me either.
okay. Like I would prefer it to stay that way because
Yeah,
if I were like, I'd be kicking some ass if that would happen. Like, I don't know what I'd do,
yeah, yeah, man.
but
I don't want that.
I would be speaking. I would be speaking about Jesus Christ if that were to ever happen, because
Hmm.
I'd want it to be cut off. I don't want to be played with and experimented on.
Yeah.
Like whatever had happened, if it was something under, I know like President Eisenhower, there's this story that he went and sold us out, but
Hmm.
his great granddaughter says no, that's not what happened. Um, I think it's Laura Eisenhower. She goes
Oh
and
yeah, I remember
yeah,
her. Yeah, I remember. You know what, Stephen? When I was in Cathedral City, remember I told you the story about the orb earlier. Cathedral City is right next to Palm Springs. He was in Palm Springs playing golf when that happened. You know that he was playing golf in Palm Springs, and he got a call, and he was flown from Palm Springs to Mojave Air Base here in California. Well, he was in California already, but they flew him from there, from Palm Springs. He's playing golf, the President Eisenhower, to Mojave, and that's where supposedly aliens landed, and they had a meeting, and they had a treaty made there, and on that base. Mojave's, right here, Mojave Air
You
Force
trying to
Base.
share a link, brother?
Hello?
It won't let you.
No, it's not showing up on the chat. I type it in, and it's like it's not even there.
Put it on private chat so I can copy it and paste it for you.
Okay. Yeah, give me a second here. Yeah, that's wild. I've been doing that the past several nights, and it's not even registering, surprisingly.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Got it on private. Here we go. Give me a second. Yeah, I've been sharing it, and people say, like, I'm not ignoring you guys. Like, I'm seeing the chat in real time, but on the public chat, it's not even showing up for some reason.
Okay. There you go.
Awesome. Yeah, see, it popped up for Abe typing it since it's his channel. I wonder if I need to have a wrench in order to do that. Maybe it's something.
I don't know. I need to check all that. It's been acting well. It's been doing pretty good. I think Restream. We just sometimes people have I don't know. Last week we had a lot of interference, like with the Wi-Fi and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, well, Sailor was having a lot of audio issues, and it was very bizarre because it's nothing I've ever encountered.
It sounded
before.
like something was talking over her, like a strong voice.
That's exactly what it sounded like, and it wasn't feedback from any of us, which was kind of eerie, to be honest. Whatever that is, we said a prayer for Sailor's nemesis, and we made sure that like we're clearing the energy for her because it seems like something was trying to interfere with her message because she was starting to tell a story, and like in the middle, like I've randomly in her sentences, it would be like, buh, buh, like really deep voice, just nonsense being spoken in between what she's saying. Thankfully, that cleared up by the end of the stream, though. But when she went to go talk about something else, she got really like staticky. So it was like different things happening, which was kind of weird. But she was able to tell her story, though. Awesome. Thank you, Grave Encounters. I appreciate the subs. Yeah, we're talking about a lot of stuff here that I talk about on my channel. I'm covering the energy grid, so like the ley lines. We talked about that tonight here, and then the Bermuda Triangle missing boats and planes, and the people go missing too in the Bermuda Triangle. There's times when the boats and planes reappear, but the pilots and the people on board are gone.
Yeah.
So what's up with that? Like I don't understand what's happening there.
Yeah, and they're like old boats from back in the day, right? Some of them, they're not like recent boats; they're old boats from another time era.
Yeah.
Didn't one boat called the Cyclops appeared, or no, it disappeared on the Cyclops? Yeah, I remember that. It was yeah, it disappeared. They never found it. Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now.
So your brother, your cousin Jesse is home. Is resting still, man. He's finally is at his house, but he's still recuperating. He's still got to do therapy. You know, when you go through something like that, you have to go through rehab. So he's got to do rehab and all kinds of work to get back to being healthier. So it's going to take time.
We're thinking of Jesse. I miss him. But
yeah, me too.
We're hoping that he has a quick recovery with everything going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember making them laugh, making them crack up, telling them jokes, and I have them cracking up, man, and just it was just having a good time, just with Jesse, just yeah. I mean, you had some good laughs, man. I mean, Abe knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, he's been a joker all of his life, man.
yeah, I like joking with him. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the Philadelphia experiment.
Oh yeah, yeah. All some crazy stories that happened with that.
I think they even made a
People
movie
were,
out of it.
yeah, they did a people. I heard people were fused to the ship. Their body was became part of the ship, Abe. And then people were. I heard they went insane. Uh, People were disappearing and appearing, disappearing and appearing. I mean, all kinds of stories. I mean, I heard all kinds of stuff about that uh, experiment. Let me see. What's that? Oh yeah,
Well,
here it is.
there it is.
This is the movie that was made off of the Philadelphia experiment. I got a physical
Nice.
copy of it on DVD.
Mm-hmm.
This did a good job showing the phenomenons that happened, and I'm surprised they even made a movie about it.
I remember the movie. I might look it up, man.
They
I
have a
watched.
sequence in here where the ship returns to where it disappeared from, and the crew is stuck in between the walls. Like some of
Mm-hmm.
them, like they're just stuck. I don't know. It's
So
something that did
what
happen
was
though
the
with this.
experiment? What was the experiment that they were doing?
It ended up okay. They were testing something with traveling time and space. So
Oh,
something happened where the ship disappeared, but it reappeared in the future. It was like time hopping. So it went to several different times in the future and then returned back. But when it was in the future, some of these people that came back and gave their accounts about it, they said they became they took on different identities in the future. So like when they came back, they were going by different names, but they had lived the lives in the future. That's how long they were gone for. But to
wow.
us, to the people like witnessing it, like outside of it, it was only like a short amount of time that these ships were
So they
gone.
didn't
This one's
age.
practically no, but they were able to experience at least like 100 years in the future. They even went hundreds of years beyond that. Apparently, I forget the name of the guy that's involved in that. He sat down and did several interviews about it, where he talks about his name change and then being in the future, being on like these elevated boardwalks. It was basically like those airport uh, flat escalators that gets you across from point to point. That's what he said were like the sidewalks, but they were in the sky, and a lot of these cities were just floating in the sky. And who knows if it's going to be our future or not? It could be
Mm-hmm.
another timeline. Like we
Mm-hmm.
don't know how that's going to all play out. But yeah, it was. Yeah, Vader is saying in the comments it was a time travel experiment. I could read the back of that DVD just for
I've heard.
fun.
Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff, man. In the sky where it's in the '70s, man. Where I seen
I'll
this
be right back,
aircraft,
fellas.
man. You ever see You ever play the game Stargate?
Yeah.
How the aircraft looks like Defender or whatever.
Hmm.
Well, I seen something like that in the sky. Moving slow first through the clouds. I could see it. I'm like, what the hell is that? And this is in the '70s. The next thing you know, I hear something breaking the sound barrier, and you hear like boom, boom, like the booms are going from one side of the town to the other side of the town, and just something's moving so fast that the sound barrier is being broken, and it goes on like that for about a good 20, 30 minutes, just something breaking the sound barrier. And I think in the newspaper they put UFO or uh, time traveling machine or something that was breaking the sound barrier, but it was weird for something to break the sound barrier. This is in the '70s, but something in the air was doing that, breaking the sound barrier.
May I read this insert from the DVD?
Sure.
All right, it's not too long, but I think it goes into all this we're talking about with time distortion. It says in America, people thrive on the celebrity of the unknown. Our culture has always promoted the unexplained and mysterious, from the origins of the Egyptian pyramids to the alleged spaceship crash at Roswell, New Mexico. We can't get enough of it. No detail is too innocent. No motive is too innocent. We have an insatiable appetite for the outlandish, not to mention our collective worries about government conspiracies, alien abductions, and the occasional end of the world prophecies. Although this country has only existed for a little over 2 centuries, we've managed to accumulate quite a sizable tapestry of bizarre and fascinating events that have kept many an obsessive personality up at night. One such tale of mystery occurred in 1943 in Delaware Bay, the Philadelphia experiment. As with most modern legends, details are as vague and conflicting as they are plentiful. What is concretely known about the Philadelphia experiment can be reduced to a few plain sentences. A United States battleship named the USS Eldridge was brought into Delaware Bay near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in July of 1943. The U.S. Navy has perennially stated that the purpose of the Eldridge's stay was to conduct, quote, degaussing, end quote, experiments, which they hoped would give the ship a virtual invisibility to underwater mines. Degaussing is the term used to describe the neutralization of magnetic fields. By covering the battleship in magnetic fields of wire, the Navy hoped to overcome the mines, which used the magnetic fields as a proximity alert and therefore as the trigger for detonation. Now, this explanation is not far fetched. Quite the contrary. World War II was in full swing in 1943, and the Navy would have had both ample excuse and the resources to conduct an experiment of this nature. The experiment, originally titled Project Rainbow, utilized basic scientific principles to give the Navy a decided advantage in their efforts for peace. Of course, that was not the end of the story. It is after this basic setup that the accounts of the experiment become extremely extraordinary. Although no government officials have ever admitted to this, it is generally believed that at some point during the tests on board the Eldridge, an electrical current was sent through the fields of wire covering the ship. Some modern day scientists have put forth the idea that not only did the Navy wish to conceal the ship from mines, but from conventional radar, as well as perhaps even normal vision. By sending the current through the wire, it is conceivable to create a masking effect by bending light around the ship to cause it to appear invisible. Again, that was and remains to this day a theory. However, the story does not end there. Those who accept the electrical charge portion of the story are also prone to suggest the final section of the legend as truth, that the Philadelphia experiment caused the USS Eldridge to displace from time, sending it from Delaware Bay to Norfolk, Virginia, almost simultaneously. There are some semi-confirmed reports of crew members from a ship docked in Norfolk seeing the Eldridge for about 15 minutes before vanishing from view. The ship vanished and partially vanished from Delaware Bay several more times during the day as the experiment supposedly progressed. There were reports of Eldridge crew members reappearing time and again, some seeming disoriented and suffering from a malaise of unknown origins. On another of the ship's disappearances and reappearances, some members of the crew were reported to have come back fused with parts of the ship.
Damn.
Other wild aspects of the story go on to account for ex-crew members suffering long-term mental illness and even disappearing from time altogether. So that's about it. This little booklet covered everything you needed to hear if you'd never heard about it before. I recommend watching the movie and also look into the other. There's other interviews from people who were on board the ship that share what happened, and I think all of them have passed away at this point. But yeah,
Wow.
it's something I want to cover on my channel in the future. But because I'm talking about the disappearances of ships already with the Bermuda Triangle, this fits right in there with it. Yes, Vader's various videos talks about the ancient Stargate that Saddam Hussein probably had in Iraq. Yeah, I heard about that. That was probably the reason why the early 2000s.
1990.
Or was it that? Do you think
Operation Desert Storm.
the first Desert Storm was looking for that? I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what I was. I was there. Operation Desert
Wow.
Storm. I mean, I don't know if they were looking for it, but our job was just to liberate Kuwait. If they weren't looking for it, they weren't looking for it in this new war, because our job was just to send them right across back the border. And that's what we did. We never went into Iraq. It's the new war that you're talking about, that they went into Iraq. The 2000, was that around 2004, 2005, when they went back. What year was that? I can't even remember. I think it was like around 2004. I can't remember what year it was when they went back into Iraq.
So the second time they went back, was it just them finishing the job from the first Desert Storm?
No, we finished our job. Our job was to liberate Kuwait, which means get rid of the enemy that was in their land, which we did. We defeated them in a matter of hours. You know, it was the fastest war in history. A couple of tanks, a couple of survivors that were able to cross back across the border. It was later on when they went back in with I think the son of the Bush, George W. He went back in there, and then Obama was in there too. So it's kind of like, I mean, that army was ready to fight again, man, because we destroyed them. So basically, when they went in there, it was a whole different war, because it became urban warfare. When we fought them, it was tank to tank battles in the sand, in the open. So they waited 20 years, and they were ready for them. You know, they had a different strategy how they were going to fight the Americans. You know, with those bombs that would slap on there, and I mean, a lot of people died out there. And then you had snipers. So it became urban warfare, which is a whole different thing. You know, in a foreign country, they had people that they hired from the Mongolians and other that were like freaking snipers that were real good. They killed a lot of Americans, man. I don't know. It's just I think that when they were there that time frame, they might have been looking for something.
You know what? I heard about that. That they found the cylinders, the Iraqi, these little tubes, but they had like images on the sides. They figured out that that's where it helped them. Those cylinders helped them find the Stargate. I don't know if did you guys mention that? I don't know if you guys were aware of that.
We were
They
just talking about that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just want to mention that. What do you want, Kitty? Yeah.
They just recently they destroyed all the hieroglyphics, you know, of like the Watchers and all that they had, the tablets. Somebody destroyed them when not too long ago, I think, or was it time for when they were there? They started destroying everything that they had, you know, and it had to do with the Watchers. A lot of hieroglyphics and tablets and all kinds of stuff.
Hey, when they went into
with sledgehammers and stuff like that.
I heard that when they went into
they left
the museum,
like this.
They were looking for something. I heard that's what our government was looking for, something in the museum. I don't know if you heard about that. That they found coffins of giants. That's what I heard. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but that our government was looking for something in the museum. I don't know if that's if there's anything to it, but that's what the scuttlebutt was. You know, rumors that they were looking for something in the Iraqi museum that was very valuable. I don't know what, but that's what I heard. I don't know if it's true.
The Degen is out there, and a lot of our soldiers have attachments of the Degen that are going. They say they got PTSD, but they get the negative attachment. The only way to free the Degen off of them is through prayer, man. and there's
Mm.
the army doesn't teach you that. They're non-denominational, where they're just a guy that's called a chaplain, and he just says a prayer, but it's nothing dealing with religion. He's just
Mm.
somebody talking. Uh, but there, a lot of our troops have come back from all these years that are out there with attachments of the Dijin, which they're acting different. Someone will come back, try to kill their family, their wives, and stuff like
Mm.
that.
Oh
But
yeah.
that negative attachment. Dijin is a unclean spirit. Dijin to me is like a DDN, the same thing. Uh, they just call something different over there, unclean spirit.
Yeah, I'd
Somebody
like to
said,
look into that more.
yeah. The reason I know about this because I mean I lived on the biggest base outside, so I was seeing a lot of the soldiers that were going to the combat zone and come back. There was this
Come
guy
on.
that was married to my friend's
Come on, Pete.
daughter, and he had gone out there. And when he came back, he was in the infantry. He came back, and he was like a whole different person. And I could see that he had this negative attachment on him. I'll try to pray for him. He didn't want me to pray for him. Then one day, he comes to my house, and he's looking at me, and he's got his shotgun with him. He starts loading bullets in it, right? And he charges, backs in and points it at me, and he asks me, "Are you afraid?" I said, "No, I'm not afraid." And then he just looks at me and he starts laughing. Gets in his vehicle and he leaves. You know, I didn't call the cops or nothing because I figured he was already going through enough, right? But then one day in Elms Grove, we went to Elms Grove. He parked his car in the park, and then he's talking to guess who? I heard him. He said he called Beelzebub, and he said, I got my family here. You can take them now, just like we talked about, and all this stuff." When he started saying that, he's talking to Beelzebub. I started praying against him. I started praying, and I grabbed the family, and I took them to my house. You know, and then I called my friend, and I told, "Hey, this guy is dangerous." I was telling him what he said and all this. So after that, they broke up. He I don't know. He made it to where it's my friend's daughter could not have the children, so he gave up the children to the state. That's what he did.
Wow.
But yeah, he was an evil person, man. I mean, he had this negative attachment on him. Bottom of his eyes were black, real bad, and you could sense the negativity that was upon him. But he wouldn't. Every time I try to help him pray, he would take off. He didn't want me to pray for him. But yeah, there's a lot of soldiers like that. Um, my brother-in-law, he was a paralegal, so he was working with all the people that are getting chaptered out of the military, and he was all in all those campaigns. Then one day during Halloween, I'm looking at him, and his eyes are black, and he's got long nails. And then he looks at me, and I said, "What are you supposed to be?" And he says, "I'm the degen." That's what he says to me, and I didn't think nothing of it. Then, like a month later, he takes his life, man. And
Wow.
he had barely come back from overseas. He was acting different. He had all kinds of weapons, and he takes his life. You know, but he said that he was the degen. Just like a DDN or any unclean spirit or the Legion, if you have a spiritual opening, it's going to use that opening to attack, not just to attack, but to destroy. Okay, I'm looking at the comments here. May you rest in peace, man. But yeah, I've seen this activity, man. It's very real, and that's something that the military don't teach you is how to fight spiritually against these unseen forces, because To them, it's just about the mission, which is in the flesh. But they don't teach their soldiers how to fight spiritually. What what is he saying? Yeah, also known as what? I don't know what he's trying to say. Grave encounters.
Oh, I think he's saying the weapons of mass destructions was a BS explanation for what they were really looking for.
Oh,
yeah.
I know there was a video where they said that they found they went underneath the ground and they found that there was an angel with chains and or something like that. I don't know if that's true. So much AI nowadays that you don't know if what people are saying is the truth. Just like the story of the Gondar giant. You gotta have some kind of evidence. I know. Or you can hear somebody killing a Bigfoot or a dog man. Well, where's the picture? Where's the body? You gotta have some kind of evidence. Me, I try to capture the evidence that I capture because I know of what I encountered that they're not here in the flesh, that they're more in either in spirit form, spiritually, I say in spirit form, unclean spirit, but or they're from a different dimension where you can see them, but you can't touch them because they're vibrating a different frequency. But to me, I just say spirit because that's like I see them as. They have many abilities. Okay. What do you want, Rebel? The thing Jaime took off. You had to call it a night. I don't know what happened with Jaime. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure either.
there's a lot of soldiers. I mean, check it out, brother. Use the missile. I was going to a VA appointment, and I thought it was this location, and this location is where they have soldiers or veterans that have severe like PTSD or whatever. So I'm banging on this. I'm banging on this door. It won't open, and it's got nothing but dark tint on the glass. So I'm banging the door, trying to open it. Then the door opens, and there's this old lady, and I said, "Is this the PTSD so and so?" And she said, "I think you're in the wrong location, sir." I said, "So what is this?" It said, "This is a place where you don't." This is what she told me. This is a place where you don't want to be. And she looked at me right in the eyes, and she said, "This is not a good place." I said, "Okay, thank you for the warning." She closed the door, locked the door, and I took off, man. I'm thinking that they're experimenting with veterans in there, where they're experimental drugs or even torturing or something in that nature in there. But I could feel like the presence of something very evil there. I never got to go inside to know what was happening, and this was in the VA facility in one of the buildings in the back. And she had a bunch of keys on her.
Someone asked in the chat about what's the earliest disappearances. There's one from it was compiled by Brother Bartolome de las Casas. It is Diario from September 16th to October 3rd, 1492. So it goes back at least 600 years. There's evidence of all these ships disappearing. And then once we started having planes, World War One, that's when we started having military planes disappear, and then small range private planes. as far as like chronological order, I don't have that information available at hand, but there's a lot of ship disappearances from the 1700s and 1800s that I'll be covering from this G and J Kassar book.
Yeah, I remember stories that some of those ships from back in those wooden ships, like you know Santa Maria and all that,
Hmm.
that the sirens were lure some of those ships where they could hear them singing, and then they were running to like rocks, and the ship would sink.
Yeah,
I don't know if you ever heard that.
yeah. Well, they had. It's like, especially in the Bermuda Triangle, they encounter storms that don't show up on radar. They also hear voices in the middle of the night coming from the water,
Yeah.
and this book in particular was talking about how that could be attributed to Mercury, because Mercury can pick up radio signals,
Ah,
but where it's coming from, like who knows where it's coming from. There's also the possibility that it could be the mermaids, these
sirens.
thing,
Yeah.
the sirens, yeah, where it's because it's telling them to jump in. They're like, come on, come join us, come down it. Like, what? They're jumping to their deaths, but then it's like they're also hypnotized. It's like they're listening to the voices and then jumping in too.
Yeah, they get hypnotized. The reason I'm saying saying that because my grandfather, he was a fisherman. He liked going fishing. He had a boat and everything, wooden boat. He was fishing in the Gulf, and he was out there fishing, and I guess a bad storm came in, and a big wave came and flipped his boat over. So his boat was flipped, and he was treading water. So just treading in the water, and there was big waves everywhere, and he was trying to make it back to shore. So he was swimming back to shore. He started hearing his name being called, Jose, 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 and they're saying, "Bien pa acá, Jose," like Joe, come here. And then when it was swimming and he looked, he seen his wife in the water like this, like half of the body out of the water, going like this to come to her. But the problem with that was that his wife died many years ago, which is my grandmother. I never got to meet my grandmother. So he freaked out what he was seeing, and he said he started swimming as fast as he could, and it kept on coming after him, coming after him. He said, I don't know how he made it, but he said he made it to shore. He was freaking scared, jumped in his truck, and took off. He said, I'll come back from the boat later. He said when he made it home, which is like 34 miles away from the Gulf of Mexico, that he was asleep in his room. That when he woke up, that the thing he had seen in the water that was pretending to be his wife wasn't his wife no more, but he was dragging him out the window. So
Oh,
he
wow.
had he grabbed his shotgun because he always slept with a shotgun and shot at it. And freaking, he said for about 2 weeks, he kept on coming, trying to get him. And he would share the story, and he had marks, he had scratches and everything where something was coming and trying to take him, and he got to get the boat back, but it was messed up, and that was the last time we went fishing or even near the ocean. But I believe, sirens. How did the siren make it inland 34 miles if she's a siren? Well, it's because they have the ability to shapeshift and turn into a person. Also, a siren, if you remember at the beginning of time, harpies and sirens, they were the women that slept with the watchers. So so the sirens and the harpies, they consider themselves sisters, like brujas, sisters, but they have those abilities that they can be in the water, be in the land. And I'm more sure that the brujas here on land can do the same thing. Lechuzas be in the form of Lechuza or turning to the form of a sirena, siren.
Could you
Yeah,
share my channel link to the chat again? I think yeah, they missed it there. Fader missed it.
there we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Madeline did the same thing. Thank you, both of you. I appreciate it. Yes, Scott was talking. I think it was Scott. It was either Scott or Jaime. They were talking about the USS Oblivion. That was from 1918. That was a ship that disappeared, and they never found it. They considered the crew deceased. But there was also these older ships, the wooden ships, that would be found desolate. They'd find the ships in the water, but there'd be no crew aboard. And even like there'd be food on the table in the mess room, like uneaten. Like they all just up and disappeared. No
Wow.
trace. There's a lot of stories like that too. So it's not one offs. Like all could you can't explain this stuff away. It's more so there's something paranormal happening. There's time displacement and space displacement. These ships are seen in like upper New England off the shore, and they're not supposed to be there until like 4 days later, and they find it there briefly, and then it disappears again.
I've heard of that of where people disappear going on an initial trail walk and they're never seen again. There's some that said that they're trapped in that they're caught up in time. They don't know how to get out of there. And then they finally make it back. But when they make it back, years have passed by.
Yeah. Again, I wouldn't want to be in that situation. Like hearing about all of it's fascinating, but it's also scary at the same time.
My grandfather will tell me, my grandfather worked in agriculture all his life. He was on the tractors. He would tell me, said, "Don't ever go to this location over here after 6 o'clock. So because there's a lot of activity there." I said, "What do you mean, Grandpa?" And he would hit me. Listen to me. Do not go over there because there's a lot of activity. He would talk about shadow figures and all this kind of stuff. Because he work at nighttime, and he was in agriculture, so he worked in the tractor. He would irrigate the fields. He always carried a shotgun with him because they were running into bobcats and wildcats, rattlesnakes. So he always carried a shotgun with him. But then he would run into this dark shadow figures. He wouldn't speak too much about it, but he would tell me, "Don't go over there after this time frame." I was just a kid. Like, would tell me the stories. I was like 6 or 7. I smoked my first cigarette and drank my first beer with my grandfather when I was like 5. My mom be on Sunday. My mom would go do his laundry and cook for him tortillas to have for the week. So I'll be out there sitting on the porch with him. He's like, throw the cigarette, take it. I'm over there trying to smoke. And my mom was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Nothing, Mom. Wait till we get home. Cabron, I'm going to get you." Then they'd be like, you drink Schlitz. He go like, throw the can, or he puts a can right there. Take a little sip. The first time I tasted beer, and my mom was like, "What are you doing?" I'd be running around the house real fast because I had a little buzz, And my grandpa would just be laughing. Yeah, but he had all kinds of stories. He was one of those. He raises my aunts and uncles by himself because his wife died when they were all small. Which was my grandma. She passed away. Cousin Jesse said that my grandmother had webbed fingers. That's what he said. That she had webbed fingers. So when he said that she had webbed fingers, Then I said to myself, then when I remember the story that he said that she was in the water calling him, it's like, I don't know. Is it kind of related? You know, because I mean, I don't know, but because just as she had webbed fingers.
Yeah, I wonder what that means too. Like I've heard about that happening with other people having the webbed fingers and extra fingers too, like one like a sixth finger. What do you think the webbed fingers mean?
Amphibious, you know, the what was the name of the movie? The Monster of the Black Lagoon. When
Yeah,
he opens his hands and the fingers are webbed because
yeah.
he's got the to be able to tread water. I don't know. I never got to meet my grandmother because she passed away before I was before I was even born.
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't know because the incident that happened to him of of happened later on, like in the 70s. Like the incident with the boat happened like in 76, 77, and I'm like, how is it happening? That he's seeing her, but she passed away before that. But when cousin Jason said she had, was it seeing her? Was it seeing? I don't know. I don't know what to think about it, man. Honestly, I know cousin Jesse probably would say. I mean, he's older than me, so he probably. I don't know if he. I don't think he got to meet her either. I'm not sure. I knew guys that could bend their fingers all the way back, and I'm looking at him because he was, I guess, double jointed. He could bend his fingers all the way back to his wrist.
Wow.
Yeah, there's the movie Creature of the Black Lagoon.
Man, I'm going on a book buying binge tonight. I don't normally do this, but I have to do it now.
Go ahead, brother.
So the books I just picked up, They Flew into Oblivion by G.N.J. Cassar. Also, A Passage into Oblivion, which is about the USS Cyclops. They Flew into Oblivion's about Flight 19, which is one of the most noted airplane. It's actually a group of planes. There was like 5 planes that went missing over the Bermuda Triangle. So that was the very recent book I just did, and then about 10 minutes ago, I got A Passage into Oblivion, which was the ship USS Cyclops that went missing and never found. And earlier on this stream, I also purchased The Salvager, which is the life of Captain Tom Reed, and he talks about finding missing ships. And I also purchased the Mothman Dynasty, the Chicago Winged Humanoids book. I don't know what version I'm going to get because I purposely bought one that didn't have a photo in the listing, so I'm hoping it's the first edition and not the reprint. But I think both of them are fine. Like either one, they're both out of print now. I guess they were really short prints. And then last night I purchased the Bermuda Triangle 2, which is a follow up of this book directly by the same author. So like it's a lot of literature that I'm picking up that I'm going to be going through, and I'll probably be showing it on my channel. I will be starting a new series, The Great Lakes Triangle. I'll be reading through this book that I picked up at a thrift store here in Illinois in Volo Auto Museum. They have a lot of cool stuff there, but this was sitting on a shelf when I was going to go to the bathroom, and I just so happened to like I think I saw the plane on this, and then I saw the title, and I'm like, wait a minute, because this was right when I was starting the Bermuda Triangle series on my channel, and since I'm in the Great Lakes area, I live here. I'm like, I want to check this out and see what it's all about. But I think mostly Lake Superior has a lot of the strange phenomenon happening that's similar to the Bermuda Triangle. So I'm stocking up on all this stuff. I got the other books from Milwaukee from the Navy veteran, and I'm just going to continue expanding upon it to see what else I can find. But the things that we've talked about here tonight with the missing people, like they find the boats, and then also like hearing the voices from the water. That's all stuff I've found in the books I've read so far. So I haven't even gotten through everything yet, and
My
those are things popping up.
my uncle had an incident too there at Port Mansfield. That's the location where this happened. It's called Port Mansfield. If you look in the map, you'll find it. It's in the Gulf of Mexico. He'll go to the port and he'll go with his water gear and walk like a mile in or 2 miles in and fish. So he was fishing. He'll go fishing Fridays and Saturdays. Uh, he came back one day and he was scared, smoking cigarettes, and we're trying to figure out what was the matter with him. He was acting paranoid. So he started telling us a story where he was fishing like 2 miles in Port Mansfield, and he felt his freaking rod just go all the way down, and he thought he caught a big fish, right? And it's bent all the way down, but it's not moving. So he said, "I think I might have, got hooked on something." So he's going closer and closer to, to the line, to where the hook is. So he's trying to reel it in, and it's still bent down, and it's getting closer and closer. He's walking further in. And he said, like, as you walk further in, maybe like 4 feet or 5 feet in front of him, this giant green, whatever it was, prehistoric or whatever, came out of the water, and it was huge. It went up in the air and landed in the water, and he was in shock, scared the shit out of him, that he left his rod there, and he was in shock all the way to the house. And that's how we caught him, like in a shock state. Like he freaked out with what he seen. He said what he described was something greenish, and it was huge. What it was, I don't know. All I know, it was green and huge. Like he said, he looked like it was prehistoric. I don't know if it was a dinosaur or something like that. But after that, he never went fishing again. That's it. He stopped going fishing.
Wow.
You should have seen him, how in shock it was, man, because he wasn't himself. He was like freaked out.
Yeah.
He's still alive, but he's older now. He's probably like up there in the 70s, 60 something, 70s. But he stopped going fishing after that. I've been in Port Mansfield. That's the same dock where my grandfather took the boat through the port in Port Mansfield. That's where they used to go fishing all the time. That's only like 31 miles, 33 miles from our home.
I'd probably stop fishing too if that happened.
Was it?
I'd probably stop fishing too if that ever happened.
Yeah.
Although I haven't gone in many years, but I do want to go up to Wisconsin in the fall for salmon fishing. I've been talking about that for a while.
You know what's in the water, man? It's like it's not like going through the water.
I used to go fishing at night. Like when I was younger, I'd go salmon fishing. We'd drive we'd leave at like 9 o'clock at night, and we'd stay up all night fishing until the morning at like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And thankfully, I never encountered anything, or if I did, I didn't realize what was going on. I don't think I've had any of those instances, thankfully. I don't ask for it.
If I can drop my link, I don't know what link is he talking about.
Yeah, links aren't working in the chat for some reason. It might be YouTube doing it, for all we know.
Probably. I don't see his thing here. He said he posted something.
Yeah, Dulcie Bates. That was um oh, we talked about that before a few weeks ago. So Phil Schneider. There's a really good video where he speaks about what he encountered. And that's all military experiments too. You got these the gray aliens. I really think those things um not robot. They're like animatronics. They're they're built by man.
The rakes.
Yeah, the rakes too. Yeah.
I think the government tried to create the super soldier. To me, you know during Hitler time, they were experimenting on people to create a super soldier. When I went to Germany, I freaked out how big the people are there. They have like, to me, they have like uh as big as some of them are. Like they look like giants, man. Like if they have the Nephilim bloodline, they're huge. I like what the. I look I look like a midget compared to everybody else that was there. Some of those people look like they were on steroids. They look bigger than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
We had some that were real tall, and I was like, why do these people look so huge? Like very tall people. And in Germany, I got to see people from all over parts of the world. It's kind of like, I guess, what you would see in New York, but there, on the weekends, people are out there partying, so you get to see all kinds of different nationalities. But yeah, there's some that were huge over there, man. They said that he was trying to create a super soldier, no? Hitler.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. And it sounds like he was in contact with the tall whites. And who knows what they were, visitors from the future, who knows?
Then
Interdimensional
they,
beings. It's all I mean, it's all kind of fallen into that category for me.
and then they had those things on the ground, the paganism, where they have marks in lines where they were sacrifice people, let the blood drain into this line formations and stuff, like the pagans that would do on the mountain, where they have to go every stage of the mountain. They had to do a certain ritual. So by the time they get to the top of the mountain, they uh, they will lay them down. I'm talking about virgins. They will lay them down, you know, cut their throat or the wrist, and they bleed out. I don't know if they're trying to open a portal or what they were doing, but that's what they would do, the pagans. And what's crazy about that the Roman Catholics back then were friends of the pagans. I seen this on PBS, was it public broadcast something system, where they would show Sesame Street. It was late at night. It was an old film. You hear the
Yeah, with the
and
projector.
it said the pagans, and it said paganism or something in the bottom. It was an old film, and I was like, "What is this about?" And I watched it, man. I'm like, "What the hell?" Yeah, there's a lot of, imagine all this old films that they've lost. They had all this information on there.
So, Vader's various videos in the chat. I don't know if you posted a link to what you're talking about or not, but it's
Yeah,
not
we
popping up.
can't. Yeah, we can't see the link. Who's that? Shoot. I
Oh,
know Andres is saying the same thing too.
yeah. Andreas says, "Have you seen those orbs split apart?" Yeah, the videos that I have shows that clearly. I can, I can probably show a little bit of that.
You're saying
Because
this on their post, but can you send it through me through Messenger?
yeah,
On their
contact
APS?
Abe. If you send it to Abe through Messenger, he'll be able to easily repost it
Yes.
here. Let me boot up my editing program here.
Now that you send it to Sister Madeline and she'll share it. Well, there is a microscopic creature that they call it a shapeshifter. It's known as a shapeshifter, which is the amoeba. You heard about the amoeba? How it's in water and it can travel in through the nasal. It even makes it to the brain. The person is dead. That's why I don't like going to lakes because of the amoebas. They're always in like water that's stagnant.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
All right, we're gonna look at some more of my footage from Texas from this past week, and no worries on showing everything because there's not enough time to do that. So I'm gonna go frame by frame here because it's a lot clearer in the editing program than if I were to export the video. The video kind of gets blended together frame by frame, but here we get to see it all frame by frame. This is 24 frames a second. And this is a single orb that is just changing shape, changing color. But there's stuff dropping out from it. If you look between these two frames, on the right side, there's a dot that appears and then disappears. And I'm going back and forth between 3 frames here. There's nothing, then there's something, then there's nothing. Now, some of these frames also show like things ejecting from this orb, like it's dropping off other things before phasing out. And there's stuff launching out from this orb as well. I'm going to go a little faster just to show it. But you see it's moving in one direction and it does a little circle and then it continues on downward. But you see all the different colors it's making?
Oh yeah.
And there's stuff that launches out from this thing, and it's kind of difficult to see. And I don't know if this is exact that same clip. Yeah, look here. I want to bring my cursor to where it's at. So this portion, you see something flying out from it. It dropped down. It's right over here. I'm gonna go back a frame, go down, next frame, forward. It just kind of launches out from the orb, and then there's a lot of this activity happening before it finally fades out. Like another one here, you see it launching backward to the left. Yeah. And it does that multiple times before eventually fading out. Like you see here, it's still there. Still there, but you could see like the middle of it's black now.
Oh, I thought I seen a where it was at towards the bottom, like it showed a face. But no, I guess it's just me.
There could be. I mean, with all of this footage, like I'm saying,
Right.
we're not looking at like a single. If you were to say like it's a plane, like plane, like a veil, this is not what we're dealing with. I think it's a series of different layers that we're looking at, and some of this stuff is right up on top of us. But that's just one instance of this. Is this clip here that I just showed? And I don't know if I can find it again here. I'll try to find one more clip, and then I'll save the rest for Brenda's show because she's probably like, "What are you doing?" But there's so much content that I have from this that it's worth showing it to you guys here, and then also later on Brenda's show.
My brother sent me a message, and he said about my grandmother. When I was born, she got to see me, and she told me that then she died from the hex. She died from a hex. Somebody put some black magic on her.
Oh wow!
Tell you it was real bad in the back South Texas, man. There you go.
So here again, I think this is a different orb in the sky. You're gonna see some projectiles shoot out of it. I went back a frame. Okay, so I'm gonna go frame by frame here, and it's gonna be up toward where my cursor is moving. I'm gonna move it out of the way so we can see it full. But something launches out of it, and then it's right next to it, and then it loses its light. And I say that because you see it pops back up after 2 or 3 frames. So it's here. Then it goes away for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames, and then it pops back up on the top here. But those could be 2 completely different lights. There's nothing to say for sure. What I think is happening is when these things are bright, they're releasing a bunch of these different smaller orbs. And then it dims out and goes away.
Send it, Andres.
Do you see this one? Like, the light gets streaked, and then there's another thing that has dropped from it below it. So it's letting go all of these different objects from the orb. And again, this is video from just the other night, from Wednesday morning.
Were the things that it was letting out like little red things, like spaceships?
This looks like it's little white.
Little lights?
Like little white lights, yeah. And it's smaller than this. But this is about the size of what a regular star in the sky is. And we didn't see these little lights coming out of this thing with our naked eye. I'm only seeing it in the footage here. But we were able to see this main light that's in the center of the video. But you see how it's like a little bit more colorful at times? Like it has a little blue light on top here. And then again, there's more projectiles coming out of this thing. And it's still there, but it's cloaked now.
I see that I told you to send you a thumbs up. Yes, that's a lot of activity there.
Yeah, like I said,
how far in the sky was that? You could.
Well, it was above a tree line that was on the property, and hold on, let me see if I can pull more up. Because I've been just looking through this footage today and yesterday. It's been very sporadic for me because I just tried to get this all backed up first. And it takes a little while to get this stuff all put together. Like I'm going to have zoomed in clips like we just showed. But here's another one just so that you can get a sense of like how far away it was. And just for fun here, we'll go in and we'll try to fix this. We'll put some contrast. Oh no, can't do it. Okay. Let me see if I could try something else out with it. All right, I'm ready to share my screen, Abe. Whenever you're ready.
Alrighty. Let me send the picture over.
And again, what I'm showing here, I'll be showing on Beyond the Box channel next week in a lot more detail. But this is just looking at the stuff for the first time. Like, I got this literally, 3 days ago now. And I'm just starting to compile everything, all the different sightings that we got in the sky over 2 nights. Oh, I'm showing the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me reshare.
Yeah, I know this is the one that what's the name? Just sent me. I don't know
Oh,
what
well, that's the Stargate. Okay, okay.
I'm thinking that's the Stargate he's talking about.
Yeah, that looks about right. I swear I had that open on another window on my browser.
You seen that? Yeah, I
It
thought you
looks
showed it.
it looks very familiar.
Yeah, I thought you had shown it earlier.
So I'm not sure if it's popping up here, but there's 2 trees in the lower third of this video. But you're going to see the lights that I saw on the ranch there. I'll let this play. So it pops up here, it goes away. Then there's a few others that pop up as well. And again, I'm going to be zooming in. I'm going to be putting contrast on these things so that you could see them a little clearer. Yeah, I hope that wasn't the only one on here. Yeah, because this is image 4. Okay. This is the one where it has like converging ones. So this has a little blinking light that's not a plane. It's not a plane because it behaves differently. It actually goes back on itself and then continues onward. Something a plane would not do. So I'm following it with my cursor. It's right above it blinking. But then there's one that pops up here. And there's another one that pops up right here. It just showed up above my cursor. So now there's 3 of them on screen. 1, 2, and then the third one's missing again. But you see this one on the bottom. I'm going to reverse it and show it again. So it's going downward, and then it goes up and does a circle, and then it continues on. Unreal stuff. But that just proves that these aren't planes, these aren't stars. And it's imitating flight paths. I can't explain this. I really can't explain what we're seeing. It moved away. Okay, so one more time. You got 3 of them on the screen. And the bottom one is moving at a 45-degree angle downward, then stops, loops up, and then zooms back to where it was at and continues its trajectory down. I don't know what it's doing, but I'm thinking it's playing around. It's like imitating flight paths. And then it's like correcting itself or doing its thing that it normally does when it's not being looked at by people.
What is those things that are from light that they take the appearance of light biblically?
Well, demons, the light bearer. Yeah. Lucifer's nickname is the light bearer, the false light.
And then some of those lights that you were showing were color red too.
Yes.
Red would signify that demonic.
There's also a video clip I'll be showing on Brenda's channel.
How many did you count that there were up in the air?
There were 3 in that specific video, but there were actually, 3s, right? And when we, the first night, so Tuesday morning at 3 a.m. is when these things happened, both nights, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning. We went out earlier on Wednesday morning, and the activity didn't start until 3 a.m. But the Tuesday morning sighting that we got that I didn't get on video, we walked out and looked above that tree line, and there were 4 stars out there, but 3 of them started to move once we looked in that direction. And we're like, wow, you see that? Yes, I'm seeing what you're seeing, Susie. And we just watched these things do the erratic movements and then just eventually fade and disappear. And I'm under the impression right now that they are cloaking themselves and that they're also ejecting other smaller entities, whether it be, if you want to say they're ships, I don't know.
Yeah.
But they're definitely not stars. And what we're seeing up in the sky, they may be a lot closer than what we're told they are.
Yeah, that's not military either, because I've seen how the military flies, and that's not military. I've seen drones, I've seen satellites, but that right there is something completely different. Lon Morgan says you're talking
Yeah.
about stars and stuff.
Yeah, Law Morgan. I showed some video footage I captured in Texas earlier this week. I just got back a day and a half ago. But I captured video of the sky near Texarkana, and it's pretty incredible footage. And I didn't even show all of it today. It's just a taste of what I got. And it's not that like I want to have like a presentation on Beyond the Boxes channel. She's like, Brenda's gonna get a really good comprehensive breakdown from me here on all of this stuff. But this is just the first few clips that I looked at, and I put some tracking software on one of the videos that we watched earlier tonight on the stream. So all of this is authentic footage. It comes from myself. I didn't do any manipulation other than zooming in and doing the tracking on it just so that we can follow it as it travels across the screen, and I don't have to cut it into 3-4 videos because I'm zoomed in so much. But
good capture, man.
Thank you.
Very good capture. Good footage right there. You gotta send that footage to was it the name of the show? Those videos where they show the short reels of something in the air. Was it something videos? Is it the paranormal or the? It's a show where they show videos of all kinds of things. Caught on video or something like that. Caught on tape.
I could. Well,
I don't even know the show. I think the show still exists. That would be nice to put it on there.
Like unexplained videos.
Yeah, like what's
Something
in the
like
sky. Yeah.
I'll have to look it up. It's been a long time since I watched anything like that. I tend to go and seek out specific researchers, and then that leads me to other stuff. By the way, thank you, Vader's Various Videos. Thank you for sharing that photograph. I pulled up your channel, and that's how I saw it. So thank you for posting that. And it's no longer there now. It's all good. Yeah, some of the stuff, it gets pulled. Thankfully, I haven't had any of that happen. I'm kind of prepared if that does happen to my channel. It's going to be up on other platforms. But as of right now, everything I've been covering has been untouched. So I'm thankful for that. But I'm going to be premiering all of the stuff that I captured over on Brenda's channel. And we'll go over the same stuff here that I just showed now. But this is just the start of what I found. I've got over 120 gigabytes of footage that I got from the
I
ranch.
got the link that Andres sent me to me. Yeah, sent it through me through my spiritual encrypted encounter. I was waiting for it on Messenger, but he sent it to my group. So let me share this link.
Okay.
I think I sent it to me. Let me get out of here. Oh my god. Let me share it. I think it's a TikTok live or something here. What it seems like.
It just fits. Gee, that's some kind of drone or something that shouldn't be there.
That looks just like my footage. That's amazing.
Did I lose it? What the hell is that?
I don't know if I can get it any bigger.
There's more than one.
There it is.
Yeah, and it backtracks on itself. You see that?
That's yeah. That's another one. Or is that a different one completely? Wait, no. There's one over here. See, there it is.
And they keep popping up.
What the hell is that?
Oh, that's fireworks right there. So what is that other thing? Is it? It's
Those
not
are
flared.
no, those are like the same thing I was seeing in Texas this week. That's really incredible,
They
Andres.
together or some shit?
There's fireworks right there. They're like right there with the fireworks. Seems
Yeah.
like
This one I saw a third one right above. Well, no, right next to mine or something.
Again, the threes.
in threes.
That's amazing. See, that's just more confirmation to me that like these things that was from 2021. These things have been around for a while. Not that many people have been really going into depth with this stuff, but you can only give so far. Again, like what you said earlier. No, that was really good footage. Thank you for sharing that.
He said he was in front of his house.
And what area are you in? You don't have to share exactly where you're from, but like just general area. If it's by big city. The footage I captured was near Texarkana. There's a lot of farmland over there, ranches. The only thing that I don't like is most of the time when the moon is not new, it's so bright it drowns out a lot of the stars, and it messes with my lens. So I'd prefer to capture footage during new moons when you can't see the moon, because then your eyes get to adjust to the sky a lot better, and it's just you get to see more things when there's less light up there. Near Chicago in the suburbs, you're right near me. So I'm north of Chicago here. But see, I can't really see much of anything over here. And like the city lights drown out a lot of what we say are stars.
It's an hour from the city.
Wow. Yeah, you're probably a little further up north than me. I'm about 20 minutes from downtown.
Maddie's from Chicago too. She's from a small town called Duendeville. She's La Duendita.
Yeah, see, look, there's more activity here than we realize. This was also, this whole area had the Mothman thing going on too, not too long ago. But I can't find that original book by Lon Strickler anymore. Gotta go hunt that friend down and get it back. No, I got another copy coming in now. So
Who's the one that was in the hospital? There's somebody that was in the hospital. I think he was in the conference. Daryl Denton's friend. What's his name? Sister Madeline knows what I'm talking about. He had to get in a. I think he had got in heart surgery or something like that. I just remember his name on top of my head right now. That's when you know
Yeah,
you're getting
okay.
old. I think Mark. What's his name? Something Groves. Is it Marvin Groves or
Yeah, I'm not sure.
can't remember his name top of my head.
Yeah, Rain says nobody ever talks about the
Martin
drone.
Groves, yeah. Martin Groves.
Martin Groves.
That's Daryl Denton's friend. He had I think he had got in heart surgery, something like that. So many people, man, that are sick. Prayers for brother Martin Groves, cousin Jesse, and all the other people that are just coming up. They're in the hospital
Yeah,
right now. There's a lot of people in the hospital in the cryptic community.
let's say a
So
prayer
yeah,
for. I want to say a prayer for Joel.
Joe.
Joel Burgess said, I think their sister saw a shadow go across their garden, like a
Oh
shadow
wow.
figure. So I'd like to say thank you, Heavenly Father, Creator, for your protection. Please provide protection to Joel's family if they're dealing with shadow entities that are near and around their house. Please protect them, cast out these demonic entities. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Well, he's the one that sent me the video that the Bruja, of the witch that he caught out there. Well, he didn't know it was there, but I seen her. He would say that he would see this woman in black, but then we were able to capture her. He captured her on like a 10-second film he sent me of his dog, and I seen her. He was out there investigating, and I seen her there standing. And I had made I haven't made a video of it because it's his. He told me I could, maybe I should, but it's his content from the UK, and I don't want to take his content, even though. But he said I could share it, in which I did share it on one of the lives. So yeah, there's a lot of activities. I think they call them something else over there. No, I call them brujas in Spanish, a witch. He calls them something else. But he said there's activity there where he's finding a lot of burnt stuff out there and little what do you call them? Where people put stuff like sacrifice sacrificial stuff, dead animals and stuff like that. So there are two YouTubers and they have been infiltrating different Scientology locations. Yeah, many people, you know, the doctors always tell me they're worried about my health also, so they tell me if you don't take these meds, you know, you, if you get a heart attack or coma, you'll never be the same again. That's what they tell me. But me, I'm the person that I place my faith and trust in God, and I'm not worried about what the doctors are telling me, especially if it's negative. I don't want to live in spiritual opening.
Yeah.
But yeah, just I've been trying my best to diet and stay away from sugars and stuff like that. I take all kinds of pills. Medications, should I say?
Hmm.
That's what happens when you're in the front line. That when you're in the military serving, they're like, oh, just take an ibuprofen, and it'll kill the pain. But then when you get out of the military, you have all these conditions that you probably had in the military, but they wouldn't tell you or send you nowhere else to get medical help. So by the time you get out, your body's all out of whack. So then they start feeding you all these meds that you're not used to. So it's kind of like, damn, whether high blood pressure, diabetic, blood thinners, diabetes, and all kinds of things. They want to have you like a guinea pig. Sometimes I have to put my foot down with the doctor. Say, no, I'm not taking that. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing. They get mad with me, but hey, it's my body, right? Someone says I really live to the Church of Scientology. It's literally in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I remember when all that started. I mean, when it went mainstream with Tom Cruise and all that.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I think there's a Church of Scientology in Chicago, actually. Was it? I want to say it's around Cicero Avenue. I could be wrong though. There's a lot of stuff in Chicago. I'm like, no thanks. I'll stay away.
There's a lot of violence in Chicago.
There is. Like, I don't even feel safe going to Wrigleyville anymore. I used to go to the Music Box Theater a lot. Even that's a questionable area now. It sucks. There's pickpockets going on around there. It used to not be like that. Just like 10 years ago, it was fine. The Mag Mile was fine about 18 years ago. It's not safe now, unfortunately. But the crime just continues to spread. So they were trying to break into people's homes and north of me up in Glenview. But they're going to learn real quick. The further they go north, the more armed people are. Especially in these places like Northbrook and Highland Park. Although it really depends on the individual, whether they're protected or not. But it seems like a lot of these violent crimes are occurring randomly. It's just that these people are going out on robbery sprees, just trying to hit up whatever easy targets they can find. Just if you're in the area here, just you need to be vigilant. Don't be like a tourist. Always have your head on a swivel, and you'll be okay.
Have your head on the swivel. Let me see what I can do here. I think I have something I want to show y'all. This here is somebody sent me this, and I want to see what you think about it. I don't think I've ever shared this with you. I shared it a long time ago, but I want to see what you think about it. Okay, let me share it. See what you think about this.
Yeah, I believe it, Madeline. I haven't been to Austin yet.
This is from a camera inside someone's home.
Oh,
Look at this sucker.
wow.
It looks like something here, but I don't know. It could be. So, it looks like something here, but I don't know what it is. Could be a share or something. But this, where we're looking at this entity that's in here inside their home. See, there's nothing there. Let's go to the beginning of the footage. Okay, here. I guess. Okay, maybe this is the beginning. Okay, here we go.
Yep.
Go. They got 2 dogs down here. This year happened. This happened before their house burned down, and I think one of the dogs died, and the other dog survived, but then died later on because they, There you go, from inside the house.
Yeah, it's definitely something in front of the camera.
Yeah, right here. And then he moved this ways. Then it stood right here. There's something here in the corner. Then he moved to the left. Then he's standing right in front of the camera, looking at the camera.
Wow.
What do you think about that, bro?
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing some sort of face and shoulders. That's wild.
There it is right here by the dogs.
So do you think those were part of what helped it burn the house down?
Oh, man.
It's a tough
I don't
question.
know. I do not know. All I know is that the dogs died. It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Especially this one. Looking right at the camera. He stands like right in front of it and is staring at it. I just wanted to share these photos with y'all. It was sent from a friend of mine's from her. She's an admin in my group, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters and Positive Spiritualists. And she sent me this. Her niece sent it to me. Yeah, some crazy captures right there. This is of a home camera inside the house.
Wow.
All right, let me take them off. So I wanted to share them real quick.
No, that was good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, not positive entities, but it was good captures, I'll say. It's showing a lot in what you showed. Some of these, it's almost like they're harbingers of bad things to come. Just
At first, I thought somebody was smoking or that they were vaping or something, but man, it's not. It had shape,
Yeah, and you
It
can't
was-
repeat the same shapes if you're vaping.
It was a movie like smoke,
Mm-hmm.
It was like a heavy mist, kind of like a ghost-like, or something like that.
Yeah, and usually, Madeline was saying those poor dogs must have been so scared. Like them laying down like that, they'd sense something's there. But if they're at the point where they're just not even acknowledging it, like That's not good vibes at all.
So when they woke up, the mobile home was on fire. They escaped. Uh, they're trying to call their dogs outside, but one of them died in the fire. The other one made it, but he was real severely burned and he passed away. So
Oh,
I'm thinking that was something that was captured on the camera. I don't know, but they had shared that with me. I think I showed that like 3 years ago or something like that. It's been a while, that I've had that, and I just keep in there so I can show it. But then they started having activity where they said that they felt. But at first I would see a shadow figure, which is the dark one. But then there's after the dogs died, they moved to another place. But then they start having activity of what they say that one of their dogs that died is is visiting them at nighttime.
wow.
The spirit. They were going through a barn. They were staying in somewhere where there was like a barn and there was all kinds of activity. So it's like every time they move somewhere, something happens. So I'm thinking that something's following them,
Yeah.
but they haven't sent me nothing no more. Hopefully they're okay. Yeah, I believe so. When you were seeing those Mothman, the Hat Man, uh, Dogman, and Bigfoots. I can't remember where. I don't know if it was Arizona or Chicago where they were being spotted at the airport. That all these people were seeing all these things.
Yeah, the Mothman was sighted at O'Hare.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that weekend there was like over 30 something killings there in Chicago.
Yeah.
So we could consider them more like hellhounds. I think even hellhounds are being spotted there. Soul collectors, that they know there's something tragic that's going to happen. So they're there. You can take it as a warning, or by then, those that see them, it's too late, because they're not here no more. So they're there possibly to collect a soul. I think in cemeteries, you got to be careful because they lurk there too.
Yeah, so Lon Strickler, I'm surprised this guy's website's down right now. I consider him very prolific in the paranormal encrypted genre, but he's located out of Pennsylvania.
Who is
And
this?
Lon Strickler,
I think I've heard of him.
yeah.
Does he wear glasses?
I think he did at one point.
I think
He has a YouTube channel that you should be able to find still.
yeah, my friend was affiliated with him. My friend used to have all cryptid things and cryptid encounters or something like that. But he stopped. I think he stopped doing all that, and now he's just doing TikTok. He's over there being a DJ on TikTok. That's what he does now. But yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah,
He,
Madeline.
he writes books.
Yeah, so Lon Strickler has a few books out, but the Chicago Mothman one, it was, I guess, such low print number because he had the first edition out. I purchased that, and that's the one I gave to my friend that I never got back. So I purchased a second one. It might be the newer edition, but I'm hoping it's going to be the first edition because they're two different covers. But either way, it should be all right. But to answer Madeline's question, Lon Strickler did mention in some of these YouTube videos where he covers the Chicago Mothman that he did get contacted by employees that worked on the runways and in the air hangars where they saw these winged humanoids, and they're tall too. They're between 9 and 14 feet tall.
Yeah,
and they were contacted, or they contacted Lon Strickler, and then after a while, it's like they got a cease and desist. The employees were told not to report on this anymore, and then they ended up not giving any more firsthand accounts to Lon. But the ones that they did say about happening, it was like they were hiding in the air hangars. They were also along the fences around the perimeter of the airport. And as far as Denver goes, because I know you also, Madeline asked about Denver. I did go by the Denver airport to drop off a friend that had traveled with me and another friend there in January 2020. And on the highway leading up to the airport is where that dark horse is with the red eyes. It's like a blue horse. It's really bizarre stuff. But I didn't get to see the inside of the airport. I just dropped my friend off on the outside. Like the whole airport looks like a tent, like a circus tent. I don't know what's up with that. But there's also a bunch of murals inside showing weird apocalyptic versions of Earth, like post-apocalyptic, with gas masks and children. Like you wonder what the heck they're doing there. But it was built by Freemasons. They have the little.
Oh, this is probably the problem right there.
Yeah. But the person who designed that blue horse, they call it Blucifer. Real sick humor. But the guy who designed the horse, the artist, he passed away shortly after it was put up. And who knows how that's connected. But that's a fact that they're no longer with us. So was it a sacrifice? Who knows? But it is on the highway. I thought it was actually like in the middle of the runways, like in the center of the airport, but it's outside of the airport on the way into it, off the side of the highway, or like in the middle, because you have like the two sides of the highway, and then there's like the grass. So the horse is sitting in the middle on the grass, but it's a big sucker. I think it's over 20 feet tall.
Well, brother, we've been on going for 6 hours. Believe it or not.
Time flew by yet again.
Have a good time. I gotta save some energy for later on tonight. Or my wife is going to get mad. We're supposed to go do some Tejano dancing tonight. It's kind of like ballroom dancing, a little bit of country. It's like Tex-Mex,
Nice. Yeah, I hope you have a good time. Just get enough sleep. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
I'll let myself see myself.
If you want to plug your channel, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I have.
Share his channel here, so people can go subscribe to him.
Yeah, my channel is called Yissel Missile Productions, and I've been away in Texas for the past week. I just got back a day and a half ago, but I cover a lot on the energy grid, magnetic fields, and the Bermuda Triangle. And I'm going to be starting a series on the Great Lakes Triangle, and it's all with the missing planes, the missing boats, and cool. Thank you. Yeah, Abe just linked my channel in chat. Thank you. But yeah, I'm covering all that stuff over on my channel, and I'm going to be covering more Chicago topics too on Saturdays. I haven't decided exactly which topic I'll do. I got all my books. So on the top shelf here on my bookshelf, I have a bunch of Chicago books that I can pick from. But I'll be doing that on Saturdays. And yeah, just check the channel out if you haven't yet. And if you have and you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. It'll help me out. And comment on the videos as you watch them, because that helps the algorithm too. But yes. I'll be on Beyond the Box's channel next week as well. That's Brenda's. It's titled Beyond the Box. I'm on there as a regular guest too, and we talk about similar things we talk over here about. And thank you, Annette. Thank you. She said she subscribed. And yeah, take care, Law Morgan. But yeah, I'm going to be heading out myself. I'll let Abe close out the show. But thank you for having me, Abe. I appreciate it.
No problem, brother. Thank you for sharing the good footage that you had.
Yeah, you got an exclusive look at it. Brenda's not going to be happy with me, but she'll have the good majority of what I got.
There you go.
This was the first few clips that I looked at, but I have much more that I'll be sharing on Brenda's channel.
Awesome.
So
you're gonna do a show next Friday?
Yeah, that's the plan right now. Next Friday,
or what time?
probably 8 o'clock.
All right, I might check y'all out next
Yeah,
Friday.
8 p.m. Central is most likely when we'll do it. But
All right.
yeah, thank you for having me, Abe. It's always a pleasure
No
being
problem,
on here.
brother. Thank you for being on.
Awesome.
Oh, I forgot to ask you, man.
Yeah.
Whatever happened with that guy? That you were talking about last
Apparently,
time?
yeah. So I did talk with Susie today for about 2 hours. She said that this guy has not spent the night at their ranch for the past 2 nights. So he did find a different place to go to, but it's nearby, unfortunately. But I let her know about the possibility of the cursed objects. She said with her vibe check that it wasn't like that. And I do trust her instincts on that. But I did let her know that it could be something spellbound that's keeping her from seeing that. So she's aware of what we were talking about last night.
Okay.
And
but he left.
He's pretty much left at this point. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, if they gave him a time to leave by like midnight earlier tonight, then he should be gone by now. And then the only thing left to do would for him to drop off the vehicle that he's been borrowing.
Oh,
Again, like Susie's very generous to be doing all that for someone she didn't know. But God bless her and God protect her. We did say a prayer over her last night so the transition will go smoothly for her. And I do think she has a lot of protection, and she's hard-headed. She likes to take things head on, thinking she has and she's right in most of the sense that she has protection
with her, so there's nothing to come up against her, you know.
Yeah, and she takes everything that she does as a learning experience. So I really hope that this one sticks with her, because she needs to be very vigilant going forward with accepting people and being giving her trust out to people, because I do feel she's vulnerable in some aspects with that. But I do think that things are moving forward positively with her. And thanks for asking about it, because I forgot to bring it up tonight.
Yeah. I was thinking about it at the beginning, and I could feel like, I don't know, something negative at the beginning, you know, like, because of what was being said and when we talked, it's like I could feel like a lot of negativity with this guy, like evil stuff, you know. Even though we're prayed, I could feel that. But I seen you come on, and I didn't bring it up, and I said I'll just ask him later on. So I waited, but I'm glad that he's gone.
Yeah, there is definitely negativity with the guy, and he's on his way out, thankfully, because I visited, and I think he knew that it was going to end up that way. That's why he kept on re-questioning why I was there. But it was more of like a divine intervention. I didn't plan to do that, but Susie wanted my opinion on my interaction with him, and based off of that, she had her friend confront him and tell him to leave. So because of my visit, that happened, and I'm thankful that I'm able to be used in that sense by Heavenly Father Creator.
Yes, you got placed there for a reason.
And if I have to go back, I will. It's a long trip for me. It's 850 miles. It's not easy.
Yeah, that's far.
Yeah, it's I like visiting Susie. I feel at home over there, and I hope she finds a buyer for her property soon because she wants to expand to a new place that has a horse arena and stables and everything all
Oh
ready to
wow.
go. Yeah, she wants to be hosting competitions on her own land, and it's a dream that she's had her whole life, and it's finally coming to fruition. So
Well,
I
that's
think in
great.
the next few months she'll have it sold. I want to see her succeed in that. But yeah, things I think are moving along positively. Besides this small road bump with her helping this questionable dude out, but yeah, if anything else develops, I'll let you guys know. But I also I tried my best to keep Susie's privacy uh s- in whole and sacred. So that's why I didn't give the location out. I don't want anyone else
Yes.
bothering her. But I since I am directly involved with this now, I feel I had uh somewhat of permission to share about what happened since I was also a factor in her deciding to ask him to leave. So because he was questioning me. He was doing the usual special agent interrogation on me, which I
Oh
didn't
wow.
really appreciate. It's like,
Yeah.
are you really here because you were watching pro wrestling? It's like, yeah. There's no other reason I came down here other than all in. And then visiting Susie was like the cherry on top of it in a way. Got a few nights to look at the stars and capture the video footage I showed on here earlier tonight. I mean, I'm very open and honest with all that, but he wasn't buying it for some reason. Probably because he felt like my spiritual mission. He sensed that, and I scare these negative and demonic entities because
Yeah.
I carry the power of Jesus Christ and Heavenly Father Creator with me everywhere I go.
Amen.
All right, I'm gonna let you go, Abe. I'll let you shut the show down. I know I can
Alrighty,
stay on
brother.
here and drag it out. We got over the
Right.
6 hour mark. We're longer than all in Texas now. Yeah.
Alrighty, brother.
All
You have
right.
a good
All
night
right.
or good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning.
All right.
All right.
Peace out. Well, there you go, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. For those who hit the like button, hope you all enjoyed the show. I will not be doing a show later on tonight because I have to take my darling dancing, some Tejano dancing. There are going to be two live bands playing, so we're going to go have some fun. Uh, I will be back on Sunday. So in saying that, thank you for everybody that tuned in. Thank you to all the guests on the panel. Thank you to the moderators, to the viewers, and just thank you for a wonderful evening of being here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters for those night owls and early birds hanging in there with me tonight. In saying that, uh, this is Brother Apesius Sarcius signing off from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Everybody have a good morning and a blessed day. I will, Sister Madeline.